as well as the senatorial district. Now, for now, for some results of the National Assembly elections were officially declared by INEC, returning officers. And also, reports are also reaching us that some political leaders have also lost out in some of the areas of constituencies. However, the presidential election collation is to commence today. That will be by 11 o'clock. That's this morning. The chief returning officer, that was also the chairman for the Independent National Electoral Commission, that's Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. He announced this at the official opening of the Presidential Collation Center. Although some analysts are of the opinion that what we'll be looking at being the large turnout of voters at the February elections, but then the figures being declared by the returning officers will also be giving something different, suggesting otherwise in some constituencies as well as senatorial district. Now, what could have been responsible for this voter apathy, if you want to call it that? Could the rescheduling be partly accountable for the turnout of voters? Also, is the voter turnout improving or otherwise? Did political parties really mobilize their electorate to actually come out en masse to discharge their civic responsibility? What should be done now as we look towards governorship and also state houses of assemblies election come the 9th of March? Welcome to the program, Nigeria Decides. My name is Blessing Abu. Thank you for joining us. We shall be linking up with various zonal network centers to give updates on what the result has been, as it's been declared from the federal constituencies as well as the senatorial districts. And also, I'd like to welcome my guests in the studio. Joining me this morning, I'd like to welcome Osun Aigbe, or is a senior program officer with the Center for Democracy and Development. Welcome to the program. Thank you for having me. I'm sure it's been a weekend of activities from your observation here and there to checking on what is happening on the electoral process. Let's get to... I mean, not just weekend, because it began from the 16th. It just built up to this moment. We're still observing processes. All right, I'll get to find out how it all went for you from the 16th, like we already said. And let's start the program with a briefing by INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu to officially declare the Presidential Collation Center opened.
The polling agents, 73 political parties that sponsored candidates in the 2019 presidential elections, our national and international observers, members of the diplomatic corps, my colleagues, the chairmen of electoral commissions from different parts of the world, the media, national, representatives of the various security agencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Independent Commission, INEC, I welcome you all to the formal opening of the 2019 Presidential Elections Results Collation Center. Opening formalities of the process of collation of results of the presidential election, it is my duty to explain the procedure and set the ground rules proceedings as follows. 1. All accredited polling agents, observers, the media, the diplomatic community, security agencies should adhere to the sitting positions assigned to them. 2. Results for each state of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory presented by the State Collation Officer for the presidential election, Scope, who also served as the Collation Officer at state and FCT levels. 3. After collecting the results at state level, the Scope shall be accompanied to Abuja by the resident Electoral Commissioner and security agencies. 4. On arrival at the collection center, the Scope shall be received by the Collation Secretariat, which shall organize the sequence of presentation. Everything in this hall, the Collation Secretariat which I head, is not in any room in this building. If you look at the extreme right, you will see a table there. That is the Collation Secretariat. So this will be received in the open, and people will know who has arrived, and the responsibility of the Secretariat is just to organize the sequence of presentation by the Scope. At the extreme end of the hall, there are black leather chairs. That will be the holding area for our resident electoral commissioners and the Scopes when they arrive for the presentation of results. Number 5, the returning officer, myself, shall invite the Scope, accompanied by the REC, to the seat provided for the presentation of result. And by my left, there is a table there covered in white cloth. There are 2 chairs. The Scope, the other one for the resident electoral commissioner. The Scope will make his or her presentation. From that table, the results from the state will be announced loudly for all of you to hear. Number 6, the Scope, following the format for the presentation of results, shall announce the votes scored by each political party in the state, including cancellations and areas where elections did not hold, if any. Number 7, the returning officer then invites comments and observations from the polling agents. Number 8, the returning officer requests the Scope to hand over the original copy of Form EC8D. Number 9, when all the Scopes have presented their results, the returning officer shall display the sealed copies of the result sheets. EC8DA, which is the summary of results on state-by-state basis. The EC8E, the declaration of results of the elections. And EC40G3, which is the summary of registered voters in polling units where elections were not held. 10, the returning officer then completes from EC8D and announces the votes scored by each party, and thereafter invites the polling to endorse the forms. 11, the returning officer then completes EC40G3 and compares it with Form EC8DA to assert any of the candidates has satisfied the requirements of the law to proceed with declaration. 12, if satisfied, the returning officer completes from EC8E, makes a declaration of winner. And 13, the returning officer invites polling agents to receive duplicate copies of Forms EC8DA and EC8E. From today, The Collation Center, which is this very hall, is hereby declared open until the final of the 2019 presidential elections. During the course of proceedings, there may be interlude or adjournments. This will be announced by the returning officer if need arises. At the moment, no scoop is around. Some of them are expected tonight. Accordingly, proceedings are adjourned. We will reconvene at 11 a.m. tomorrow, Monday, 25th February 2019, for the collation of results. Thank you all, and good night.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Nigerians. Suicide bombers are not spirits. They are not ghosts. They are human beings like you and me. They live amongst us. They are your neighbors. They are your friends today, but terrorists tomorrow. So you must know your neighbor now. Security begins with you and me. Know your neighbor. Be vigilant. Be security conscious. Report suspicious persons, objects, and movements to the police and other security agencies. The security of our nation is a duty for you and me.
If you see something, say something. Nigeria, unite against terrorism.
This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
A classico, I tell you, my 3 points is clear. Yes. Yeah? They go watch match.
Oga, what do you want me to do about it?
Give us light.
That's the only thing you've been saying since you came into my office.
Maybe your work be that.
No, it's my work, but see.
Our government fit do their work if we self do our own work. No just sit down. Carry wetin dey worry you, go meet who suppose solve am.
Yes.
A popular saying in Nigeria goes that at the time a cockerel matures, it begins to crow to tell the world the time of day. This makes a crucial premise for all of us who have come of age, the youths, to lend our voices to a nation set to flip a new page, like the chance to vote and be voted for, whether being a youth, a woman, or a person with disability, and to do this in unity. And to anyone who hasn't been confident enough to exercise these rights, I beg, step out of the dark and come into the light. I mean, your participating in the electoral process is significant, a moment to behold, like that cock crowing in the morning to tell about the difference. No sit down, look. Do something that will count today and be in tomorrow's books. The elections are coming. Register.
To you right away. Let's get back to our discussion. Apart from aspect of violence, you already talked about the issue of what we need to do in actually managing the electoral process. We've talked the issue about security, which we'll still get back to because it's still intertwined. If there is no security in place for every one of the other stakeholders, definitely will actually be shortchanging this process. In managing our electoral process significantly, where is the greatest assignment for all the stakeholders?
Everyone do have an assignment. INEC alone is not responsible for the conduct of credible, transparent, free, and fair poll. If we put all of the burden on INEC, we are not doing justice. INEC is an umpire, like a referee. Both sides of the field should play by the rules. So there are certain rules. INEC will only discipline or by way of court judgment or so, but INEC can't even go to court in certain cases. So INEC has put structures in place, fantastic structures. Whether you like it or not, with the introduction of the smart card reader, it has reduced substantially ballot box theft. Because then you could just do all manner. But if you look at trajectory from 2011 build up to 2015 and all of the staggered election before 2019, ballot box theft did drop. One of the reasons, because votes are not counting. So the alternative was for politicians to devise a strategy to begin to buy votes. So they're pulling money, billions of naira or in dollars or whatever currency they like to use, to then buy people's votes so that these votes can count in their favor. And that has consistently happened. So in understanding those vote buying, INEC again developed strategy by changing the layout of the polling unit. Before, you see that party agent or voters are so close to where a voter is going to thumbprint at the cubicle. That section is supposed to be known as a secret point, because the system we operate in this country is an open, secret ballot system. And why is it open? You do all of the processes openly, you do accreditation openly, you take your ballot paper openly, but your vote must be secret. No, only you, and if you believe in your God, only you and your God knows that who you are voting for. No other fellow should know, but in many cases, you see observers, not observers, the party agent and voters trying to peep at a voter who is voting. That happened clearly in Ekiti, and you see them trying to look at, and when the way the ballot is structured, if the voter's hand move upward the ballot, there's a particular party in that upward the ballot. If it moves downward the ballot, there's a particular party downward the ballot. So you see the party agent getting excited. Yes, it's our own, it's our own. And you see the voter is giving a tally, he moves to another location to go buy a vote. So what INEC did was to put a barrier for this party agent to peep into this vote. And they now came up with a layout, the proper layout, by putting out the party agent out of that voting cubicle location. That frustrated the parties. So the alternative is, what do? You either pay before they go in, because INEC also put the fact that voters must not go into the cubicle. That cubicle with a phone or a camera device. Because what the politicians have also devised is that what you do, the only way for us to pay you is that you put your PVC card, your PVC, close to where your ballot paper together and take a shot of it. Then you bring the evidence and you are paid. So in order to also frustrate that process, don't take your camera or any device that's capable of taking pictures to the cubicle. And politicians got, again, frustrated. So all of those frustrations bring about new innovation from the political actors. So what they've decided to do now, so now that we cannot buy votes, or even though we buy vote, we don't even, we are not too certain that this vote we are buying, because there's no evidence to suggest that the person we gave money to
actually voted for a candidate. In
one of the polling units in around Eastern Central area of 2016 Edo election, there was a particular party who was buying votes. They were buying votes clearly, but the people were voting against the party. So soon after, the party knew that the vote on the ballot box is transparent. Well, soon after, they knew that almost all the boxes, the ballot paper inside the boxes was turning against them. They got frustrated. You mean we are buying vote for nothing? And they destroyed the particular polling unit, burnt down the papers. And sincerely, the ballot paper on the ground were the opposite of the party, supposedly, who should be winning.
Okay, I'm glad you were able to go back in history to 2018 when we had the other state election as well as the 2016 one you've just talked about in Edo. Now, this last Saturday's election, what's your view about the result being declared already by the returning officers? This for the various federal constituencies and as well as the districts. Here we're having, supposedly, the strongholds being disabused.
I won't see it as a surprise. Whereas you see Obasanjo has always lost his polling unit. It's not surprising. But probably the ones that is surprising will be that a presidential candidate losing his own polling unit in Adamawa is surprising. But when you look at it again, it may not also turn out to be an issue. Because usually they say that a man is not recognized in his own town. But that is not political. Because politics is, you have to start from the grassroots. You need to be popular down home. But when you look at it from all sides, it's frustrating, truly, that you have a gubernatorial candidate in Lagos, for example, losing his polling unit. You have a governorship sitting governor losing his polling unit. And you begin to ask, even a sitting Senate president losing an election, and it means that people, again, that people sincerely are taking destinies in their hand. It means that people are looking at you for the action you have taken. It means that all of the things you thought you were doing right are actually wrong. So because the people who truly know you are the ones in that location. If you lose your unit, that means you are not even popular at home.
So could it be issues of, okay, it might not necessarily be about the party now, but the individual? Or the people would ask, okay, well, it's about the party, not necessarily about the individual. Has it played out?
It could turn both ends. If you look, probably Lagos may be about the party, probably, because of all of the things that happened at the party primaries and the way the factors changed out the sitting governor. So a lot of people grew angry. Even people who supposedly are members of the party may have actually voted against the party in protest for what happened to a certain, the candidate, their own candidate, who should be the running candidate for this time. Probably that was a signal sent. And that again shows that is our party primaries actually effective? Because if you lose your unit, where supposedly you have huge amount of voters who voted for you during the party primaries, what happened? It's questionable. Or you go to somewhere like Ekiti, and you find out, oh, okay, the court already ruled that the candidate of the APC was duly elected in that election. And from the result we have seen, it has shown that, yes, Ekiti seems to be in line. But if we turn that to Osun, because results are still coming from Osun, exactly. But in some local government, it's turning against the course of action. So you begin to look at what exactly had happened. You go to Oyo, and you are seeing a different dimension. You expected that Southwest should go in one direction, but it's turning. It's turning. Lagos, even though the Lagos specifically will be protest votes, sincerely, in my opinion, Lagos, all of the votes we saw in Lagos, people don't care. This is protest. We don't care whether it's this or at the state election. These are most of those votes that turn out to favor the opposition are probably protest votes. People who grew angry. If you followed discussion about that party primaries in Lagos, you see a lot of ordinary people, not party members, who grew angry. Come on, why is this happening? This guy, why is it happening? Is it because it's this or is it because he's not doing X, Y, Z? So people then, okay, right now we are going to wait and vote. We want, that's protest. So
you just made a very significant point about the pattern that we have seen in the Southwest. Let's take a look at maybe the North Central and even up North as against what we've seen at least from 2015 and even today.
It's the same thing that happened in Southwest. It's coming down or up to the North Central. You expect North Central to go in a certain direction, sincerely in a pattern that turned out 2015. But it's turning out most like that. But the opposition is also struggling to get good amount of vote. Let's take, for example, Kano. 1.9 votes, 1.9 million voters voted for President Buhari. And a mega of about, is it 200-something-thousand that the PDP had in the 2015 election. But that is not happening. Because from what is coming in, it means that the opposition is actually measuring up beyond the 200,000 plus. Why? There's another factor.
Which is? Which
is the Kwankwasia. The Kwankwaso used all of the factors in Kano used to be on one block. They were all people who moved the NPDP, who moved to APC to form the APC ahead of the 2015 election. And all of the factors, whether it's Kwankwaso, whether it's Shakara and all, were playing the same game. So they could hold all their areas together. But now it's not playing out. If you look at the campaigns that took place in Kano, arguably you will say, what happened? The huge mobilization, even though people turn out to campaign grounds are not necessarily all voters. I will argue that sincerely, because if it does, you are going to see a lot of vote turning out in this case for specifically for the number of people we saw at the campaign ground turning out to be actual voters. But that doesn't be seen. It means that people can be imported from other states just to fill up the gap and then make noise about it. That did you see our crowd? Today was so gigantic crowd. We should see it playing out at the ballot. If it doesn't, then all of those crowds were, will I say, useless? Or they were imported? Yes, because that's the case it's playing out. So in Kano, it ought to have been one way, but it's not. It's now divided. Yes, Katsina may flow in a certain direction because that's the own state of the president. It may also not be the way it was in 2015 because of some concerns, security-wise. Even the governor a few months ago came out to say that the state was not secured. And that sent a wrong signal out to the public. That how can you say that your state is not secure? Then you go to Adamawa, you should expect that the vote should go in a certain direction. That's not playing out.
Okay.
The ruling party is actually taking a strong hold. In some local government, the ruling party is clearly leading in those areas. Okay,
how the situation is in the south-south as well as southeast, we'll get to explore when we come back from this report, taking a look at politics without bitterness, and is a special one from Talatu Ezerike.
We have learned to live under the rule of law. We have learned to fight for the freedom of the individual. Would you like to substitute this so that a number of opportunist black imperialists will rule you and oppress you?
Politics in Nigeria predates stagnation, championed by the country's founding fathers with the sole intention of building solid democratic culture that will improve the well-being of the people.
While we of the Nepu will say we are party of tomorrow.
One significant thing about the symbol of the action group is that it symbolizes what you want and what I want.
The Northern People's Congress, NPC, of Ahmadu Bello and Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroon, NCNC, headed by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and the Action Group, AG, led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, all had the people's interests as priority.
We had people committed to the welfare of the people and the progress of the country.
The country is so united that because somebody belongs to another party, he's not looked at as an enemy.
Not mining ethnicity. Whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Igbo, no, we have ethnicity in Nigeria. So if we can follow that step, Nigeria will be peaceful.
The vision pursued by subsequent politicians in galvanizing national ideas and commitment to peace, progress and stability in the country. But over time, issues such as survival in the national stage, tribalism, agitations and political violence found their ways into national politics. To nip all these in the bud, actions were taken in many flashpoints where they were threats to national survival and progress. The 30-month civil war ended with resolution to keep Nigeria one, with no victor, no vanquish. Despite the impact of these reconciliatory measures to heal the wounds of the civil war, the return to civil rule in 1979 saw Alhaji Waziri Ibrahim of blessed memory championing politics without bitterness and good governance, which he canvassed as the then presidential candidate of the great Nigerian People's Party, GNPP. Political observers say the philosophy of politics without malice to checkmate the make or destroy mindset of politicians is key for national development and political maturity.
You cannot have a strong, virile political system without an entrenched culture of political tolerance. Vying for election is like sports. At the end of the day, there will be winners and losers.
After the election, Nigeria continues. No matter who become president, it's only for 4 years. Nigeria continues.
The campaign for politics without bitterness is still on and even taken further with the introduction or signing peace accord by parties and candidates, which is yielding results. Former President Goodluck Jonathan calling to concede defeat at the 2015 elections to President Muhammadu Buhari is seen as a big plus for the campaign of politics without bitterness.
In this part of the world, especially in Nigeria, that was the first time such thing was happening. And he also realized that it is God who giveth power and who taketh power.
the politicians are the ones who are on the stage. They say, like Shakespeare said, all the world is a stage. They are the ones on stage now. So if you win, fine. If you lose, bow out gracefully.
2019 is here, and Nigerians are deciding on who leads them. Again, the need for peaceful process anchored on issues devoid of hate, violence, and heated polity is advocated.
Nigerian women, representing our youths and people with disability, want peace. There is nothing more than peace, and we eschew bitterness.
At a time like this, the clarion call is for politicians to play by the rule, understanding that democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Talati Ezerike, NTA News.
Thank you very much, Talatu Ezerike, for that package. Politics without bitterness. Well, getting the politicians to play by the rule is one issue. But before I come to you again, Mr. Egbe, we're being joined now by a researcher, teacher, and public affairs analyst, Dr. Abdurrahman Abu Hamisu. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, let me let you take a pause. Politics without bitterness. Yes. You just listen to Talatu there. Getting the politicians to actually play by the rules. Yes. It's not a difficult thing to do, but so why is it as if it's an Herculean task in this part of the world?
Well, it's a difficult thing to do in Nigeria.
Why is it so?
Yeah, in Africa, if you want to take it to the next level. Yeah, it is so because the most lucrative enterprise in Africa is government. Most of our people don't invest their time to create value-adding enterprises. And that is why you find somebody who is a renowned medical doctor leaving the theater and the hospitals, investing his money and energy in becoming a senator or a governor, because it gives unfettered access to the wealth of the nation. Now, when you place that side by side with developed countries, people go into government to serve. Their pay package is not quite different. In fact, those in the medical profession, the nurses, the doctors, security agencies, usually earn higher than even politicians in advanced countries. So to them, it's service to the nation.
So is ours not service as well?
No. It has gone beyond service to the nation to service to oneself. And that was the basis of the crisis in 1999. In 1999, I think revenue mobilization came out with pay package for our legislators. It became an issue of heated debate. And they used their veto to veto their pay package to say that they needed a pay package that will reflect their kind of personality. And I remember, I don't want to mention names, there are people that were all over the media saying that even before they became senators, they were used to flying first class. How can they become senators of Federal Republic of Nigeria and they'll be flying economy? So the pay package was not commiserable with their status. So it is issue of status. And before you know it, the pay package that was designed by revenue mobilization was vetoed, and a whole lot of ridiculous elements found themselves into the pay package of our legislators. The same thing is happening to our governors, where somebody is taking about 500 million naira as security vote because he or she knows nobody will come and audit it, and then the money goes down the drain, yet the people are not secured. Everybody is a local government unto yourself. You pay vigilante to take care of you, and stuff like that. So it has gone way beyond service to the nation. If it were to be service to the nation, the amount of money and energy our politicians expended in order to get themselves elected will not be so, because what they will be committing into the process of getting themselves elected and what they will be getting in return will not add up. So they will prefer to let the process run its course. But in this circumstance, somebody somewhere is taking millions for sitting for a few days, something that you cannot even get in your own business that you are running. So it becomes a do-or-die affair. So the fight will be fierce because it's more or less like a little baby that is circling, and then somebody come and then yank the mouth from the milk. The child was going to protest. It's a natural order. So ours is a politics with bitterness because of a lot of fight that goes into occupying the position, one. Two, we have our own deep-seated mistrust and distrust to the extent that we cannot equally trust any other person if it is not our own.
I like the use of the word mistrust.
Yes, mistrust.
Because if trust is not there in the first instance, no one is going to, there's no believability.
Yes.
And that already will set people against one another.
Yes.
Mr. Igbe, yes, we already started talking about what to expect or what we're seeing already from the field. Politics without bitterness is what it appears to be these days, which already is different from what other climes, like he already pointed out. How do we begin to get the right act, the right attitude, the right feeling projected to the people, whether at whatever level, even before we get to the aspect of senator or maybe the higher offices, from even the very, very grassroots?
So, I mean, politics is basically, or let me not use the word politics, because politics is too wide. Whoever gets what, how, and when, it seems to be politics. But it's a call to duty. If it's taken as a call to duty, you undermine certain of those gangsterism, this toggery mentality to get into power. Sincerely, as my colleague already mentioned, sincerely, the reason why there is violence in the political landscape, especially in Africa setup, is because the political offices are too, I don't know the word to use, are too juicy. Yeah. It's not that they are not juicy elsewhere, maybe in Capitol Hill or in White House. They are also. But there are structures. But we don't have that structure.
What kind of structures now? When you're talking about structures now?
So, there are certain limits a president goes to that when it undermines the people, it goes immediately, the president's statement of will is undermined. Systems are there to undermine the process. Let me just quickly move on to the Donald Trump, even though there's a huge bitterness in the United States politics at the moment. So a Donald Trump who wants to build a wall, in his campaign, he said it clearly, apparently he won on the campaign promise that he was going to build a wall in Mexico. But there are other people who said, no, you can't use our funding even though you won on this threshold. You can't use our money. Now, coming back to this part of our country, you make promises, you want to bring heaven to earth, you want to put air conditioning on the street, you want to do all manner of things to make the people's livelihood improve. But what is more important to you, first of all, is your take-home pay. Yeah. When your take-home pay is addressed, every other person can go to hell. And the take-home pay is so large. You know why it pains me, especially when you have seen other clients, is that you see someone who used to trek with the Legacy Benz. He used to trek around the street, so somehow Lexus. And somehow a godfather picks him up and then he becomes a House of Rep member. In 2 weeks, in fact, 2 weeks is too much. The next thing you see the person telling you, my apartment in Lekki, the one in VGC, the one in Metama, and you are wondering, see, because there's a welcome package that you don't receive as a servant of this nation. You do more work. People do more work. Okay, let's put that aside. President Obama, salary was insignificant compared to the likes of Jay-Z. Musician, any more money, but you can't try that here. You can't expect the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria take home, because there are a lot of unnecessary funding around them. Especially you have hazard, SYZ hazard, this hazard, parliamentary hazard, executive hazard. All are monetary in terms. You don't. Why would a presidential fleet, for example, have about 200 vehicles, all in the name of becoming a president? And everyone wants to then become a president because you want that. Okay. You want that respect.
So let's get back to where we'll talk about mistrust, which in its own way now start fueling violence, start fueling the issue of hate speech, or the kind of what we do not want to see unnecessarily in the society. And this already bring about what we have tagged in that report as politics of bitterness, which we were trying to de-emphasize here. How do we get the politicians, everyone within the society, to have the spirits of nation building, not just for self-building? Dr.
Well, you see, let us get something very straight. Since the return to democracy in 1999 till date, the tyranny of the majority has continued to hold sway. No dominant ethnic group has been ruled by any other ethnic group apart from the dominant ethnic groups in those locations. Starting from the ward level, the people at the ward level produce their representatives in the form of councillors.
Yes.
Then you come to the executive chairman of the local government, you come to Senate, you come to State House of Assembly, you come to House of Reps, before you come to the governor. And if we are operating 2 tiers of government, though the agitation is on to make local government the 3rd tier of government, but in principle we recognize it as a 3rd tier of government.
The 3rd tier of government is still the 3rd tier of government.
But that is theoretical, because any political arrangement that is not backed by financial commitment is null and void, because governance is about combination of resources and human beings, and once you have human beings without resources, it means you are going nowhere. Now, coming to the federal government, you know, because of the unitary nature of our federation, that the federal government has entered deep into the society, equally going to local government level, even to the wards. That makes the power of the federal government to be so
does that speak to what Saigbe talked about strong structures?
Yes, strong structures.
Institutions.
Yes.
To actually give the backing to all the individuals and roles.
Yes, you see, you know, it is this our erroneous belief as a nation that you can force people to do what they don't want to do. We forget the fact that every human being has the right to behave in some certain ways if it conforms with the constitution of that very particular country. But when we feel that we can legislate unity with force, then there is a problem. We must understand something, that whether you like it or not, people have the right to say no, where some people have the right to say yes. But again, we must be tolerant enough to respect the person that says no, so that we don't really explain his own no, or sort of interpret his own no to mean hate. We must be able to distinguish or differentiate between opposition that stems from principle rather than confrontation, rather than hate. But in our own political culture, I think it was President Obasanjo that once said that if you want to be loyal, you have to be loyal 100%. That there is no 99% loyalty.
99.9?
Yeah, 99.9 loyalty. So it has to be 100%. But if loyalty or saying yes is 100%, it means the other person is not thinking. The reasons that bet democracy is the fact that we can disagree to agree, and then agree to disagree without having to slap you or slap me. So that is democracy. It precludes violence. Now, the issue here is because Nigeria was still developing as a nation before the coming of the colonialists, and then we were welded together, irrespective of our differences. And then that has translated into animosity with the divide and rule process. Now, my major headache with us is the fact that we continue to blame colonialism, or we continue to blame the military for our wars. If you know that this is a problem, the first thing that you need to do is, how do I address this problem?
You just use the word, if you know.
Yes.
Do we realize where our greatest issues are as a nation?
We know, but we are pretending over them. Nobody is ready to shift ground. Everybody is playing victims. For instance, a particular ethnic group has been governing a particular state, and they weld themselves together into elites that continue to share the resources of the people, and then they continue to blame other tribes that are not in control of their resources in their region, because the constitution is clear about what goes to every state. The allocation is clear. The amount of resources are supposed to go to states. The amount of resources that goes to local government. Despite this local government are being starved of funds. And then the governors, under the pretext of project and then counterpart funding, they only give local government overhead and then they squander the rest. But the problem is, the elites will continue to tell you that it is this tribe that is our problem, so we must deny them leadership. So if you're talking about division, the division is not even between North and South. If you go to Kano State today, Kano State is predominantly Hausa speaking, with freedom for those people that are non-indigenous, even producing some persons that represent them in the State House of Assembly, even in the local government. Now, if you go to Kano State as homogeneous as Kano is, now the question will be if there is any elective position to be contested. Zone A will be saying that Zone B has been dominating them. It is now time for Zone A to produce the governor or whatever. But it is not producing that is the matter. But what are you going to do with this power if given? If given the same power, you are going to do the same thing that Zone B has done,
if not worse.
The same thing that Zone C has done. So it means that there is no change. So even if you go to the local government level, even the ward, as small as councillors, you come to realize the kind of fight that goes into producing a councillor. Somebody who was there before will tell you he wants to continue. Another person will tell you, no. This place has produced. It's remaining this place because it has to go around.
Does that speak to, gentlemen, does that speak to the fact that ideas and what the people really want for governance is still not being set right? Yes. It's just a matter of, like you pointed out, it is my turn or it is these people's turn to actually produce, and you've served out your own term, let's get back. And like they say, poverty has no tribal marks. It doesn't know wherever you're from. In all of this that you've poured forth, do we see this actually playing out in what translated on Saturday for people ready to actually change the narrative? Yes. Not just about who you are, where you're from, but what we need to move forward.
Yes. Well, let me quickly join words with my friends. You see, democracy is in my own definition. Majority, we always have their way. Minority, we always have their say. It remains there. But for equity purpose, there need to be some level of representation and inclusion in the political landscape. You are always going to have that majority having their way. Always. Because there's never a time minority will always champion over majority.
But they always have their say.
They're always going to have their say. But their say, I like the point you used, their say needed to be put on the table, not discounted. That's where the conflict has come from. And that's what has brought the disunity. Poverty do not know whether you are from the north or the south or the west. Poverty is poverty. Unemployment is unemployment. And corruption is corruption, whether you're from either way. This is the challenge we have as a country. The whole essence of a federal state is to have a government closer to the people, which is supposed to be the true third tier of the federation, which is the local authority. At this moment, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Or like you said, it's on paper.
Of course, it doesn't. I won't argue. I mean, from a public administration point of view, the state governor controls whoever is so it's a local authority are the appendage of the state government. That shouldn't be. It ought to be an independent state of its own that is closer to the people. I mean, when we live in New York, for example, I never knew he was a state governor, but I knew my mayor. Mayor Michael Bloomberg was my mayor, and I see him everywhere. Sometime on the train station, at the metro station, you see him trying to find out what was happening. But nobody, in fact, arguably, I never knew my state governor who was an Albani. I have no business with him. My business was with my... That is how system works. That's how governance works. That is where we don't have pressure at the national level. But in this country, everybody, including pure water, comes from the federal government. How can we run a country like this? That is why there's that huge influx to the center. We ought not to. We need to truly decentralize. We need to truly devolve. Very fundamentally, if we must go forward.
Okay. Doctor, did this play out... This point of raise, but from him now and what you were talking about earlier in last Saturday's election, did you see that coming forth for the people in displaying their civic responsibility?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, you know, something happened. And if you are a keen observer, you come to appreciate the fact that those decent Nigerians that wanted democracy to survive always go out, believing in the system, even if the system is shortchanging them. They kept on putting the blame at the doorstep of the state to say that your institutions are failing us. These persons have continuously voted since 1999. Even when their wills were being subverted, they continuously. That forced INEC to reform. And today, votes are beginning to count, give or take, no matter however you want to look at it. Votes are beginning to count. And I will give you my benchmark for that.
Okay.
There are persons in this country that have always consistently boasted that they can never lose election in this country. We've seen them lost elections because the people are tired of them. Then the people were able to do that because votes were beginning to count. Now, let me use, with due respect to all the political parties, let me use APC, the influence of President Muhammadu Buhari. When he came, CPC, under AMPP, it was SAC, simply means from top to bottom, one party. It worked. Some people were duped, and they moved to CPC. From CPC, whatever happened, they learned their lessons, and they merged into APC. And that same SAC stuff played out again. And from top to bottom, they voted some persons. Unfortunately, for the people of, for them, unfortunately for the people of Nigeria, as we said, those persons that were voted through the influence of SAC, that were beneficiaries of SAC movement, decided to pursue their own personal interests as against the interests of their people. And this election, some of them said, no more SAC. We are going to vote for individuals. And this election reflects to some certain extent that promise in some states, where you find some political parties that do not even have national presence, other than that on the ballot papers, winning House of Reps election, where you find not even the dominant party, either PDP or APC, winning elections. This is telling us that it is no longer business as usual. In the previous election, the ruling party will not only rig the sitting governor or the president, they will make sure by hook or by crook have majority in the State House of Assembly, have majority in the local government council, and then populate their members in the Senate as well as House of Reps. Now, the issue is, politics to them is a war. So we are not expected to collaborate with opposition. So we must have the number that will rubber stamp whatever we want to do. That is beginning to change. We've seen a situation whereby prior to 2015 election, right, majority of the PDP senators of House of Reps members cross-carpeted and became and they still retain the leadership of the two chambers. And then in 2018 to 19, the same thing played out, where you have the speaker as well as the Senate president cross-carpeting again, and then they still retain their seat. If it were to be where the normal Nigerian politics is playing out, where the ruling party was able, either by whatever means, populate the National Assembly by their loyalists or with their loyalists, I bet you two things will happen. It's either the doors of the National Assembly will be perpetually under lock or they will be removed. And because of what? Now people are beginning to say, no, we are voting personalities. And I can tell you, let INEC announce the result. From the fillers we've gotten, you will see that in some particular states, where you expect Party A to win all through because of the usual politics, either through the influence of SAC or through the use of what we normally call the incumbency factor, is no longer playing out. So you will see Party A winning presidential, Party B, Senate, Party C, sharing House of... So you come to realize that out of 3 senatorial zones, maybe one party will win 2, another party will win 1, or 3 parties will win 1-1, or the House of Reps election, you will see parties sharing. So what this is telling us is that going forward, we may not have one party dominating the floor of the Senate. Then what this will force us to do is to start working together based on ideals, based on issues that appeal to us, based on issues that appeal to so, and that is why when some people lose, they share it, and they share it on the social media to say that this person lost in his word. You know, so people are beginning to pass verdict on you from your neighborhood to say, we know the factors that usually go into somebody failing election. But what this is telling us is that once I fail my neighborhood, I will have to sit back reevaluate my relationship with my neighborhood and to see what went wrong? Do I need to mend fences? Do I need to, who have I offended? So it's a way of retuning our senses to the realities of our own living.
Okay, this retuning, let me use this word now, so our senses, playing out the ideals. Now, it's beginning to tell on the politicians now, like you said, it's no longer business as usual. And then do you see that turning around the situation where we say, okay, most political parties, no ideologies, nothing really about what to give the people. It's about the self-serving interests of that particular politician. Do you see this having a turnaround to very soon?
Yes, we are moving. We've moved beyond where it used to be. We call it one way. You know, we say, how did the vote go? It's one way. One way is no longer happening now. But again, in some states, the one way is still playing out, again, because of protest votes, like I mentioned, ab initio. So you see, right now, because the parties have no ideology, sincerely, no, you can't say it's a far right or far left. You wouldn't know what, you can't say it's a social democrat. You can't say it's, you know the kind of thing we read on papers. So what we read about theories of political science as political scientists is not playing out the political dynamics in Nigeria. Parties just come together, whether you call it as cabal or you call it as people. It's like an association. No focus that this is what we must pursue, this is what we must end up grabbing. And I like the dynamics, and I like the point my friend brought to the table. People are now beginning to see that if the parties, let's forget about party because it's not playing out again. After all, we voted for you under this party A. But before 4 years elapsed, you moved to another party. And we are following you. So right now, let's follow you or we don't follow you. So now, people actually lost. Most people who are in power now lost election, not because the other guy or the opposition in their area was popular, but because people are tired of this face, not necessarily the party. I give you a further example. You see if you go to Southeast, we're going to talk about South-South sometime. So if you look at the Southeast and the South-South, you see that perpetually it's almost becoming a one-way thing. What is not happening in the North is it ought to be the one-way in 2015, but it's not turning out. Arguably, 2015 election in Southeast has remained the same. South-South is likely turning out to be the same thing, but it's not happening in Southwest. It's not happening logically in North-Central, in Northwest. Because in my opinion, Northwest should be the far margin between A and B. But it's not turning out to be like that. Look at Bauchi. Maybe we don't want to mention names, but...
yes, because INEC has defined on who...
but there are some results already declared at the rep and senatorial. They are already declared by INEC, so we can use them. So we cannot declare results. The thing is that we have no right to declare results. We can analyze results. So if you look at what happened in Bauchi, you expect a one way. But with the movement of the sitting speaker, it has turned the other side. And somehow his area is juggling, and you see they are measuring up, and they ought not to measure up, but the dynamics of the shift. That again happened in 2015, with the movement of the now governor of Sokoto and co, who moved, gave a dynamics, but again, it's no longer happening like that. Because even in the same area, we are told, we are already aware that in certain state government area, government house area, the governor loses his own area. In certain areas where controlled by people, they've lost it, which means people are not paying attention. How you impact your community now matter. That is the early essence of politics we're talking about. Service to the people. Whole essence of governance, to get involved in governance trajectory, is to serve people. But in this case, people are not your ethnic group members. People are the people who elected you, whether they are minority or they are majority.
As long as they are in that locality.
The moment you become elected, you no longer see your party, you no longer see your people voted for you, you are seeing everybody because you now represent everybody. That is what is leading, again, to the bitterness we already talked about. When a huge number of people, whether they are minority or otherwise, doesn't matter. When a huge number of people feel that their impact I mean, they are not feeling the impact of a certain governmental structure. They are not. They are sidelined. They begin to see that, oh, you are our worst enemy, and that is happening. So governance must be inclusive, must be representational. At least the moment people win, not by party, but by but by their face, they become more responsible. And I think we are moving towards responsibility of politicians.
Certainly, we're doing that. Okay, earlier we talked also about how the pattern played out on Saturday's election. We took on aspects of the Northwest, North Central, and already started looking into the South and Southeast. For you, what was it that played out in the pattern with people voted on Saturday?
Well, we've seen some movement away from the usual pattern, as I earlier indicated. We've seen a replication of old pattern, which is the pattern of deploying violence, snatching of ballot boxes and papers, committing arson against the state by burning public institutions as well as sacred public documents.
But what does that talk about the kind of followers that we're producing? Because if, as a structure, we have agreed to toe the path of peace.
Yes.
And will be violent-free in our elections, but we'll still see the followers unleashing mayhem, unleashing violence on fellow citizens. What does that speak for us?
You see, there are several factors that one can point to as indicative of what we're seeing. One is assuming there's lack of integration and disunity among Nigerians. And that is still playing out and is influencing the decisions of some persons. To the extent that if they are taking decision, they are not seeing it as taking decision against themselves as well as the state. They see it as against this person or this tribe that has decided to associate with party A, party B, party C. So even if this person is coming to cheat us, even if he's coming to enslave us, it's better for our own to enslave us than for a friend of another group to come and dominate us.
What a mindset.
So that, again, is preparing people. Because, you see, this issue of violence has a demand and supply function, whether we like it or not. And when I listen to some of our friends and they are advising that we should continue with enlightenment, I laugh. It's beyond enlightenment, for God's sake. Violence-free election, the campaign to stop it started since 1999. Are you telling me that 20 years is not enough?
For someone to have listened and assimilate such a message?
Let's say in the family of 5. Are you telling me that 3 persons have not picked this very particular message to the extent that they are able, to socialize the younger ones into the process? Now, the issues are diverse and many, but I will highlight 2. One is the desperation of our politicians to remain perpetually relevant so that they can continue to have unfettered access to the patronage system that we have in terms of resource distribution. So that, again, combined with poverty and the way we do our things here, most especially employment distribution. Now, because the merit system has been sacrificed, today a young person cannot sit in the comfort of his home in, say, Meduguri and apply for a job and get, until he knows the PA to the governor or the
PA to the SA and the brother,
or the SA to the PA of the House of Reps member, so that employment and other social services that are supposed to go to the people are channeled through these individuals. So my affinity to this person and is being there perpetually guarantees my interest. So I'm willing and ready to do anything for him so that he recognizes my contribution. And then next time that there is a recruitment into whatever services, I'll be considered.
Okay,
or any member of my family.
All right, gentlemen, I will let you hold on to your thoughts while we'll get to Lagos. You already raised the issue of merit, wealth, distribution. Perhaps this is where we need to look into as well. Because when it's as if it's a winner-takes-all situation, then people really want to fight back and say, no, it shouldn't happen. But then, aspect of violence, skirmishes here and there. We noticed that in Lagos, but let's get to see other interesting things that turned up on Saturday for the Center of Excellence. Of course, Southwest generally. My colleague Bayo Adewusi, good morning to you. I'm sure Lagos is peaceful now as we expect it to be, even in places where we have the violence recorded. What more should we get to hear from you? Bayo, good morning.
Good morning, Blessing, and thank you very much. Everything is calm and very peaceful. People are going about their normal, everyday duties. Yes, there were pockets of violence, but all that has been contained and everything is under control. Hello, Nigeria, and welcome to the Lagos Network Center of Nigeria Decides. The votes have been cast, counted, and still to a large degree being collated. Some results have been released and some upsets have been recorded. The process, generally speaking, is still ongoing. We urge restraint and calmness until the conclusion of this electoral process. Our regular analyst, Dr. Segun Bolariwa of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIIA, is standing by, but first, the report. Lagos Central Senatorial District declared federal constituency election results. The Lagos State Central Senatorial District, one of the 3 senatorial districts in the state, has declared the winners of the 2 federal constituencies in the Lagos Island local government area. The All Progressive Congress candidates recorded the highest votes in both constituencies. Rotimi Oluwagbemi witnessed the declaration in Lagos.
I declare that Mr. Eniton Dolapo Badru of APC has satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes and is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Akiolu Mashud Kayode of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and secured the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner.
That was the outcome of the federal constituency election held on Saturday. Honorable Enitan Dolapo Badru, representing Lagos Island Constituency 1, pulled a total vote of 15,245 to beat other contestants, while his counterpart, Honorable Akiolu Moshood, of the same APC party, recorded a total vote of 12,988 to emerge the winner of Lagos Island Federal Constituency 2. The Lagos Island Electoral Officer, Ayinla Sadiq, who described the moment as historic, said the 2019 general elections was a huge success. The winners of the election, who were visibly elated about the outcome of the elections, reiterated their plans for the people.
We are in a developing world. Challenges happen every day. Things crop up which you don't even imagine. And so be it. When they come up, we will tackle them.
In terms of the oversight functions and the constituency project, I would ensure dividends of democracy is brought back to my people down here, and all our promises to them for security, improvement of life and properties are put in place.
As at the time of this report, Sadiq said the Central is yet to receive the senatorial results for 3 local government areas, urging INEC to expedite action. The declaration was witnessed by party agents, security agents, party faithful, and the media. In Lagos, Rotimi Oluwagbemi, NTA News.
Well, Rotimi, thank you very much for that brilliant report. Dr. Bolariwa, yes. The elections are concluded, votes are being collated, results are emerging. What's your overview of Lagos?
Well, it's very interesting also to note that Lagos has always been a very hot spot. It has always been on the front burner, because if you look at the checklist of the INEC before the elections took place, it was recorded that Lagos had the highest members of the electorate, also the highest,
largest number of PVCs.
Yes, and they also had the largest number of PVCs. They also had even the largest collection of PVCs too. going to about 6-point-something million. So all eyes had been on Lagos, both international and local. So the elections generally in Lagos went in a peaceful manner. Of course, there have been pockets of violence here and there, but most of these violence did not happen during the election proper, except the one that took place at Okota, and also the one that took place at Kushofe, where it was alleged that ballot boxes were snatched. Other than that, there have been no major violence in Lagos, and even the man that they said was trying to snatch the ballot box at Okota Isolo area, he was accosted, he was attacked by angry mob, and it was initially reported by the social media in a different way that he was killed. No, he didn't die. He's alive, he's in the hospital recuperating and all of that. So generally, from our own observations around Lagos, the elections went peacefully, and to an extent, the skirmishes we had in violence, I think is tolerated. It's tolerated because all over the world, reactions and actions always follow elections around the world. And it's just the magnitude of the responses that should be contained.
We should urge calm. You know, we cannot, under any circumstances, excuse violence. Because when you're talking about tolerating that it was less than what went on before,
yes,
I don't believe that that is the way to go.
I understand. What we urge the members of the public to do and the electorate to do is that we have been very orderly, we have been doing everything, we have been so enthusiastic, we have been very happy, and things have gone very well in the past few weeks, even on the election day itself, and everything has been going so well. So we urge ourselves to remain calm, we urge ourselves not to fight ourselves. Eventually we discover that those who have died now will not even have any grace to witness what will happen afterwards. And those who are even we are casting these votes for, they are there, they will be enjoying things will go normal. So why do we need to kill ourselves? Why do we need to go to the street? Why do we need to go and be shedding our blood? So all of these things is that we should please urge ourselves to remain calm, peaceful, until these results are coming out. Of course, there must always be winners and losers in every election. There must always be winners and losers.
But you know,
in this contest now, we are trying to know them. Results are being rolled out. Collations are still being done. So please let us be patient. Let us remain calm. Let us be orderly, and let us be godly.
So, but sir, you know, in the African setting, there is no such thing as winner takes all. At the end of the day, we are brothers and sisters. We learn to share. So, as Gawan said after the Civil War, there's no victor and no vanquished. So if you're going to celebrate, celebrate with modesty. And if you have lost, learn something from the process.
Yes,
do you share that view, sir?
Yes, I share that view because it's a game of we try to do our best. You are doing, I am doing, what will happen. So if you have lost, please take it in good faith. There is always another time, another attempt. If you have won, please celebrate modestly. For example, as of yesterday, Senegal has always, Senegal also went into their own general election yesterday.
Yes.
And that will be the 11th straight general election in Senegal between 1963 and 2019. 11th straight. Ours, we are just in the Fourth Republic, which started in 1999. Hopefully, this will last decades, centuries, by the grace of God, or forever. Yes. So, but Senegal, as small as Senegal is, Senegal yesterday went into 11th general election, and so far so good because I've been monitoring. Is this because of our own election? I couldn't go. I could have also gone because ECOWAS invited me. So, but you will discover that. From my monitoring, calling colleagues, checking the media, monitoring it too at home, the election in Senegal has been peaceful. The election in Senegal has been orderly. In fact, as you go to cast your ballot, they put tea tea stands, then one local drink, that's the name they call it now. You go there, as you cast your own ballot, you pick a cup, and you just take water or tea or the other local thing in form of burukutu or what we call pami or anything. So you just stamp on the other stand, you take it, and you go away, or you stand there, you hear your results.
Let's come back to Nigeria, particularly Lagos.
Yes, in Nigeria, most especially in Lagos, where we are now, we should learn to tolerate ourselves. Okay. We should learn to cultivate the attitude of trying to say, this is just like sportsmanship, the spirit of sportsmanship, whereby we have gone into the elections, somebody has to win, somebody has to lose, but no winner takes all.
Okay, Dr. Bolario.
So let's share it together, let's live together, let's tolerate ourselves, let there be unity. In another few hours or maximum of 1 week, all of the euphoria of the elections will go away. For presidential election, we'll go away. We'll start our normal lives.
Okay, Dr. Bolario, yes, Nigeria is deciding who our leaders would be over the next 4 years. From the perspective of the electorate, what should be our expectation?
Well, the expectation is that it has started so well on the part of the system. In all fairness, INEC has done so well, from logistics to location to the personnel and so many other things. Even their tolerance, INEC has done so well, so the system has done so well. The security agencies, to an extent too, in this part of the world, I'm talking more about Lagos, which I monitored, which I observed. The security agencies have also, and their agents, they have done so well, they have tolerated, they have been very neutral. And things had gone so well. Of course, as we have said earlier, there have been skirmishes of some violence or pockets of violence in some sports, few sports particularly. But generally, everything has been so well. So let us Lagosians, Lagos is a cosmopolitan city and state. Yeah. So let us continue to tolerate ourselves, live in unity, stay united, stay happy, go about our business.
Somebody, you haven't answered my question. What should be the expectation of the electorate?
The expectation of the electorate
in terms
is that
of infrastructural development,
yes,
in terms of
general,
education.
We are talking about deliverance of dividends of democracy. Yes. Oh, we have voted rightly. We expect that those who have voted will come back to pay back to the people in form of building infrastructure, build education, improving supplying of water system, our security should improve. All of these are the expectations of the electorate, including myself and you, sir. Yes, so what we are saying is that...
But you know, in Lagos, there has been, over the years, an attitudinal problem of our government. In Lagos, a lot of people see their position as like being still militarized. Their reaction to you're not paying the rates promptly, the observation in some quarters that rates are too high. Do you think some moderating effect would come into play after this election?
Of course, you are right. But in all fairness, let us leave sentiments. In the US, in other developed countries, that is what they live on. Taxes, rates. And it is
but we are talking about the
appropriateness. Appropriateness,
you know, in some countries, once you hit the age of 65, you become a senior citizen. I remember in Lagos State, in the past 8 years, there was consideration given to older citizens that, for example, if you visited the hospital, on paper it was supposed to be free.
Of course.
But you get your card free. But I still personally experienced having to pay for dental services. Lagos is making a lot of money. Can they not accommodate?
You are right. I think you are right. What's expected for that? There's need for improvement. There's need for improvement in the area of health sector, whereby particularly older citizens, once you are above even 60 or between 65 and above, you should always be treated fairly. You don't pay for cards. Some of your services not paid for. So I think the incoming government will be able to look into that sector very well. The rates of other things, even tenement rates that was abnormally increased in the past 2-3 years now. I know even the present government will increase it. I've been looking into it, to reducing it, but when even the next government comes in, they will look deeper into it and try to moderate all those. But in all fairness, if you look at Lagos State is a symbol of major, what we say, deliverance of dividends of democracy. In all fairness,
no, I say this because
I know, it's a good observation.
Internally generated revenue of Lagos State is huge.
It's huge.
Shouldn't we expect more in terms of infrastructural development and other social services?
You are very right. That's why I said they will look more into it. In all fairness, and I want to say it with all sense of truthfulness, the slow in infrastructure development in Lagos happened only in the past 3 years. That's the observation. If you look at between 1999 and say 2015, you will see an increase, an upward review of development of infrastructure, roads, all of these things, building of hospitals, dispensaries, and we have seen this all over Lagos. Well, in the past 3 years, while the present government have been trying to look other ways or do other development areas or do whatever things, that's why there have been a little bit of slowness in the area of development of infrastructure. But I know the incoming governor or coming governor will look into that and return to the 2015 stage of development of infrastructure, more infrastructure, roads,
I'm
water,
sure there's a
schools, and all of that.
I would imagine that there is a master plan.
Of course, there is a master plan which has been there.
Which should be improved
Which will be improving. But what we have witnessed in the past 3 years is a different thing. And I think that's what had led to some other development. You know what I mean? So,
okay, Dr. Bolarinwa, you've been an international observer, but you were also a local observer in this last election.
Yes, sir.
Because of the initial postponement, some commentators were looking at voter apathy. That didn't happen. But what about elite apathy, those living in highbrow areas? Did that come to play?
Yes, it actually come to play. Traditionally, here in this part of the world, in Lagos particularly where we observed, if you look at Kogi, Victoria Island, the big men, the elites didn't come out to come and vote, only few. And you see more of women coming out to vote in this part of, you look at Victoria Island, you look at VGC, you look at Ikoyi, you discover that only more women came out to vote. Younger people came out to vote, and most of these big men, big women, you won't see them coming out. So that actually applies to them. There is political apathy or voter apathy among the elites in those highbrow places. But even with that, you still see a lot of people who came out to vote.
Okay, tell me about the gubernatorial aspirants in Lagos State. How did they fare? How did their parties fare in their areas, in their units?
Yeah, in their areas, the gubernatorial aspirants, I know very well of two. I know that of the APC candidate, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, in Ikoyi, not far from my own place too. Then I know that of Jimmy Agbaje's case too. Both of them lost their polling units. And why they lost is also what we just discussed. It's about this voter apathy in their localities where they live. So many people didn't come out. Even some of the big men who are their supporters, who are on the either way, none of them came out to come and vote, probably. So
what can we do, sir, about sensitizing these highbrow
I think
voters?
We need to improve in this part of this. But if you look at Alimosho, you look at Agege, Surulere, Koshofe, you go to the mainland Surulere, you go to mainland Yaba area, you go to Shomolu Bariga, you go to Ikorodu, even Ekpe, you go to Badagry. There was a very, very, very high turnout. If you look at the current results, Lagos results, presidential and national elections results, you see that close to 3 million voters came out to vote, unlike what we witnessed in 2015.
Okay, we're very happy also, sir. You said that in the highbrow areas,
yes,
women particularly came out to vote.
Yes, yes.
And I remember, well, no, I'm talking now about affirmative action. In 1999, President Obasanjo was gracious enough to increase the number of women appointees, and more women came out then to contest the National Assembly elections. But instead of that trend going up, it seems, instead of that trend spiraling, there seems to be a downward trend. How do we re-engineer the participation and reward of women in politics?
I don't know why. We in this part of the world, in Nigeria, we have even so many female elites who can function very well at that very highest places. But African culture, this culture of a male-dominated, the African society is patriarchy, male-dominated. We still have that insinuation, we still have that culture, but you know the Beijing Declaration about 30% participation in government, and it's also one of the cardinal points of what the new partnership of Africa's development under the AU and all of that. But not every country in Africa has satisfied that. But only few we talk about Rwanda, Kenya, very Rwanda, Kenya. But we hope that in this dispensation now, more women will come in place. For example, in Lagos, the current deputy governor is a woman, and there is this Sarah Jubin that always contests for presidential election and all of that. This time around, she was asked, and she said she was just tired, she was not interested, and all of that.
It's tedious and difficult.
So,
but what about the space for young people, the space for youths?
Yes.
Are we expanding it?
Yes, we are expanding. If taking Lagos, for example, you will discover that majority of people who are going for all of these things in Lagos, including the governorship, the incumbent, all of them, are between mid-50s downward. And that's what we have witnessed in some other places too. So there is increased participation of youths, people below 50, maximum between 55 and downwards and all of that.
But do you think we're opening the space, the political space
yes,
for them?
Currently it's opening. What I've observed, what I've seen, it's opening. Maybe on a lighter note, what you mean is that maybe when they bring somebody, people like us to come on board, then we'll now say something is out. But
no, you have to find your way on board. Nobody's going to. Nobody's going to bring you on
God will help
board.
me. So, on a serious note, there have been wider openings for youth participation. They are participating both at the federal level and at the state level. In Lagos, the average ages have been between 30 and 55, or let me say early 50s and all of that. So there have been youth participation in this current political process, and it's paying off. Things are working very well, and we are witnessing upward review. And even political participation is increasing.
Okay, Dr. Bolariwa, thank you very much for your insights. That is all we have time for from this segment and this station right now. Thank you very much, Blessing. We're handing over back to you in Abuja.
All right, thank you very much, Bayo. Great insight coming from Lagos, and we're glad that the issue of peace is gradually taking place there. And let's see, as the results are being collected, let's see what other things that will be cheering news for the people of Lagos as well as Nigeria as a whole. Thank you very much once again, Bayo. Okay, back to us in the Abuja studio. I still have Dr. Abraham Misu and also Austin Naigbe. You listen to the viewpoints from the Lagos end, and already, at least the situation is calm, like we know. And what, in your own estimation, is making some of those areas of interest that were discussed to be like that in Lagos?
So Lagos, as I said at Benisho, is that personally, I wasn't expecting that level of violence in Lagos. Because Lagos, there seems to be a high level of education, educated people in Lagos. Even
just as they are everywhere.
You know, when I use the word because of the influx of other
the people, cosmopolitan outlook of people whose people expect that.
So there are influx of all manner of people, and that brings about some level of education, whether not really
the school
walls of school I'm talking. So I wasn't expecting that level of violence in Okota, sincerely. But again, you should expect the dynamics of it, because you have about 6 million people who are credited at PVC. So that's the state to look out for in terms of grabbing the vote. If you're able to grab that 3 million of the total number of voters in Lagos State to yourself, that would be huge, very sincerely. But from the 6 million collected PVC and maybe around 3 million thereabout that is likely pulling out now, that's 50%. Let's see how it goes. But I expected too that Lagos is going to come down in terms of the violence nature, because it's not used to that environment. OPC, the Bados, all play out, but then not on election specific, because if you look historically, that hasn't really happened. There may be pockets of ballot box theft in previous election in Lagos. That's not what happened. What happened in Lagos is a certain number of polling units or wards are kept waiting for other wards to be read. So when those wards are read, then there's the magic, the
center.
the magic center pull in and then overtake the... So that's the way Lagos usually worked. But now, because votes are counting, people are now protecting their mandate. Because there was a whole lot of mandate protection advocacy that went ahead of 2019 election. And it was remarkable.
All right.
I think it played out.
Okay. Doctor?
Well, I would give it to... I always... people used to call me to say I praise INEC a lot. Well, maybe I'm in love.
If an institution does well, why wouldn't you praise that? And if it's
still INEC, because the blame has always gone to INEC, and as at the point INEC had that turning point, together with some of my colleagues, without sounding immodest, we were working closely with INEC, and we knew what happened. Part of the things that has infused confidence into the process is the fact that you have 3 levels of mechanisms. One is the use of the card reader. Previously, the devil used to be in the accreditation process. That is where the entire thing used to happen. Now, with the voter register, credible voter register, with the card reader, that solved that problem. The second thing that INEC has done again that has infused confidence into the process is to ensure that at the end of polling, sorting, and declaration of result, the outcome is posted at that unit so that everybody will have capacity to even use their camera phones to snap, to do whatever. So, and that is why from ward level, from even voting point, you find results that are already coming up. So if you have a very smart political party that have agents all over the place, they have the capacity to track whatever has come from the polling unit across the nation. Now, that again has made auditing possible, except where card readers are not used and where result sheets are not posted as declared. And that is where it becomes contentious. The fourth one is that wherever there is ballot box snatching, that unit is automatically cancelled. So all of these are measures put in place to checkmate rigging. But what I would like to add to what my colleague has said is violence is a litmus test of our trust level. Our trust level is improving, and our tolerance level, our tolerance level is increasing, but the violence that we've witnessed is that up to now, people fail to understand that politics is about using peaceful means, processes to pursue your interest, from the polling unit through the tribunals to the court as designated based on the office you are contesting for.
Okay. All right, Dr. Abu Hamusi, we'll get to hear some other areas of interest for us as we return to Abuja, but that will be once we're done with Femi Johnson. My colleague is in Ibadan Network Center. I'm sure there are other dynamics for you, Femi, and for us, I know everything that has been done in terms of collation already reaching you in the studio, definitely. But what's playing out really in terms of dynamics from the results collated so far, Femi?
I want to let the cat out of the bag in just a few moments. Let me also let you know that peaceful atmosphere continues to prevail as supporters, candidates, and also those who cast their ballot await the result of their civic responsibility. Even those who did not participate at all in that election are expectant in Ibadan Network Center zone. Most places that are hitherto been silent seems to be alive now, the motor parks, the market, and also some offices. But we have some results that will interest you. The first one is coming from Kwara State, and it says that Independent National Electoral Commission has announced Ibrahim Oloriegbe of All Progressives Congress, APC, as the winner of the Kwara Central senatorial election. The returning officer, Professor Olawale Olatunbosun, says Oloriegbe polled 123,808 to defeat the incumbent Senate President, Senator Bukola Saraki of PDP, who scored 68,994. The report.
8. Oloriegbe Y. Ibrahim M. APC 101,23808. 123,808 is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Signature of the returning officer.
That is the report coming from Kwara State. APC emerged the winner. Meanwhile, in Ibadan, Independent Electoral Commission, INEC returning officers have also announced Teslim Folari and Oluokun Aketola, both of All Progressives Congress, APC, as the winners of Oyo Central Senatorial District and Akinyele Lagelu Federal Constituency, respectively. Correspondent Shola Wahid was at the Collation Center at Akinyele Local Government. This is what he brought back.
Collation of results from the 11 local government areas of Oyo Central Senatorial District, which lasted for several hours, was done in the presence of party agents, electoral observers, security operatives, and the media. Winner of the senatorial district, having certified the electoral laws and scoring the highest number of votes above other contestants, was declared.
That Folari Teslim Kolawole of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Former Senate leader Teslim Folari of APC, who will be returning to the National Assembly for the third time, scored 91,080 votes. BC Ilaka of PDP scored 83,600. Mansurat Smonu of ADC scored 41,657 votes, while Temitope Olatoye Sugar of ADP scored 41,377 votes.
That Akintola Oluokun George of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Oluokun Akintola of the APC scored 19,280 votes to emerge victorious over Kunle Yusuf of PDP, who has 15,770 votes. Yemi Aderibibe of ADC, 12,713 votes, and Adigun Ahmed of ADP, 7,629 votes, among other contestants. Meanwhile, collation of results continue at INEC office in Ibadan. Shola Wahid, NTA News.
We are still at the INEC office, and thank you, Shola Wahid. Let's also let you know that the atmosphere at Oyo State INEC headquarters was calm, as party agents and journalists also await the final collation of results for the presidential election. Correspondent Larry Dowu reports that the collation is devoid of rancor and the venue is well secured by appropriate security agencies. Over now to Larry.
33 local government areas in Oyo State. 31 results are ready, so we are still awaiting results from 2 local government areas, which are Ibadan North-East and Ibadan South-East local government areas.
As at the time of filing this report, presidential elections from Kajola, Shaki East, Afijio, Ibarapa North, East, Itesiwaju, Iwajowa, and local governments within Ibadan are ready, while Ibadan Southeast and Northeast, which are already here at the INEC office, ready for collation and eventual announcement.
Number of registered voters, 44480.
APC 11
665.
However, the general consensus by INEC Collation officers is that political parties on ballot paper should be streamlined to curb wastage and unnecessary time wasting that is being experienced during the exercise, which has affected quick collation and announcement of results. Events as it unfolds will be brought to you.
From State INEC headquarters in Ibadan, I am Larry Du, NTA News.
Larry, thank you so much. We will still be expecting more reports from you. And from our correspondent in Ogbomoso, Dayo Ogunshola, there is a report that has said that Olusegun Odebumi of All Progressives Congress has also been declared the winner in Surulere, Ogoluwa Federal Constituency. Here is the declaration of that result.
APC 15,463 votes. That Mr. Odebumi Olusegun of APC, having satisfied the requirement of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Thank you.
Blessing, that seems to be the situation here at Ibadan Network Center, where we are giving you update of what is happening. But I have a question for one of your guests, and that question is, now that the results are being declared, what will be their expectation to the eventual winner and also the losers of this election? Over to you, Blessing.
Okay, you heard this question, Hershey. Okay, all right.
It's talking about our expectations.
Well,
the expectation is not different from the expectations of other persons who are committed to ensuring that at the end of the entire process, we have a country to protect. And the best way we can protect Nigeria is to ensure that we use the normal processes recognized by the law to pursue whatever grievances that we have. We already have a plethora of challenges on our hands, from Boko Haram insurgency to the farmers' headmen clashes. So we cannot add potential violence to these situations. So our appeal is always that as Democrats, as Nigerians, we should preserve peace, because without peace, we cannot go about our normal businesses. Beyond the election, Nigeria will still exist. So for us, the two major contending gladiators, as well as other aspirants, are committed to peaceful conduct, as exemplified in the various accord for peace that they are all committed to. Yes. And it is in order that they equally rein in their supporters to abide by the same code of conduct, because the hallmark of every democracy is to solve problems using peaceful democratic processes and procedure. So these are the things that we are looking forward to seeing. And those are the things that we are preaching. Thank you very much.
The expectation of the result we have seen so far. From the one I think you just announced, it was expected. I mean, Oyo State should be seen in that direction. Even though we haven't had the last senatorial district, I think one senatorial district is still on standby. So we expect that Oyo State should go in a particular direction, and that's what we are seeing happening. I also think Oyo hasn't been this violent historically, looking at historical perspective.
So it's still maintaining that,
that
path.
They maintain that peace, and that's commendable. And I thump up to the people for your state. You do it again, 9th of March. Peaceful election is not do and die or kill and you want to be in position of authority. But it's important that everyone who had won election should know that whatever promises they've made, the people have written it down, and they are waiting. The way elections are going on now is that people are beginning to sack faces, not political party. And it's important for people of Oyo State who had won to take that into mind, to know that people voted for them, not necessarily because of the party, but because of what they can deliver. And that's exactly what we're heading to in this country. Peace, Nigeria. Thanks, people of Oyo State, for that good work.
Okay, thank you very much. And also thank you to Femi Johnson, just off the screen now, joining us from Ibadan Network Center. Now, also we take a look at encouraging Nigerians to actually, especially of the voting age. It's so sad. Earlier on, while we were on Lagos, we talked about some young persons voting for the first time. Oh, actually, one was cut short, whose life was cut short in a part of the country. And it tells the kind of enthusiasm that we say, okay, people actually want to be part of this process. But then, the other areas of security, other aspects that we need to look into critically to ensure that this voting age group actually participates in the electoral process, not just waiting until it's voting time, but even the entire process of, okay, this is done now. Between now and the next 4 years, 2023, how do we begin to move the people? Let me use a word as a scholar there, to conscientize them to look into the big picture of what should be done, really. Doctor?
Yeah, I think on Saturday I was here, and one of your reporters out there on the field reported from Karu, where he interviewed a young lady who just turned 18, and she said this was the first time she was going to vote, and that she was apprehensive. But when she came, less than 3 minutes, she was able to complete the process, and she said it was exciting. But it was not exciting for Usman and his family in Kogi State, who went out there to vote, and after admonishing people on his timeline to be law-abiding and respect themselves, that election is not war. And after the election, we got the sad news that he was killed by a stray bullet. Now, what do you tell young persons around that community to participate in election next time, and the parents will allow them to participate? Now, you have another similar situation again, I think in Rivers, in Rivers or in Bayelsa, where a mother of two, who is a 7th Corps member, was killed. And whatever happened, we feel that she is not supposed to die because she's a mother and she's serving a nation. Now, what justification do we have that we can mobilize young persons the next time to say go and vote? Now, the normal thing we do in this country is to blame the security agencies, to say that they are not living by, they are not maybe going by the rules of engagement. But again, these persons too, beyond the arms they are bearing, they are human beings. They are afraid of dying too. And then they are bound to be impulsive sometimes in self-defense. So where you have people that are not willing to go to play by the rule, you equally have the security personnel that are, first of all, human beings. So it takes two to tango. So I don't want to blame the security forces for sometimes taking the sort of action that they take. Because if you look at it generally, the general conduct of this election, if you go to Southwest, if you start from Southwest, apart from Lagos, where we found serious pockets of skirmishes and then burning and the rest, by the time you move to other states, there were no issues of, there are no challenges, but you will not find these killings that that happen elsewhere. If you come to North Central, you have few pockets of violence. If you come to even Maiduguri, that is Borno State, which is the epicenter of Boko Haram that we thought would be seeing blood flowing on the street, there was no election-related violence. Yes. No killings, and that is a security volatile state. If you come to Yobe, even Gombe, these are part of Northeast where we have the challenges of Boko Haram. But relatively, by the time you move to, say, South-South, you find serious issues of violence. Now, what this is telling us is that despite the changing pattern of reactions to elections in terms of winning and losing, I think in terms of level of tolerance, tolerating people to do what they're supposed to do without having to stop them, do your thing, I do my thing. I think South-South, South-East is way not too good because of the level of killings. Because democracy is to avoid killings. So by the time you start having killings, it's an index of the fact that it is no longer democracy.
Are we taking this intolerance level to or intolerance state to another level, different from what it should be? Yes, it's good. We're different, no doubt. But it's the same country.
It's the same
and
country.
We're seeking the same goal of peace. So how do we redirect these aspects of, we can say, okay, don't just tolerate me, understand my differences.
Yes.
Understand the difference that is in this person, whether in the culture, in the faith.
Yes.
But above all, for democracy to thrive, we must seek the same goal.
For democracy to strive, we must operate the principle of democracy. It's the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So in this, the reason why apparently there is a whole lot of distrust, disunity in this country is the over-concentration at the center. And the center can no longer hold, according to late Professor Achebe. You know, the center can no longer hold all of these factors. We need to decentralize. Sincerely, we need to federate. If I know that state A, for example, there are 36 states, federating states. The ideal word for a federating state is an independent state that contributes to the center. But in this case, the center controls the 36 states. That's a flip. So where some areas are not represented at the center, they begin to feel some exclusion. And you know that exclusion brings violence. So the reason why there's a whole lot of distrust and violence in some of these areas, and don't also forget that for you to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you need to win at least majority of the total number of votes, and you must have at least 25% of 24 states. So by calculation, you want to calculate the state where you have to have the 25%. If you are not too sure of a particular state where you need to have that 25%, you need to ensure there is violence in that state. And you must grab all the things you need to get by all means. So all the political gladiators, what they need to do is do calculation. We are permuting. There are also permutations to align to their own victory. Politics is not supposed to be violent, but it's a game that is in quote with violent tendency. Football is not supposed to be violent, but you know when you are losing on the battle on the field on the pitch, you see some clear-cut attack. You know that because you are losing. A drowning fellow will want to drown with everything, but there's a referee. That's where the INEC plays its role. And of course, like I said at the beginning, INEC alone is not responsible for credible poll. It is all of us, including the media. We all need to be the referee trying to pull out those issues and say, come on, you are doing this, stop doing it. Stop doing this, stop doing this. And that is what we have all been doing. And that has helped Nigerian state a lot. And to continue as we move forward to a state of Eldorado, whether there will ever be one, is that we need to begin to think of a Nigerian state that is truly federal, that gives some level of devolutionary power to the state, where the people of this state are complacent with what governance at the state level could be, not relying. It pains me, sincerely, to see a federal president going to a state to commission markets. It pains me a great deal to see a federal president going to a state to commission boreholes. It pains me greatly to see a federal president going to a state to look at what should be ordinarily a local government or so functions. But they've not done that because of exclusive and concurrent and all of those lists, which used to be an issue in the past. They are no longer issue as of this moment. We need to move by the trend of time. The whole world is going digital, and we must follow. Is becoming. We have even moved beyond globalization to localization. So you have to think global, but you have to act local. Local people need to be seen for government to be closer to them. The federal government is too far from state like Zamfara. When you are bandit in Zamfara state, you don't rely on President Buhari. No. The state should be able to deal with that issue. When you see a state government coming to federal government to say, and literally crying at the federal government level, and you're asking, come on. You are the chief security officer of that state. That is what the law says. But it hasn't played out because of the rules, because the regulation that regulate the state of Nigeria. We need to be able to move towards those and begin to break some of these barriers. By then, we'll begin to go towards unity.
Regulating this wouldn't be difficult, would it?
I want to add something to what my friend has put on the table. I think beyond what he has said, Every politics is local. And what I'm beginning to see is the ego of the personalities that are involved in politics. How do you explain this? That the APC, which is a ruling party, could not, at a go, produce a gubernatorial candidate in Zamfara.
And Rivers.
It's not a question of devolution of powers. It's because the actors are not willing to say, enough is enough, this is the rule, whoever emerges, that ends it. I want to leave Senate to occupy government house. As a sitting governor, I want to produce the person that will succeed me. Now, that tells you the disdain
the people hold.
The politicians held their people with. Because if you know truly that it's about the people, and the people are supposed to decide, you should be able to organize a credible primary election that will produce people that will fill these posts. And once that is done, I bet you nobody was going to say anything because the process is fair enough, it's transparent enough, so that nobody can allege any favoritism or imposition. But this is what has played out. Rivers that we are complaining of today is still the same thing. It is members of APC themselves. It is not PDP versus APC. It is APC versus APC. This faction is saying, I do not agree with the party primaries, and because of that, I'm taking this to court, and then as they are in court, INEC cannot take decision on whether they're supposed to be on the ballot, and then it drags on until the eve of the election before the judgment will come. Come on. So this is the
greed and the disdain that you talked about already.
Now, something, like in other part of the world, somebody who has already made a fortune will volunteer to serve and will say, I'm not going to take my salary because if I do that, it speaks to greed. It will portray me as somebody who is greedy. But in Nigeria, somebody with 50 billion is willing to spend 10 billion and kill everybody to become the governor because being a governor makes him the pharaoh of his state and he can do anything. And because of that, he's ready to part with 10 billion naira to contest election. In other places, if somebody should have 10 billion US dollars or 10 million US dollars, I bet you the person will be thinking of how to multiply it in the next 10 years. You won't even want to go into public office. So, a whole lot of things are wrong with our political system, but again, we are getting over that. Because today, with the little that INEC has done, the electorate are beginning to reply those that has held them in disdain for so long. And that judgment is what we are saying now, to the extent that the people that used to feel, even in our analysis, some of our friends that used to forecast, this person was going to win because he's a friend to this heavyweight, and that gladiator will assist him to pull vote. All of those has been rubbished. Even the gladiator himself
is being rubbished.
So to talk much more of even assisting somebody. So the disdain our politicians have for the electorate is beginning to teach them a bitter lesson. That after all, these persons are not illiterate. After all, these persons are beginning to think. And that is equally assisting us to solve one problem. And that problem has always been, if you are in the North Central, depending on the biases you want to join, our problem is Hausa Fulani. Then, if you are in Northwest, our problems has to do with people from the South. If you are from the South, you are told that your problem is the Sokoto Caliphate. All of this that our elites are doing is to hide the roles they are playing to accumulate wealth for themselves and for their families.
Why instigating the people?
Yes, so it's divide and rule. But now, people are beginning to say, no, forget that Igbo man, because I'm not seeing the Igbo man. It's not representing me. You promise you're going to build classrooms. How many
of such classrooms have you built?
Okay, you promise you are going to put Fura and Nono on the street. You remember they promised that they will build a tap that is flowing with Fura and Nono. And then the people are beginning to ask, And for the first time, and that was why I like, despite people said the politics, the electioneering campaign, of 2015 polarized the country. But I see it differently away from that perspective. For the first time, you are having a ruling party struggling, going to places to say, these are the things that we've been able to do, explaining. And then you have, for instance, CDD, Center for Democracy and Development, tracking all the campaign promises of the current president, doing the analysis of how many he has been able to activate, how many he is running with, those he has not been able to touch. And that forms the basis for some persons reaching a conclusion whether to support the ruling party or not. So seriously, most of, even the APC overpromised during their campaign as an opposition party. Yes, because they do not even know the resources they are going to meet. But they were, as challenges were coming, they were promising. And people are beginning to say, well, we are beginning to see all promises cancelled. So people are beginning to ask their representative questions. And that is equally assisting to de-emphasize issues of ethnicity and the religion. So if you know that if you are sent from, say, from my own village to Abuja and you decided to play Abuja politics, I mean, you should be rest assured, by the time you come back to the village square, you'll be asked to account for your stay in Abuja. It happened with a senator. When he went back to his constituency, he said he's sorry that there is no money in this government and that is why he's not able to fulfill his promise. I just said, okay, the house you bought in Metama, where did you get the money from? If you said you could not fulfill your promise because this government is refusing to give money for constituency project, but you changed your cars, you took your wife to social place, you did this, you did that. So the issue of accountability is coming out gradually, however slow. And this is made possible because votes are counting. And if we continue this way, I bet you, within a short span of time, this issue of violence will fizzle out to some reasonable extent. I'm not talking about those areas that up to now, their tolerance level in terms of opposition politics have not improved. Because tolerance level, that is why in northern Nigeria, if you remove religion, you go to predominantly a community where you have, say, let me use Kano, for instance. Let me use Kano. You have all the actors, they are Muslims, yet there is keen competition. Everybody is competing. So you cannot impute religion. You cannot impute ethnicity. But on the account of what? What can you do?
I like the fact that, Doctor, I like the fact that you raise the aspect of keen competition, which is something still missing in area of politics, especially when we know, okay, we have this. You have what it takes to say, okay, you want to lead a particular area. You have what it takes to lead a particular. I have what it takes to lead a particular area. Now, bringing it to the fore is another area that I want us to x-ray. The enormity of what is on ground for us as Nigerians to look into, to build, versus the enormity of the promises we still hear, not coming together. Where's this disconnect and how do we begin to bring about that which we made mention of? Keen competition. At the end of the day, we'll build states that will not necessarily be waiting for handouts from the federal. Because we were trying to talk about the area of federating units, standing on their own. That is why we have, even in the US today, a state like California was okay. I can actually do, not necessarily waiting for Washington to do this. How do we begin to string all of this together to help the average politician stand so that even when you're coming for the next election, we still have some rounds of election coming on the night for the people to be informed and take that right decision?
Okay, so you know, even within the political party, like Doc raised, there's still the aspect of the devolution. I tell you what has happened in Nigeria's political setup. Before now, the Independent National Electoral Commission is responsible for taking the winner of the party primaries away without holding sway to the party to communicate saying. Then it was devolved. The parties went to court and said that no, INEC cannot determine who is our candidate. We must determine who is our candidate. Then it became federal. It became federalized. The party national chair is the only one that needs to sign a memo to INEC to specify who is a party candidate. For example, in Zamfara, if INEC had monitored a particular primaries, which INEC did, but the party, again, the contestation, which is becoming federalized, because there were some old individuals at the state in Zamfara who maybe control the chair of the party in Abuja, are set a different name. So there was that confrontation. If INEC had monitored the party primaries at the state level and had written their report, the next thing you see is to publish that name that INEC monitored, that INEC observed the party primaries. But it's not happening. What is happening is that even though Mr. A or Mrs. A won at the party primaries, it goes to the party chair in Abuja, who determines whether the person who won the primary is actually the one to be sent to INEC. So you have a lot of changes. In fact, that's another dimension to the party primaries. You see changes in the list. What happened in Rivers is the same thing. The Abe and the Amechi fractionalization. If INEC had monitored a party, because INEC also monitored the particular primaries in Rivers State and wrote a report, because INEC at this point is not responsible for publishing that name, it becomes an issue. That is, again, the federalization of the political parties in Nigeria, which is setting up the crisis of primaries as, in fact, move into the electoral process. Because, again, all of those angers you saw are played out, particularly in Zamfara, where the same senator was like, who is he caught? How can he court make that decision? Imagine that. So, it is good. Maybe going back to the question you asked, how can we? We need to begin to empower institutions. You know, President Obama in 2009 mentioned in Ghana that the challenge of Africa is that we have too much strong men and weak institutions. It is institutions that make strong men to be humble. Strong men cannot make institutions to be humble. You have someone who is a governor. The moment you become a governor, you are now a guy on top. You begin to make all manner of statements. You want to kill at any very beck and call. Look at cases in Kogi. Look at cases in Kaduna and many other states where the governor will make statements that accurately suggest that we must hold our place, we must protect our place in a manner that is inconsistent with the real protection of mandates. Protection is not by arms. When a governor deploy arms or deploy codeine for youth of our nation, particularly jobless, to go out to the field and begin to create mayhem.
So how do we get this on? So
how to get it? Strengthen the institution. We must revert to the Electoral Act, empowering INEC in code when party primaries are to be held. INEC supervises. INEC, one of my recommendations have been INEC conducts. Party primaries tell us the date. INEC manage the process. It should not be an eternal thing because INEC is the one registering the political party. I know political parties will not agree because this has been the contention. We must create a state where if we must move beyond where we are, institutions control certain actions of political parties. If you ask political parties to just elect whoever they want to within, which is supposed to be an eternal party democracy, and you argue, the argument is everywhere, that we do not have internal party democracy in this country.
Doctor, what's your take?
Well, I think our fundamental problem is not even the institutions. It is we as a people. And I say this with utmost sense of responsibility. Every Nigerian, I think two persons put this across forcefully. One was a late Dr. Bala Osman of Abu Zaria. Obaro Ikemi equally spoke to some of these issues. You see, Nigeria is configured that every Nigerian that has left its locality is coming to a strange place known as Nigeria. And if he's in Nigeria, his attitude and everything will change from the attitude he's coming with. So he has come to wrestle his own part of the national cake back to his village, which is his ancestral. And that is why even during Christmas, and you ask somebody, are you traveling? He says, yes, I'm traveling home. Yes, it's traveling home, which means...
where is actually residing?
It's not home. It's not home. So that our loyalty is to our home. And that is why in Nigeria, when we say somebody is corrupt and we're protesting, in his village he's been honored with chieftaincy title as the son of the soil, as the warrior. Thief. Yes.
So just leave our thief.
Yes, just leave our thief for us. Because to you, it's your thief, but for us, it's the son of the soil. So why am I saying this? What has killed us consistently is because we've always used our position to amass wealth for ourselves, for our village, for our kinsmen. And because of this, we sap the vitality of institutions. So when you are left with, that is one aspect of it, when you are left with this option, either doing the right thing for the survival of Nigeria that you don't owe any allegiance to, and then your personal interest. Nigerians have often gone for personal interest. So when you have the head of an institution, if you have 5 of them, you hardly can get one that is patriotic, that wants the institution to survive without perverting it, to use it to serve his own interests and the interests of his own people. And that is why, whether you like it or not, even in this election, you will hear, they will tell you somebody who won election was a former custom officer and he got employment for a lot of his people. How he did that, whether those people were qualified or not, it doesn't matter, but he was able to get about 10 persons to be employed at the expense of whether they are performing or not, but because they are earning salary, and some of them came back to marry, and then maybe December or during Salah, they came back with car, and then they were able to give 200 naira to some of their relatives. This man is God sent, whether they are working for Nigeria or they are working for themselves. So, at other times again, whether we like it or not, we need strong men to midwife strong institutions.
Very key.
Up to the time that the institution and the people within it are disciplined enough to checkmate one another. And I usually cite example with INEC. Previously, if you're looking for a definition of corruption, you just go to INEC and you don't need to, if they give you any assignment to do anything on corruption, just photocopy INEC and submit and you score your mark. But with doggedness, with determination, with a leadership that is willing to play by the rule, Jega was able to galvanize all the different stakeholders to say this is where INEC was going to. And as he was going there, those that were busy sabotaging INEC, working for themselves, what did he do? He continued to do what? Invoke sanctions. And he was getting them out of the system.
So that is a strong man with a strong will to change an institution that's really a strong one.
Who is equally respecting the rules. And what is an institution? An institution is not that edifice that we are seeing. An institution are norms that are codified and then given a face in a public building that, okay, this very particular building is the custodian of these values. So first things first, you as a person that is working in that institution must first of all conform and respect those values. When you do that, honesty, transparency, accountability will come out clearly. And that will give others confidence to repose confidence in you. So if you call them, they will come and they will talk to you, believing that whatever information that they are giving to you will go into refining the process. And once this is reflecting in the output or the outcome, you give people further impetus to contribute more. But a situation whereby, and this is what happened with some of our anti-corruption drive.
Okay.
Those that sent the petition ended up losing their jobs in their organization. So what you are telling me as somebody who is still surviving is, if you cannot beat them, join them or you keep quiet at best because you are not protected. And this is why institutions are failing in this country. Until such a time, because, you know, when you're talking, we're on top of the situation, we will bring change. No, it is not enough. Even, look, if you like, give National Orientation Agency the whole budget of Nigeria, they will not be able to change the mindset of the people.
Why?
People relate with output. People relate with outcome. People relate with what is visible. So, for instance, if you tell me, okay, I've come to reform NTA, and then the first casualty is my PA. And then the day I'm supposed to sack him, everybody is apprehensive. Will Oga sack this person today or not? And then they come out of the meeting and they said it's on suspension, 2 months. And then after 2 months, he has been recalled and he was asked to report in Sokoto. And you feel that the people from headquarters don't communicate with people in Sokoto? And then somebody who supported the previous DG committed the same offense and you sack him. So what have you done? There is going to be protest. So that will lead to sharp division. So seriously, whether we like it or not, our problem has been the fact that leaders have not been able to stay above board, so that what is good for the goose is not good for the gander. And then the leaders will tell you, just do as I say, don't do what I do. But that is not leadership. Leadership, inclusive of yourself. First of all, you are a citizen. So it behoves on you to obey whatever rules. And that is why whenever I say some of our VIPs, I laugh. Because in their convoy, if not now that the president said they should not use siren, the first thing they do is to break traffic light. And they're the #1 chief executive law officer of the land. And then we want to develop? No. No, we won't develop until we subject ourselves to institutions. And that is where I come to a point in terms of the indiscipline. I call it indiscipline that is happening within the political parties. Now, these political parties are supposed to be vehicles to recruit our representatives. And they behave more like gangsters than men of honorable character that's supposed to represent the people. What does it take to organize a primary election? Primary election, the party has a guideline, expression of interest, go and mobilize people. Unfortunately for us, unfortunately, and it's deliberate, up to today, if you ask most of our political parties to produce comprehensive voter register, they do not have it.
It doesn't exist. Yeah, membership register?
Yeah, they don't. And it's deliberate. Today, if I want to join a political party, all I need to do is to go to my ward, and then they will backdate it that I joined in 2018, simply because the Electoral Act said you must belong to a political party, I think 3 months before election or 6 months before election. So they will open a page, and then they will backdate it. You know, so these are the things. So it's either we want to reform or we don't want to reform. So if INEC has reformed, political parties must equally reform, because in 2015, majority of the cases that dragged for too long were pre-election matters arising from party primaries. In 2019, imagine a situation, assuming the judgment that came from Zamfara came after the election in Zamfara was conducted, last 2 Saturdays ago. Well, then what will happen? It means that APC, as a party, will now go to court that it was lawfully excluded on the ballot, and then the election based on the Electoral Act will be cancelled, and then INEC will be remobilized using our resources to do what? To go back to Zamfara to conduct an election that was not deliberately orchestrated by INEC, but by political parties. So, for me, I look at the electoral process based on the roles each actor is supposed to play, from the civil society to media to political parties to the electorate themselves, who are the voters, to political parties, and equally INEC.
All right. I think you've been itching to say something.
You asked a question when Doc raised, if you give the whole country's budget to NOA, they won't perform. And again, the answer is Peter Eke's theory, the primordial and the civic culture. The crisis of this country is that everyone so believes in his primordial culture more than a civic culture. Until we begin to see that primordial culture as a vital place to focus on and begin to de-emphasize the civic culture, we are where we are as a country. And one way to do that, again, I re-emphasize that we must federate. We must truly federate to make people in this primordial environment. Nigeria, when you get to Abuja, like Doc explained vividly, by the time you get back home, Abuja is seen as their own, not our own. So when you steal the money in the community, you have stolen our own, not their own. So let's begin to make all this national cake really primordial, so we can connect people to the money at the center. As of this moment, the money at the center is not for the people. It is for them. So go grab some of the things, bring it back home. Let's celebrate, make you a chief, and build all the high walls as fence and become a prisoner in your own community. That is the challenge of the Nigerian state of the moment. And for us to resolve this, we need, as a matter of urgency, a constitutional let me know if the word is structuring because it's becoming a buzzword. Somehow, the power to make a Nigerian state truly federal that makes people see, if you steal money from Edo or Delta or Zamfara or Kogi State, people will say that you are the thief. So it's your thief, not our thief. We must change that narrative to make people see that this thief is not their own. It's our thief. In fact, it's everybody's thief. And so that the person should be properly labeled. At the moment, when you arrest someone who stole at the national, you say you are prosecuting our own. Because he did not steal our money. Yes. He stole their money. We must change that. And the only way to do that is not by fighting corruption. It's by addressing corruption. We must begin to change. Messaging is key when we deal with certain fundamental issue. It's important to begin to highlight those on the table and make people, somebody said, I use the case of the former governor of Bende State, Ambrose Ali, who worked hard to make a Bende State, as it were, an Eldorado State, building schools, building roads. He had no house. You know what happened to him? The community, in fact, his work, he worked for the people, but he did not work for his family. And as such, the family blamed him, while the people were praising him. So it comes, some professor, I don't want to mention him so that because it's just a passing statement. The professor told us in class that, you know what, the best administration now is not when you work for the people. It is when you work an equilibrium. So you need to work an equilibrium. You need to be at the middle of the primordial and the civic culture. So you must not work for the civic culture. You must not work for the primordial culture alone. You must work an equilibrium. So we must eat and work.
It's like this equilibrium will be sustained. And just out there we'll have some pictures from the International Conference Center. That's the venue of the Presidential Collation Center for the election 2019. We're not going there. They're trying to set up, and I think deliberations are still on. We will join them as soon as we get signal from that center. That's the Presidential Collation Center. But then let's get back to the equilibrium of not just for the people, but it has to be for the family as well. But ultimately, really, the Nigerian state should benefit from whatever service or whatever strength, whatever talent that individual is coming forward as a leader. It should benefit from that. And that brings us to what we need to see differently still. We've talked about INEC not just being the ultimate in this electoral process. Everyone who is a stakeholder, we've looked at aspects of security, we've looked at aspects of what the political parties should be. Yes, the world, you made mention of, for us still being in that primordial sense versus the civic culture. The world is gaining grounds in so many aspects of technology. And here we'll still have, we had our teething problems in previous elections. We improved upon that in 2015, and we expected that it would be better even going forward. But 2019, we've seen cases of even where some of the technology actually being used failed, and some at least were reworked. But then people are still of the opinion, even the collation, by now, it's 48 hours after the election had taken place, and we're still looking at, still pockets of those ones that have been announced, or at least those that have been declared, then ultimately, by now, if it's where some other claims, we know what should have been, it's either for people who still clamoring for e-voting and some other areas. How do we begin to look into that direction as well, Doctor?
Well, I think our major problem, which is landing us in trouble all the time, is trust deficit.
Keep getting back to that.
Yes.
Trust, mistrust.
Yes, it's trust deficit. Members of the same political party don't trust themselves.
How sad?
Then the other parties that are supposed to compete with these other parties don't even trust themselves. The political parties don't trust the security agencies. Security agencies don't trust the parties. The parties don't trust INEC. INEC don't trust the parties.
So who is to trust?
And the people don't trust who?
The people, yes. So the people don't even trust any. So, for instance, if you are to get this paper from INEC, Metama, to Gariki village, The process will start from 6 in the morning, and if care's not taken, it will end in the evening. You know why?
Why?
One, we don't keep to time. And everybody wants to be there. All the political parties will have to gather. Civil society organization will have to come. Representatives of all the security agencies will have to be there. INEC officials will have to be there. So that all of us will be party to conveying this paper. So imagine the hour they will have to wait for all of these stakeholders to arrive INEC, arrange the vehicles that will take them, and no vehicle will miss on the line.
It must be on the same.
It must be on the same, and then the one that is carrying the paper must be at the forefront for all of us to be seen. So even if the queue is about 20 vehicles, no matter the traffic, we must get it to Garki village. But where there is trust deficit, one person would have, where there is trust, one person will convey that paper even on bike and avoid all the traffic and get there on time. So because of this trust deficit, now we have to first start with sensitive and non-sensitive. Sensitive and non-sensitive. Then the non-sensitive can go 2 days before election. The non-sensitive will go maybe 5 hours to election. So we have to take it to Central Bank of Nigeria. Then all the party leadership, civil society, security in that state will have to go to Central Bank and then welcome the material.
The sensitive ones.
The sensitive ones. Then they will now convey it to INEC office. From there, we have to wait for local government stakeholders in like manner to come around to accompany the non-sensitive. So by the time you are doing that...
The sensitive one.
The sensitive ones, I mean. So by the time you are doing that, time is already gone. So that is what people don't understand. So, but in other places, if you go to Southern African countries, the man who is to conduct election tomorrow in, say, Wuse ward, by yesterday, is there at the ward. He sleeps there with both sensitive and non-sensitive material. He's not afraid that anybody was coming to ambush him or anybody is going to kill him. Nobody is doubtful of his integrity. And tomorrow morning, he brings them out and says, this is what it is. This is the total number of registered voters. This is the total number of ballot papers. And then he conduct the election and finish everything, and we're okay. But in Nigeria, the election that we dispute, all the political parties are party agents, including foreign and local observers, local vigilante, all the security agencies, yet we go to court to challenge such outcome. So, we've got a problem in our ends. Until such a time that we can trust one another, that we can see any responsibility that is given to us as a responsibility that is thrust upon us, and we have to be accountable. And above all, we fear God in our conduct. This problem will not be solved.
I just wanted to give examples to the issue of trust. Okay. Citing Mali and Ghana. In Ghana, the sensitive material that we print abroad in this country is printed inside Ghana. What you only need, you need the party agent to be present at the point of publication. And they take away the serial number, and that's it. Trust. And again, trust in the system.
Yes.
Trust in the individuals. Because the individual is afraid of the system because they may go to jail, they go contrary. They take it away, and that saves a lot of cost. Now, Ghana don't spend even half of what we spend in election, even though we are not, Ghana is also not our population-wise. But we're talking about the way to save cost. In Mali, I traveled from Bamako to a location during the last presidential election. And the journey, we missed our way. The journey took us about almost 12 hours. We got into one bush without a name. For like 2 hours driving inside the middle of nowhere. I saw people on the machine, not people, one person on a bike with a ballot box, the ballot paper, the register. And I was forced to stop one of them. And my colleague who speaks French, I said, please, is there ballot paper inside that thing? The man said, yes. I said, bring it out. He brought it out. I said, is it the one they will turn print? He said, yes. It dawned on me that Nigeria, where did you get it wrong? I also know where we got it wrong.
Where did we get it wrong?
At the beginning, it was not so. We said it from the beginning. The political offices are too juicy. So you better kill this man in the middle of this bush and take away these ballot papers. And thumbprint it and come and bring it openly. Those guys don't care. Because apparently, again, in that country, maybe their money, PPP, the parity is not also high. But if you go to the presidential villa in Mali, you are going to imagine this one. Our state governors won't live there. No. You go to Tanzania, you see the prime minister's house. There's a market around the area. And you are wondering. In fact, me as a Nigerian, I was like, no, now. Because of the way we have grown. It's a mentality thing. It will only require some level of a change of systemic. I don't know, because the doctor said, no, he can't do it.
No, he can't do it.
He can't do it. It has to be.
So who will do it?
We need to visit
the
state, and we need to also visit our educational curriculum.
The state.
It's an holistic plan. We will not rely on an individual or one system or whatever. It has to be holistic. What are we taught in schools? Because what you are taught is what makes you up. The only way our orientation begins to change is when you begin to travel out to see what's happening elsewhere. You mean to say,
but sometimes even people still travel out and they still come back and join the same Nigeria that is there.
They know the truth. They know, especially our governors. They know this truth. You see them in Madison trying to buy something, buy a loan without any escort. The mindset of the Nigerian man or woman is such that there's pride in it. And that pride has been given to us by our system. When you get outside of this country, including presidents, you see them here, they don't hold bags alone. They don't hold bags by themselves. The ADC does that. If they get overseas, they carry bags by themselves. You see at the last UN United Nations General Assembly meeting, in one, I don't want to mention the country, in one particular country, the president was the one typing by himself. Meanwhile, in some African countries, they went in with the entourage that suggests about 200 to a meeting that only one person will speak. Yeah. It's a mentality thing. And we must begin to move. That's what I'm talking about, that Peter Eke's theory, and putting that just aside with the new narrative of a federal state. It is important we move beyond. These are our very nonsensical mentality. We must truly begin to be Nigerians and not an Hausa man, a Benin man, an Ijaw man, Yoruba man, an Igbo man. For the now, we are not yet Nigerians.
Doctor, you've been having this constant giggle.
It's interesting. You know, our culture promotes wastefulness, even in our dressing, in the kind of cars we usually buy, the design of our houses, and that is why, if you want to build airport and you build something small, even your community will rebel against it from Abuja. We cannot continue to squander our future. We cannot continue to squander our future. And you ask a question, what is to be done? What is to be done? I think where we got it wrong was way back 1979.
Okay, gentlemen, I have the signals coming from the International Conference Center. That is the venue of the Presidential Collation Center already. Because there are sets there, and we will be joining the signal from that side from now.
Ekiti, accompanied by our resident electoral commissioner for Ekiti State, to come forward to the table by my left-hand side, behind the podium, to take their seats. Before they make the presentation, I will step forward and show all party agents and all people present here that the instruments we are going to use, EC8E, and then the other form I described yesterday, the EC40G3, are intact. Nothing has been entered or pre-recorded before now. We'll open them in the presence of all, and party agents may wish to inspect them, because as the states make returns, we'll then be recording the returns made by states accordingly on the forms. Let me also say that there must be some housekeeping around here. We have quite a number of microphones. We appreciate them, but the size, particularly of the EC8DA, is big, reflecting the number of parties that contested in the elections. And so we'll crave the indulgence of the media to do a little bit of housekeeping and tidying up here, so that we'll have the space to spread the EC8DA for us to be recording as the state collation officers make their returns. So on the advice of the Secretariat, Ekiti is ready. The scope for Ekiti should please come forward, accompanied by the resident electoral commissioner. I must say that in Ekiti State, the only state in the country without a resident electoral commissioner, the administrative secretary, who is in charge in the state in the absence of a REC, will accompany the state collation officer for the presidential election. So just before they introduce themselves and make their presentation, let me discharge the obligation of showing all the party agents and all those present that the instruments we are going to use to collect the result is intact. Nothing has been recorded. We'll raise it high and show the party agents. You are free to inspect to ensure that not one digit has been entered on any of the forms before we commence the process. So let me discharge that obligation first, and then we revert to the state collation officer for Ekiti State. We have 4 forms. We have 4 forms, 3 forms here, and in these envelopes are the stamps that the returning officer is going to use to validate the forms. It's a requirement. So we have the forms here, the stamps here for the presidential election. And the 4 of them are displayed here. These are the stamps to be used to validate the forms for this election. So let us start with the EC8DA, which will contain the results as reported by the state collation officers on state-by-state basis. We have 2 sets of the forms. We have the main form and the continuation sheet. Because of the number of political parties, the main form can only take 22 names on the first page, and then the 23rd page continues in the continuation sheet. We have 2 sets, and that is what we are going to display to you first, before we go to the EC8E, and then we go to the EC40G3 and EC40H4. these are the forms I earlier referred to. This is the EC8DA for the recording of state-by-state results. The duplicates, nothing has been recorded. Nothing has been recorded, nothing has been entered. And all party agents will have copies of the duplicate, and the duplicates are in P, is in white. So this is the first form, which has 22 entries. It begins from Abia State and ends with Kogi as number 22 in the alphabetical order of states. The second one is the same thing, but it's continuation of that one, and it begins from serial 23, which is Kwara, and then ends on serial 37 with the Federal Capital Territory. So the continuation and the main EC8A complete the EC8A for the presidential election. We have two sets of the forms. Next is the form EC8E, which is the declaration of results for the presidential election. This one contains the names of all 73 presidential candidates. It is here that we'll record the votes scored by each candidate before a declaration is made. And we have customized it. There are 73 names here, beginning with the first to the last in alphabetical order of the acronyms of political parties. So this is the EC8E. It also has the pink duplicate copies that will give each party agent at the end of the process. Then we have the forms EC40H4, which is a summary of information on state-by-state basis. And then we have the EC40G3, which is also the summary of collation for election to the office of president. I explained this yesterday when I explained the ground rules for the collection. I described the various forms and the function the various forms will serve. And we are projecting those points I raised yesterday, as you can see on the screen behind us. So at this point, if any party agent wishes to come closer to look at these forms, he or she is free to do so. Nothing has been pre-recorded before now. If you are satisfied, we then go ahead to take the first presentation, which is from Ekiti State. Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Now, as the Chairman said, we have to make some rearrangements. As you can see, it's quite a broad sheet. The forms are quite broad. So let me appeal to our colleagues in the media. We now have to adjust your microphones such that the forms can properly placed. We can't afford to make mistakes on this. They can properly placed on the table for the returning officer.
Okay. Perhaps maybe what we should do to adjust the table, we bring it closer and transfer the microphones to that table, and then we'll have, I believe, ample space here to be recording the results on these broadsheets.
Wait, I've not said this, so let's leave. This one is for Sam, not for Just take care of yourself. Get your family.
Okay, thank you very much. May I now invite the State Collation Officer for the presidential election for Ekiti to introduce himself and the person accompanying him and present the results for Ekiti State. The scope.
Thank you, sir. The National Chairman of Independent National Electoral Commission, all the national commissioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Edo State, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, and the Collation Officer for Ekiti State. for the presidential election that held on Saturday, 23rd of July, 2019.
I am Dr. Maleke Muslim, the Administrative Secretary, INEC, Ekiti State.
I will now take us through the result of the presidential election in Ekiti State. The election held in all the 16 local government areas of Ekiti State. The total number of registered voters in Ekiti State stands at 899,919. 899,919. That's the total number of registered voters. Then for this election, the number of accredited voters is 395,741. 395,741. That's the total number of accredited voters for the election in the Ekiti State. So I now take us through the votes recorded by each of the 73 political parties. A, 21 votes. A, 21 votes. AA, 20 votes. AAC, 400.
Sorry, Scope. Be repeating the figures twice.
Twice,
for each
twice.
party.
Okay, sir. I start all over. A, 21, 2-1. A, 1, 2-1. AA, 20, 2-0. AAC, 400, 400. AAP, 153 votes, 153 for AAP. ABP, 28 votes, 28. That's for ABP. Then the next party is ACD, 120 votes, 120 for ACD. The next political party is ACPN. ACPN, 99 votes, 99. Next is ADC. ADC, 406 votes, 406 for ADC. ADP, 126 votes, 126 votes, 126 for ADP. Then AGA, AGA, 35 votes, 35 for AGA. AGAP, AGAP, 16 votes, 16 for AGAP.
Look at the figures
9.
for AGAP
Sorry,
again.
AGAP is 9. AGAP, 09. Then ANDP, ANDP, 16 votes, 16. AGAP, sorry, ANDP, ANDP, 16. ANN, 88 votes, 88 for ANN. ANP, 24 votes, 24. ANRP, ANRP, 27 votes, 27. APA, 375 votes, 375 for APA. Next is APC, 219,231 votes, 219,231 votes, 219,231, 219,231 for APC. APDA, 309 votes, 309 for APDA. Then APGA, 39 votes, 39 for APGA. APM, 8 votes, 08 for APM. APP, 22 votes, 22 for APP. ASD, 27 votes, 27. AUN, 6 votes, 06 for AUN. BNPP, 8 votes, 08 for BNPP, 8 votes. CAP, 9 votes, 09 for CAP. CC, 11 votes. CC, 11 votes, 1-1. CNP, 28 votes, 2-8 for CNP. DA, 20 votes, 2-0. DPC, 101 votes, 101 for DPC, 101. DPP, 322 votes, 322 votes, 322. Fresh, 46 votes, 46 votes, 4-6. FJP, 52 votes, 52 votes, 5-2. GDPN, 410 votes, 410 votes, 410. GPN, 44 votes, 44 votes, 4-4. HDP, 12 votes. 12 votes. 1, 2. ID, 13 votes. 13 votes. 1, 3. JMPP, 14 votes. 14 votes. 1, 4. KP, 12 votes. 12 votes. 1, 2. LM, 6 votes. 6 votes. 0, 6. LP, 28 votes. 28 votes. 2, 8. Maja, MAJA, 20 votes. 20 votes. 2, 0. MMN, 279 votes. 279 votes. 279. MPN, 34 votes. 34 votes. 3, 4. NAC, 34 votes. 3, 4. 3, 4. NCMP, 11 votes. 11 votes. 1, 1. NCP, 56 votes. 56 votes. 5, 6. NDCP, 16 votes. 1, 6. NDLP, 34 votes. 34 votes. 3, 4. NEPP, 13 votes. 13 votes. 1, 3. NFD, 27 votes. 27 votes. 2, 7. NIP, 41 votes. 41 votes. 4, 1. NNPP, 53 votes. 53 votes. 5, 3. NPC, 297 votes. 297 votes. 297. NRM, 33 votes. 33 votes. 3-3. NUP, 88 votes. 88 votes. 8-8. PCP, 2,299. 2,299. 2299. PDP, 154,032. 154,032. 154,032. 154,032. PPA, 253 votes. 253 votes. 253. PPC, 126 votes. 126 votes. 126. 126. PPN. PPN. 49 votes. 49 votes. 49. PT. PT. 20 votes. 20 votes. 2-0. RAP. RAP. 14 votes. 14 votes. 1-4. RBNP. RBNP. 11 votes. 11 votes. 1-1. RP. RP. 6 votes. 6 votes. 0-6. SDP. SDP. 48 votes. 48 votes. 4-8. SNC. SNC. 339 votes. 339 votes. 339. 339. SNP. SNP. 37 votes. 37 votes. 3-7. UDP. UDP. 17 votes. 17 votes. 1-7. UP. UP. 11 votes. 1-1. UPN. UPN. 20 votes. 20 votes, 2-0. WTPN, WTPN, 10 votes, 10 votes, 1-0. Yes party, YES, yes. 11 votes, 11 votes, 1-1. Then the last in the series, YPP, YPP, 68 votes, 68 votes, 6-8. The total valid votes for all the 16 local government areas in Ekiti, 381,132. 381,132. 381,132. 381,132. That's the total number of valid votes. The rejected votes, 12,577. Rejected votes, 12,577. 12577. So the total votes cast, 393,709. 393,709. And this has been signed by my humble self as the coalition officer and endorsed by the agents of AAC, APC, PDP, PPN. So we thank the chairman of INEC for the opportunity to serve in this capacity.
Thank you very much, Scope. You said that a total of 12,577 votes were rejected. Can you tell us the reasons for the rejection of these votes?
Yeah, I think the rejected votes were largely because some people, they printed like 2-3 parties instead of one. So they were not valid to that extent. And that was the major reason. I understand the space was too small for them to print properly. So but when we look at 12,577 out of a total of 393,709, I think it's not too large.
So thank you very much, Scope and Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Professor Edo State. Please step forward and submit the originals to me.
This way. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ekiti. Secretariat, any state at the moment? Okay, quite a number of states are on their way. This collation process continues. This collation process continues, and as soon as the next state arrives, we'll bring it forward to present its results. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Well, that's the coalition officer there for the presidential election for Ekiti State, Professor Olayinka, who is also the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan. He announced that a total votes cast in Ekiti State with respect to the presidential election is 393,709 votes. He said total valid votes cast are 381,132 votes, while the invalid votes are 12,577. Professor Olayinka did announce that the agents for the All Progressive Congress, the agent for the People's Democratic Party, and the agent for the PPN all signed the result sheet as he presented. Total votes cast in Ekiti State.
It's stepping forward here. This way, please.
Although the result sheet is properly stamped, it has to be signed and dated by you. It's signed where?
I didn't want the stamp to cover the figures.
Okay. No. There is a provision for your signature and date on the stamp.
Okay,
so you have to perform that job.
Well, once again, to formally announce the coalition officer with respect to the presidential election in Ekiti State, in person of Professor Olayinka, Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, had just finished presenting his result to the Collation Center under the chairmanship of the Chief Electoral Commissioner for Nigeria, and at the same time, the INEC chairman and Chief returning officer for the presidential election in person of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. Professor Olayinka said total votes cast with respect to the presidential election in Ekiti State stands at 393,709 votes, while total valid votes out of the 393,709 are 381,132. 12,577 votes are invalid, or rather were invalidated. The agents for the APC, PDP, and the PPN all signed the result sheets. So far, with respect to the presidential election, the coalition officer for Ekiti State,
the second state to present its results is here. Let's give that state a few minutes to be invited to come forward and present. The second state to present is here.
Registered on how many copies? The last one was particularly bad.
Once again, the first state to present the results with respect to the presidential elections for the 2019 elections is Ekiti State. The coalition officer for Ekiti State is Professor Olayinka, Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. He came along with the Administrative Secretary for the Ekiti State Electoral Commission and he stood in for the resident electoral commissioner for Ekiti State. Total votes cast in Ekiti State with respect to the presidential election stands at 393,709 votes, while total valid votes out of this number stands at 381,132 votes. 12,577 votes were invalid.
Thank you very much. The next state is ready. Please come forward and take your seat and introduce yourselves.
My name is Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. So also we have with us Dr. Agbaje, Mr. Agbaje, the rep for Osun State. Olusegun Agbaje.
So which state are you presenting the result for?
Osun State.
Osun State. So Osun State is ready, and the state collation officer for the presidential election is presenting for Osun State. Do we have the projection, Secretariat? Perhaps on this note, I should also explain what we are projecting. We require the states to send the PDF copies of the results in advance. So as they are presenting the originals, we are also following on the certified copy of the PDF. Are we projecting?
Yes, Honorable Chairman, it's been projected.
Okay, please, Scope, go ahead.
The result I'm presenting is in respect of the presidential election held on the 23rd of February 2019. 23rd of February 2019, and the result was collated on the 24th of February 2019. We have results from 30 local government areas, 30 local government areas. So I will give the breakdown concerning one, the number of registered voters. The number of registered voters, 1674729. 1674729. The number of accredited voters. Number of accredited voters, 732,984. 732,984. And if I'm permitted, I'll take the result per party.
Please go ahead.
So we start with the A party. The total votes, 1098. 1098. For AA, 88. AA, 88. For AAC, AAC, 1022. 1022. For AAP, AAP, 392. 392 for AAP. For ABP, ABP, 138 for ABP. So let me just use this. Yeah. So for ACD, ACD, ACD is 519. 519 for ACD. ACPN, ACPN 297. 297. For ADC 1525. 1525. For ADP, ADP 9057. 9057. For AGA, AGA, we have 138. 138. For AGAP, AGAP 29. 29. For ANDP, ANDP 62. 62. For ANN, ANN 268. 268. For ANP, ANP 67. 67. For ANRP, ANRP 155. 155 for ANRP. For APA, APA 1897. 1897. For APC, APC 347. 634. 347 347 634. For APDA 492 492. For APGA 7373. For APM 5454. For APP 8585. For ASD 72. For AUN 20. For BNPP 31. For CAP 1717. For CC 40 for CC. CNP 3737 for CNP. DA 119. DPC 201. DPP 724 for DPP. For Fresh 83 for Fresh. For FJP 98 for GDPN 1081 GPN is 91 for GPN. For HDP 38. ID 49. JMPP 40. KP 46 for KP. For LM 21 for LM. For LP 33. For MAJA 35. MMN 529. MPN 53. NAC 48 for NAC. NCMP 39. NCP 111. NDCP 34. NDLP 85. NEPP 33. NFD 93. NIP 54 for NIP. NNPP 129. NPC 376. NRM 87 for NRM. NUP 139. PCP 4888. PDP 337. 377. PPA 703. PPC 233. PPN 104. PT 89 for PT. RAP 49. RBNP 40. RP 30. SDP 259. SDP 259. SNC 672. SNP 92. UNDP 58. UP 24. 24 for UP, UPN 45. WTPN 19. YES 35. And lastly, YPP 189. So the total valid votes.
Sorry, Scope, can you repeat UDP again? Repeat the figures for UDP.
UDP. UDP 58.
58.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The UP 24. UPN 45. WTPN 19. YES 35. YPP 189. Total valid votes 714,682. Total valid votes 714,682. Rejected votes 17200. 17200. Total votes cast 731,882. And the total number of the cancellation, vote from the cancellation centers, 12082. 12082, due mainly to overvoting when they look at the number of accredited candidates and the number of people that voted at the end of the day. They found out that they have overflow and they have to cancel the total votes in those PU.
Then signature.
We have the party agents. I think we have about 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 party agents.
Have endorsed the result at state level?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Stamped, signed, and dated?
Yes, sir. Okay. Dated 24th February 2019.
Okay. Please step forward and present the originals to me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All the best. Now this completes the presentation by the second state, which is Osun State. While we await the Secretariat to schedule the next state for presentation, we'll continue to look at the reports and to record on the ECADA. So we're waiting for the next state to present. The Secretariat will advise us as soon as that state is ready.
Thank you. Well, if you're following us, the chief returning officer for the presidential election results in person of the chief electoral officer of the Federation, or rather chief electoral commissioner of the Federation, INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, had just signed off the coalition officer for Osun State. Coalition officer for Osun State. Coalition officer for Osun State has formally presented the result with respect to the presidential election in Osun State. The coalition officer is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe. Professor Ogundipe announced that total registered voters in Osun State are 1674729, while total accredited voters in Osun State are 1674729. Accredited voters stand at 732984. He gave total valid votes cast in Osun State with respect to the presidential election to stand at 714,682. He said the rejected votes are 17,200. Total votes cast, all in all, stands at 731,802. Professor Ogundipe announced that 20 party agents signed the result. 20 party agents signed the result with respect to the declared result for Osun State, the presidential election that is. Once again, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, as coalition officer for the presidential election in Osun State, had just finished presenting his results to the Collation Center. And he announced that total registered voters stands at 1674729. Out of these, accredited voters stands at 732,984. Total valid votes stand at 714,682. Out of these, 17,200 votes were declared invalid, while total votes cast in the presidential election in Osun State stands at 731,882. Professor Ogundipe also announced that 20 political party agents represented 20 political parties out of the 73 that fielded presidential candidates signed the result sheet. If you are just joining us, let me very quickly announce to you that Professor Olayinka, Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, who is the coalition officer for the presidential election for Ekiti State, had earlier announced or presented his result to the Collation Center. In Ekiti State, Professor Olayinka gave total valid votes to stand at 381,132. He said total votes cast stands at 393,709, while 12,577 votes were declared invalid for Ekiti State. Professor Olayinka announced that APC, PDP, and PPN signed the results sheets for Ekiti State. So far, here at the Collation Center, only two coalition officers for two states, Ekiti and Osun, have presented their results. We understand that the Secretariat of the Collation Center is busy processing the other results brought from the other states, and the coalition officers have been put on queue to bring in their results as at when it is ready. You will notice that while each of the coalition officers was announcing or presenting his result, there were graphic illustrations of that result. This is because Professor Yakubu, INEC chairman, announced that much earlier the Secretariat had told the various coalition officers to present or send their results through PDF subcopy. And that was why the Secretariat was able to translate those results graphically while the results are being presented by the various coalition officers. So far, we have had 2 results from 2 states, Ekiti State and Osun State. Like I said earlier, while we are awaiting more coalition officers to arrive at the Secretariat of the National Coalition Center, we will take you to our Nigeria Decides studio at the NTA headquarters, where Cyril is standing by with analysts and observers to analyze so far the results released for the presidential election with respect to Ekiti State and Osun State. Over to you, Cyril.
Thank you, Mohamed there, the National Coalition Center. Well, not Stover here, but of course we look alike. Let's move on very quickly. I've been joined, of course, by hard-working guests who have been here before me today. Dr. Brahman Abu Amisu is a researcher, a teacher, a public affairs analyst, and also our own in-house analyst these days. Thank you very much for staying. And of course, Austin Aigbe of the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, is still here with us, working very hard. Thank you for being here.
Outside analyst.
Let's look at that. We've seen gentlemen working. Of course, they are used to tabulation. They are used to coalition. Talking about these vice chancellors, is their work. Professor Lakin Yinka, supervising the collation of results out there from Ekiti State. Professor Ayinka, of course, Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. And, of course, the other professor, also, Professor Tony Ogundipe, Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, also the collation officer of Osun State. Those results have come in. They have been well rendered. But first of all, looking at the Osun election, 20 party agents were able to append their signatures. 53 did not. Is it a question of logistics, of course, or because of perhaps the size of these parties, there's no spread? Well, it has to do with logistics. It has to do with logistics because our elections in Nigeria is highly monetized. And most of the persons that usually volunteer are youth. Most of these youths are people that equally look out for what they can get. I'm not saying that there are no volunteers. And this explains the reason why most of the bigger parties usually have agents all over the place. It takes more than having the enormous resource to mobilize and then ensure that these persons go out there and they're able to represent their party. They're able to at least buy bottled water to keep while monitoring the result. And transportation, again, is a critical challenge. And if you realize the nook and crannies of this country, how challenging they are and difficult to reach, and finding means of transporting, especially on a day that everywhere is supposed to be shut down. So it's not an easy task to get party agents from one location to the other. So most of the smaller parties without the resources are highly incapacitated to mobilize all the required number because it is assumed that as a political party that is fielding candidate, you must be able to have agents in all the polling units across the country. And you are talking about how many thousand? Is it 6,000 plus polling units, you have to field such number of agents. So it's only the bigger parties and those with some level of high-profile individuals within the party that are able to do so. And whether we like it or not, if not the big parties, it will take the individual candidate to equally get their agent to a particular location. So it's only the bigger parties that are able to mobilize resources to send party agents. So at other times, again, it falls squarely on the person that is contesting election to mobilize agents that will go represent his interests in the coalition center or at the polling unit. So it's a Herculean task. It's very difficult. It requires a lot of enormous resources.
I want to add to his own take on this.
Yes, that's a general problem when you look at poll agent at the polling unit. It's cost. But at the state level, you just need one party agent. So it means that for the 73 presidential candidates, the 20 signing the result sheet, it may be other factor. Either they've rejected the result, they've declined to sign. That I don't see happening in those states. But I think basically that what may have happened is that outside the logistical cost, that these parties refuse to deploy party agents because they are no longer in the race. Okay. You know that many of those presidential candidates had stepped down just a few days before, some few days, some few months before, few weeks before the presidential election. Either they are supporting the leading political party, or they are supporting the government, the presidential candidate of President Muhammadu Buhari, or former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. So you see this divide within the 73 political candidate. So if you already stepped down for a particular candidate, you are not going to feed any party agent. But it's weird because if we are to look at it from the very base, political party poll agent administration is not a joke. It is an expensive venture. We've done a bit of calculation. Say, assuming that as a political party you are feeding presidential candidate, you must field party agent in the 176,000 polling units. Voting points, because there are 119 plus polling unit. Yeah. But because of the creation of voting points, which is about 57,000, added up together, they're about 176,000. So it means that you're going to have 176,000 at the polling unit area. Then you have different, that the one going to the collation center is a different agent. Then the one at the local government is a different agent. Then the one at the state is a different agent. Then the one at the collation center now, at the Federal Capital Territory, is a different party agent. So when you look at all of the cost implication, it is extremely very difficult for parties who do not have the political, the financial will, not financial muscle now, having the financial will to actually deploy. But again, two things I think had happened. One is that the parties who declined, who have stepped down, did not feed any party agent. The second thing is, as Doc already mentioned, is the financial implication of deploying this party agent.
We will come to a full breakdown of Ekiti on our graphics board very shortly in the course of this program. But let's first just, look at the numbers. Total votes, it's 393,79 votes, and the valid one, 381,102,000. Invalid, that's the rejected votes, 2,577. It is not the biggest state, of course, because of for our viewers to understand. And then APC, President Muhammadu Buhari has scored 219 votes, 219,000 votes, 231, while PDP's candidate Atiku Abubakar polled 154,032 votes, while PCP candidate Felix Nicholas got 2,299. That's the breakdown for now, and of course, that's the first state that came in. After that, we had Osun State with 30 local governments. Of course, that's a bit more cumbersome, and some of the numbers coming in, the total number of votes cast, 731,802. That is against the registered number of 1,674,729 votes. When you look at the turnout in this state, when you have 1,674,000 registered voters and only 731,000 came out to vote. They didn't do too well in terms of turnout this time around.
Yes. You know, in terms of democracy, you can only persuade people to go out there to vote. It is not something that you can use whip to force people to go out to vote. So it all depends on the issues that the parties are canvassing for, or what the interest of the voters, what the interest is that the voters want to pursue. So majority of the voters, depending on their interest, for instance, you know, what we normally do during our elections. Some persons go out there to vote, but they actually go out to sell their votes. And if they don't have willing buyers,
they return home.
They return home. And those that are home are waiting for those that will come back to ask, how far? Is there a market for our votes today or not? And then once there is no market, they will say, oh, I won't go and suffer. Because, you know, up to now, we've not got to understand the fact that the choices we make today will either improve us or underdevelop us in the next 4 years. So that we need to really go out there and make a choice. So if you go out there and queue, you are wasting your time on the sun, and somebody will be elected. The person will come to Abuja, buy his jeep, buy his mansion, send his children abroad, and I will be left under the bridge hawking my pure water. So what is my business? You've got a business because these persons are people that are going to take decisions on your behalf, on behalf of your children, on behalf of your grandchildren. So most persons, again, are forced to register because they are afraid that a time may come for some government intervention that they will be required to present their voters' card before they enjoy it. So if you are not registered, you may not be considered in the process of selecting who benefits. So they go out to register, and then they get the PVC as a collateral to show when that is required. You remember those days when there was free education, even in the southwest or in the north. One of the qualifications is that you must be able to produce any identity that shows that you are a party member, or that you pay your dues, or that you actually register. So people do some of these things because they don't want to be excluded when they will share the goodies, but they are not ready to participate in the cooking of the pudding that will be eaten by everybody. So there are a whole lot of factors, but give and take, it falls below expectation. It's not even 50%, because we have 1.6 million. Yeah, 1.6. Okay, so let us say on the average, if we have 1. So it's not even up to.
It's not up to 50. It's not up to 43 or 44%.
Yeah. So for me, well, it's fairly okay, but it is not good enough to say that only 700 plus people would decide what's supposed to happen in a state that you have 1.6 million. And nothing stops us from having, say, 1 million persons representing the entire state to say that, okay, this is how we want the country to go. So it's not it's a fair representation, but it is not a good representation.
All right, you know, want to say something, Mr. Egbe, on that that voter turnout? Could that be
I think it's a good one.
Okay.
If you ask me, I think it's a good one. Osun is the last state where we have a staggered election. And we know the stories of Osun 1 and Osun 2. Osun was a state we're looking at turned out to be a high voter apathy because of the issues that happened in Osun 2. Because people said in most of those areas where Osun 2 happened that they were not coming out to vote because they felt by the action that happened in that Osun 2, they were not happy. So it took a whole lot of work by civil society organization to engage with civic education and promote some level of citizen engagement in the process. 731,000 is more than the total number of voters that came out in the staggered election, which was about 600-something-thousand registered voters. And again, in 2015 election, 29.4 million people decided the fate of this country in 2015. Whereas there were 69 million people, plus million people registered there. So you have about 43% or so turnout.
So we are looking forward towards a 50%. We've never had it since 1999 up to date. We've been moving between 34, 43, like that.
But 2003, we did pretty well.
That's about 46 or thereabout.
But it's not better than, yes.
So we hope that this time, by the time the national average should get over 50. And from, let's just see, Osun is not a good case for me because of the issues we know. The
experiences.
We know with the last staggered election.
Okay, one thing that has, struck me immediately now is the fact that just looking at the numbers, almost 30,000, that's about 27,000 plus, are rejected votes, that would not count. In spite of getting to the polling units, getting to the polling centers, braving the weather and all that, even now we still have just 2 states, 27 plus thousand votes that are invalid. Is it a case of voter education? Is it a case of the fact that people were just not particularly following the processes and then some of the sensitization that INEC put out there? What exactly would you attribute this to? Let me start from you, Dr. Amisu.
Well, there are so many factors. There are so many factors that are responsible. I won't say INEC or the civil society organizations have not done their bits. You remember the fact that more than 60% of our voters are in the rural areas, majority of whom, most of these are hardly rich. Some of them are too engaged in everyday struggle to keep body and soul going, to the extent that some of the enlightenment programs don't even have meaning to them. And then you have you have a ballot paper that is almost 10-inch long, and then you have so many symbols. And somebody who wants to vote according to personality, he doesn't want to give one political party all through. And he or she is trying to locate which do I vote. Some persons may just think that once you are given the ballot paper, you are at liberty to vote across. This is not to say that there was no effort to enlighten the people. It was one thing for you to go out there to seek to enlighten people. It's another thing for them to pay attention. Because some other times, again, we're too busy in our farms. We know that at the end of election, we're going to vote.
I can't remember the election where they started putting pictures. And then somebody said after voting the party he wanted, and then he went down and saw somebody whose face was familiar.
And then
let's quickly look at some of the, let's interact a bit with our touch screen and see exactly how these 2 states have the stories as we're seeing from there, and of course some of the statistics coming out of the 2 states. Let's see exactly what we're talking about. The first state is Osun State. Of course, we've seen that already. This is the APC, President Muhammadu Buhari scoring 347 and then 634 to the main challenger, Atiku Abubakar, 337. And then, of course, 337, 377. Let's look at how the incumbent performed in 2015 and see some of the, this was his performance in 2016, 383,000 to the incumbent, then 247. Let's go back to this year. Of course, you can see there's a decline in the voting pattern, and that's we were just talking about the fact that perhaps that could be as a result of some of the experiences in the last election, the gubernatorial election, in that state. Let's look at Ekiti State. The state is not a very big state. Once you enter from Ikere and you come out of Oye, it's not so far. So, of course, tabulation won't be too difficult. So, yes, you have the incumbent scoring 219,000 votes to 219,231 to the main challenger, Abubakar Atiku, 154,32. Let's quickly look at the performance in 2015, 120,000 to 176,000. It seems to me as if not so much won both times in those two states. So we're seeing that it's still going according to trend in those two states so far. Let's look at that again. But of course, we've showed that. Let's see if we can still see one or two other. The reports are not coming at the moment, but I think we have been able to make the point. What is important is that we've seen the same, patterns, but what has not been impressive is the voter turnout. In spite of the voter education, in spite of the, or what INEC has done, and the number of registered voters, you are still seeing a very low turnout in terms of even the number of registered voters. We're talking about 84 million, 84 million voters, and then we're still seeing this compared to the, the last years. What are your comments?
So when you talk about voter turnout, in 2015, by the statistics you have now,
yes, we had better performance.
Yes, it's better.
Yet we have more registered voters this year.
Of course, there was 72 million total number.
Yes, and 84 million, then 72 collected their PVCs. Yes. PVC.
So it's important to note too that there's also the shift apart from Ekiti. Ekiti specifically is also unique because in 2004. There was a global election there that perhaps people argue that the military was used to oppress the voters, and eventually that led to Governor Fayache emerging as governor and all of the accusations that followed. So when the election was to run in 2018, the Ekiti election in 2018, it was like a playback. So APC wanted to take the state back. So this result is justifying that narrative that, come on, we need to hold Ekiti. We need to hold it strong. So it's also possible that voters, by way of permutation, will say, come on, I'm not going to vote, because from the global election in Ekiti, there was some apprehension of whether the military were actually preventing people from accessing some polling point or something. So people, that may have informed that level of the drop in quote, but that did not affect Osun State. I think Osun State has done well in terms of the turnout. It's impressive.
Let's go back and look at the issue of registered voters. Again, perhaps let me see if we can get to Osun. This is, are we up to Osun? Yes, this is Osun. Yes. Osun had a registration of about 1,680,000. Collected PVCs that were collected 1,266,587, and then you are talking about just 700 people coming out. The numbers show you that there was a bit of apathy in that state. But let's quickly go back and see.
When you use apathy, for total number of ballot, PVC collected 1.2.
Which so you still think it's a good performance?
It's more than 50%.
Very good. So if you come to Ekiti, then how would you? What would be your perhaps estimates in terms of analysis of their performances? We have about number of registers for that now 666, and then eventually the collection of PVC was not very high.
Yes.
So that means Ekiti performed very well, at least in terms of the size.
Yes.
In terms of the size. In terms of the size. So, like they say, statistics don't lie. You only. I think we can give some form of. Let's give some kudos to INEC for that one, especially in Ekiti State. Ekiti State, a lot of people say, is the fountain of knowledge. So perhaps in terms of voter education, they are more sophisticated. I think. So that's about those two states. We're still expecting information from the INEC Collation, the National Collation Center. So we'll be seeing more of this from INEC, and then we'll be doing the breakdown of, state by state and seeing the performances. Osun, not too good. Ekiti. Osun, well, decent, you said, then, but Ekiti, impressive, at least in terms of the size, Dr. Amtu.
Yes, no, I think from what we've just said, I think what we did not take into account when we started the conversation was the actual total registered voters and the total
PVCs collected
was collected. I think that has been corrected, and if it has been corrected, I think in both states they've crossed 50% threshold. And don't forget the fact that we may have slight changes here and there, especially coming from the south. Because basically the two contestants are coming, the two contenders that are in the dominant parties are coming from the north. So some persons may not really...
It doesn't concern me.
It doesn't concern me because none of my brother, just the way we started earlier on, you know, this influence of my own person is contesting, he belongs to my zone and I need to mobilize. So in 2015, basically the mobilization was mostly north versus south. So former President Goodluck Jonathan was trying to at least get a lot of voters from the north, and then the APC was maintaining ground in the north and trying to break into the south. So it was more or less like just working in cross purpose, because as APC was trying to get the south, PDP was trying to really retain what they already had in the north. But this time around, the two contenders, the major contenders, are coming from the north. So the battleground was the south as well as the north, so that what APC was able to get previously, they want to retain. And then the PDP want to offset some of those things that some of those states, APC was able to take away from them while maintaining their own ground. So for me, what we're looking at now is a trend. So what is the trend in Osun State? In 2015, Mr. President won there, but again, it has dropped, which means that either most of his supporters, he lost some of his supporters in Osun State, which has to do with a lot of issues. Maybe they bought into so many narratives, from issues of poverty, unemployment, to what he equally mentioned, that Osun too. Right? Then, but if you come to Ekiti, Ekiti is an improvement upon what the president got the other. So, and then he has given some of the factors because of the replay, and then because the governor then was asked to go, and then Mr. Fawashe was asked to come in, and then they reversed that trend. So it could be that that very particular momentum has been sustained. So going forward, what this will assist us to do, and I must really praise the leadership of NTA for giving us this, because this is not going to be used for election purposes, even for other researches and then working trends that will work, and not based on speculation, but based on the trend, the fluctuation between what the party was able to get the last 4 years and what the party is getting now, what has happened in between. I think it will equally assist us to contextualize our analysis and then use a credible data based on whatever will come. And you should not forget this fact, because after this, I know some persons will go to court, and a lot of things maybe some decision may be reversed. And if that happens again, it's going to reflect.
We surely impute it.
Yes.
But if you need this information, especially with NTA's capable hands, you might need to pay. But let's move on very quickly and look at what we have seen in terms of logistics. Ekiti has come forward, Osun has come forward. We're expecting more states to come in. We have seen, like we earlier said, 73 parties. 53 didn't even append their signature in some states. Some it's just 4 or 5 appending their signatures. So what has happened now is that we're still seeing 2 dominant parties and not much in terms of the other parties making incursions.
Yes.
Perhaps you want to speak to that.
Election is not, okay, campaign, let me put it, election is holistic. Campaign is not a cheap talk. To become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you must have capacity to run the 36 states, including the Federal Capital Territory. So, and there are very hard domain locations. For even though you are at the state level, you can't go to the state capital and say, people vote for me. You need to tour around the local authorities. Then you need to tour around the communities. So if you don't have structures in those states, you are not going to impact at that level. So if you maybe let's take example, the third or the fourth. Let me stay with YPP and AAC, the candidate of Kingsley Moghalu and Showere. I will argue that in none of the states you can take that there is a structure that exists, apart from a movement that these folks have put on ground. So you need political structure. Usually we cite states like Kwara with the Darado political structure that existed before now. So you cannot win an election if you do not have your following in that is local based, because I mean, Doctor said some few hours ago that all politics is local. So you cannot be at the federal level or in Abuja, you are tweeting, you are on NTA, you are Facebooking, and you expect the local people to see all of those things. It will not happen.
No, my own constituency in Ondo, they are watching me right now. They might want to, there's also a platform. So I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But the issue is this. If this is true, then how do they go forward? If that means the system is seriously needs a lot of cash and a lot of funds perhaps to make things happen, because these structures don't exist just by sheer goodwill.
It is built.
It is built. It takes a lot of energy. You see, I think on Saturday we spoke to this issue. Professor Nuh Yakub was of the opinion that we apply the provision of the Constitution that says if a party did not meet some certain threshold, that party should be deregistered. And added another dimension to it. We could amend our Constitution, because what has happened is because we are conscious of our unity. Therefore, we tend to legislate on certain issues along that line.
Yeah, yes.
So as a political party, as a matter of fact and requirement, you must have presence in all the 36 states of the Federation. You must have... so it's killing initiatives. It's killing initiatives. So the other angle I added to it was that we could decide it as a nation to say you could register your party to contest for councillorship election. You may decide that, okay, your participation is just within your local government, and you are registered. And then you go and participate within the local government, which means that you can field candidate for local government chairmanship and councillors. You can't go beyond that. But if you want to participate at the state level, say State House of Assembly, you can field candidate at that level. But because we are conscious of our unity, we want everything all over the Federation. You know, we like bogus things in this country. Big cars, big house, big whatever. So the party must be big enough. And that is why you come to see a lot of anomalies and aberrations where the person who is the presidential candidate is the chairman of the party, the wife is the treasurer, the son is the secretary general, and then you go to these persons to say, where's your national headquarters? He directs you to a place that you go to business center and you will see that it's just a business center. No office exists. Or the ones that are equally trying are the ones that used to convert their guards' houses to national secretariat, all in a bid to meet this so-called criteria of national
But if you ask them, they say it's not a matter of space, it's in the intention.
It's the intention, yeah, and you can't fault that. And that is why our ballot papers continue to get longer by the day. And it's equally affecting the coalition. So when you have like 10 parties before, 20 parties, within some few minutes you are able to enter their score. Now you have to sort everything, and then you have to enter, even if it is just one vote, you have to enter it. So we're not saying it is not good to have smaller parties, but we are saying that we should make it very, very easy for smaller parties, right, to participate. For instance, there are some of these parties that fielded presidential candidates, but they know they are not going to win. But other persons that are very good and loved by their people that were denied opportunity by the bigger parties. These smaller parties provided them platforms, and they actually win election in their localities. So it's not as if it is not bad or it is bad.
Maybe just taking it from what he has just said, if you agree first, but secondly, if we don't look at it from, you know, the holistic national elections, like general elections like that, we don't look at it from the local, as he said. A few years ago, in Ondo State, we had the Labour Party, imagine as governor, and then, of course, Abga, you know, in the east, we had, in Oyo State, we had in the State Houses of Assembly, Accord Party, and a few other parties in that. So, it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to field perhaps a presidential candidate, but some of these parties at least have some footprints in the zones.
I mean, Doctor is very right. Our political parties are national, have a national outlook. So the only way to make you look like a political party is to have a presidential candidate. So whether you know you're going to have 5 votes total, 72 million PVC collected, or 60 million total number of voters, and your total number of votes across the federation is like 100, it doesn't matter. Just be on the ballot. That's waste of resources for the nation. We must begin to redirect our orientation. Number one, parties must earn their name on the ballot. We must find a strategy that make that happen. It is not the fault of the Constitution, it's the fault of the court ruled that the listing of political parties should not be the prerogative of not participating in an election. Before the election, when you don't participate in certain election, you are deregistered. Yeah. And these guys went to court, and the court reversed it. So now, every Dick and Harry is on the ballot. And I'll tell you why we got to this point. Before now, INEC used to pay political parties. So you have a political party, even though is that your security dog point, you earn the same money that they want to have offices in all of the federation. And if it's 70 million, for example, that is paid to political parties, it becomes like a business venture. So you create the political party, and they pay you, you know, to operate your political party. So by the time INEC now said, no, we're no longer paying political party, then they changed the narrative. It's become a franchise. You want to contest election? No problem. You don't have to register a political party. Come to mine, I will give you a ticket so you can run. Because party A or B did not maybe you fail in your party primaries, but you think you're very popular, so come to us.
They fail, not
so that so you see what has happened ACPN, for example. It's a case to study. Dr. Obi Ezekwesili wanted to run for presidency. She needed a political platform. Apparently, she went to negotiate with the folks at the party. And you saw all the narrative that played out. And all of their counter-accusation and counter-accusation. Sir, we need political parties to make their way to the ballot. As of this moment, the INEC cannot delist political parties. It's going to be very difficult by the provisions or by the ruling now that exists, except INEC will need to challenge that again or bring that up again. We cannot go the way of India or of other country where you have about 1,000 political parties. But you must end yourself on the ballot. I watched the presidential debate of 2012, presidential debate of 2012 in the U.S. There were about 4 candidates who were outside the campaign ground who did not, in fact, they were deprived access to the presidential campaign ground because they did not make themselves to the ballot. Number one, it is, of course, we know this only, people will argue it's only Democrat and Republican that exist in the U.S. No. No. There are very many political parties, including the Green Party in the U.S. But until you make yourself to the ballot, you cannot get into the ballot. We need to strengthen our system. You know what Doc just talked about? You see, INEC chairman was complaining that, please, take away this microphone from here because the paper we're going to be using is so wide. It costs money. Yeah. If we just have 2 political parties, we can use an A4 paper. Yeah. But now you're talking about 73 presidential candidates, including the one who stepped down. The law says you must step down at a particular time. You did not step down at that time. You stepped down after the fact, and your name cannot be removed. If your name is removed, tomorrow you go to court to ask INEC that why did you remove my name? It becomes another contentious issue, and then we say we cancel an election. Between now, INEC chairman said during one of the briefings with stakeholders that after the election in 2019, we need to sit together as a nation. We must talk about these electoral reforms. It's needful. We will save it. You know how much INEC took for this election? It was alarming. Enough to develop at least a region. In billions to conduct an election?
we have always said democracy is an expensive venture, but we shouldn't make it even more expensive. But let's ask you, this. You've seen how things have played out in, several of these states, but of course, results are just trickling in. In terms of, response time coming from the zones and coalition and all, are you, impressed with INEC's speed this time around?
No, not really. I'm not. Because the usual tradition is, we know that by the close of polls, result will start coming in, and then before you know it, the following day, you may be by evening maximum, we get almost all the results. But this time around, I'm sure, if care is not taken, with the pace at which we are going, we may end up having the final result late tomorrow, or maybe first thing in the morning on Wednesday. So, to be frank with you, I'm not impressed with the speed with which we are getting the result. Not the speed with which the results are being declared at the polling unit, no. The speed with which the entire coalition is happening. For instance, tabulating them at the local government level, collating them at the local government level, then from local government to state, and then transmitting them to the center.
Okay, we want to add to that in terms of the speed.
The speed was
expected to be faster.
The speed was affected by logistics. Midway, as election was going on Saturday, INEC released a statement that where polling units started late, they should take the number of hours they've lost. Yeah. So there are certain polling units that started by 1 p.m. It means, therefore, that from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., that hour lost must be taken. So there are now times some votes were still being cast by Monday morning. By Sunday morning in certain locations. Yeah. So all of those results must pull in. And if one word is coming into the state, you have to wait for that word to come in before it moves to the local government. And if one local government is delaying at the state level, you have to wait for that local government to arrive before it goes to Abuja. So it's more like, on one side, it can be logistics. On the other side, it can be political dynamics or political strategy. Delay these results. Let's see where our opponent is winning so we can alternate or manipulate some results. So if I know, as a grandator, and I can manipulate people that you are winning me in XYZ location, XYZ state, and I know I can manipulate the DYZ whatever location, I will wait for your result to be announced, and I'll manipulate this one. So that is where observers and citizens need to play a role. By sending out results when results already declared the collation, make it public. So people can begin to calculate. And so before you get to, before the result came to the National Collation Center, we already knew what was happening in Ekiti. But we have to wait for INEC to declare the results. Yeah. So people should know what is happening by doing their own tabulation. In fact, INEC has also said that what Doc said at the beginning, that from E660E are usually pasted at the polling unit point. That is the result that is announced at the polling unit. For citizens to take a picture or to know their own results at that polling unit. If you are able to gather all of the not 176,000 now, the 11957 polling units across the federation, you can tabulate that and you know exactly what's happening.
Okay, let's come to you, Dr. Amizu. Technology naturally plays a role as, nation building, development continues to evolve, and technologies come out. It plays a big role. And have we been able to deploy technology, creditably well in these elections? Have we learned anything in terms of making technology help us to perhaps fast-track this system and also make it as foolproof as possible?
Okay, before I answer your question, I think let me place this on the table, that the Nigerian electoral system, as it is designed right away, is about one of the best. I'm not talking about the operationalization now. I'm talking about the design. Nigeria is about one of the countries that you have a credible voter register, where you have those registered with a unique features that are embedded in the chips of what we call voter's card. Apart from that, you have the card reader that is used for authentication. The card reader registered how many persons that have been authenticated. And then you are further given a ballot paper that you thumbprint. So the system is designed in such a way that you can easily audit it. And this is why where there are issues of rigging, some of these items are burnt so that they cannot be subjected to scrutiny. Because no one individual has the same term as any other person. Every other person have different terms. So it is something that forensic experts can easily unravel. They can easily unravel. So, and that is why anywhere card reader is not used, that place is always contentious. Secondly, by time the place is contentious and then you hear that there is a wildfire at night and those things are burnt, you should be rest assured that some evidence has been buried for life. So even if you go to court, there will be no process. So auditing is very key in every election. And the Nigerian electoral system has that very particular inbuilt mechanism for auditing vote. Whether it is vote recount or so on and so forth, you can do it. Now, what is happening is the sheer abuse or subversion of all of these processes by the politicians. So as INEC and other stakeholders, especially civil society organizations, one of the things you have to give to Nigerian civil society organizations is they don't go to field to observe elections only. They observe elections, they note the challenges, they come back, analyze and provide solutions that they in turn forward to INEC that serves as template for improvement. And they've gone further to develop template for auditing some of these things. And that is why today, if you ask most of the serious civil society organizations, especially those that we even work together with, we could tell you how much has been put in terms of implementing the West Committee report in terms of electoral reforms in Nigeria. So that is being done. But seriously, what is happening, as I said earlier on, is the abuse and perversion of these processes that have been put in place to checkmate this rigging. And before your arrival, we've talked to these issues. The motivation for all of this, together with Austin, we've reeled out a lot of factors that are responsible for some of these perversions because of the lucrative nature of our politics. So that if you are a senator, it is better for you to be a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria than to think of cottage industry. Practicing lawyers that are successful are leaving their practices to become senators, to become House of Reps members because of the free money
All right, let's just talk to that statistics very quickly and see whether we can look at some of the, basic facts or data surrounding this. Between 1999, this is the fifth, cycle, because it's 20 years of the Fourth Republic now. 73 candidates. Between 1999 and now, I think about 84 altogether, people have indicated interest in the #1 seat in the country. This election alone brought 73. For the gubernatorial, 29 states are up for grabs. And you have about 1,068 people who want to be governors in the state. Just trying to buttress what you have just said, and of course the Senate, 109 seats, that explains itself. There's only one seat in Abuja, so three seats per state. So we have 1,094 people wanting to be senators. Perhaps some of these lawyers we are talking about might be there. And then House of Representatives, just the vacancy is 360. The people who want to go in there are 4,608, and then state houses of assembly, 14,000 people want to go into that one. I mean, that will make up almost a university in some states. And then, of course, FCT area council, 68,806 people. The total is vacancy is 1,580, and then the people who are vying for positions, 23,000, and every one of them thinks that perhaps this is my time. Yes. So, of course, how do we perhaps discourage this? The political class seems to be widening. Ideologies seem to be shrinking because people jump from party to party. So it doesn't matter what the ideology or the manifesto of this party is. You see somebody in this party on Thursday, by Friday morning is carrying another emblem and is so happy with it, and the ones where he's going to, they are glad to have him. What exactly, how do we begin to look at our convictions elections across party lines and using that perhaps as some kind of thermometer to gauge exactly how people feel about a certain ideology and a certain person by perhaps discouraging cross-carpeting and the sheer whimsical nature of jumping and doing musical chairs, especially when elections are around the corner.
It's laughable because I know of a story that somebody left a political party in the morning, in the evening was back. He left a political party in the morning, announced that he's not in this political party. By the evening, he was back to the original political party that he left off from. So you just imagine that there is no political party system. The word political party, there's a vehicle for political participation, doesn't really truly exist in this country. What we have is political association. Even though they are now registered as political party maintains some ideological content. That is a philosophy that you believe in. You believe in this model, and that is why you are belonging to this particular ideological content. Whether they win election or they don't win election, you stick with your focus, your ideas. But this one, our political party system is to win election. And whatever makes you to win election, that is where you click onto. So if APC will make you to win election, in the morning you can be in APC. If anything change midway, and it's ROPP that will make you to win election, you move to ROPP. If by the evening it changes, you can move back to CPC. So you just move looking for how to win election, not necessarily the content that you have to project. It's a sin of us, all of us, because the mindset is the winner takes everything. The loser loses everything. So people want to win. And again, it falls back to the violence that we see. In an attempt to win election, you want to kill. You want to dismantle. You want to accuse. Look at when the election was postponed. Both party, major party, or both ruling party and opposition party, were accusing INEC. Come, you are the one. In fact, you must resign. Because I'm told that you are working with that party. And the same party said, no, you must resign. I'm told they are working with this party. Again, you see, political party administration and political party system has moved from the real vehicle for political actualization to vehicle of winning election. Because there's a difference between political participation and winning election. If you stay with winning election, you are not running a political.
So it's about the self. You know, if you put everything that, you know, my brother here has put into context there, it's about the self. And, you know, when you look at even the definition of democracy itself, which, you know, everything is government of the people, by the people, for the people, people comes out, but this time it seems as if it's about the person in our own system.
And is that not an ideology? I wonder why Osun is saying that that parties don't have ideology. In fact, the people that I'm blaming are the electorate that doesn't even have a direction. All political parties in Nigeria have ideology. The ideology is to win an election, control state resources, and share. It's an ideology. It's a belief. They've been practicing it, and they've been successful. But that is changing now. It's beginning to change. Because the masses are awake, but the level of being awake is the degree, is what we need to figure out. Why I said this is because some persons are beginning to lose the election now because they did not perform. Some were there before. They are attempting to come back. And they were thinking that because people have this view about a particular candidate, they will be able to defeat the candidate. And they come back to contest against the person. And the first question they ask them is, you were there before. What did you do for us? Why should we change this man? Now, dominant parties are beginning to understand the fact that we need to field people that are competent, people that can keep to their words. Else, we may field somebody that will end up giving our deserved victory to another party. It is happening. So the era of totalitarian system of producing who represent the people. So I'm a ruling party. So we have to have the majority in Senate. We have to have the majority in House of Reps. We have to have the majority in state houses of assembly. We have to produce the majority at the local council. Those are given ways now. People are beginning to look at faces. Who is this man? Is he trustworthy? What was his performance the last time? Can we send him back? So you have where the ruling party, for instance, House of Reps elections, senatorial elections, you have the ruling party candidate losing, yet is a ruling party. And the incumbent felt as a ruling party, they would deploy. And that speaks to one thing that is emerging. Most even within APC as a party, some persons will tell you, Mr. President is not a politician. How can a ruling party lose election to an opposition? It's an aberration, as far as they're concerned within the context of Nigeria. So what that speaks to is, either by hook or by crook, Mr. President must use federal might to give me my seat. But for those persons, as far as they're concerned, Mr. President is not a politician in that respect. But again, to some of us that are saying, you must provide a level playing ground. It's about the people voting, just the way you said. So if 20% said this man is a good man, it means we are a good man. Out of 30, 20 said we're a good man. And this is what is happening. And it's some of the things that we need to acknowledge. Previously, somebody will sit and they will tell you, go and meet so-so-so person because he's the garrison commander. So you don't win election without his blessing. And it tells you that, look, we are going to make you the governor, but we are going to share the security vote with you, or there will be war. We've seen it in this country. But that is changing now to the extent that a ruling party, the candidate they fielded for an election, is losing. It means that votes are beginning to count. And then you have where the opposition party is holding ground, and their candidate are losing election.
But let's look at a few other things. You know, Mr. Egbe, yes, I need you to speak to, you know, some of these things, especially some of the things you've seen in the field. And that will be, you know, talking about a few of some of the statistics we've shown. Do you think, in terms of the, you know, enlightenment campaigns and all that, that youths have taken this to heart, that they have come out, because the numbers simply show that this is a nation of youths and women? And do you think this has come out, at least in some of the places that you've gone, both before the election and during the election itself?
So right now, I agree with you. This is the 84 million total registered voters is 84 million of young people. Students age 18 to 35 is the highest number and could determine the fortune of this country. But the challenge, of course, is that most of them couldn't collect their PVC. That 11 million plus that didn't collect their PVC, arguably, in my opinion, they are more of young people. Because all the while, during the collection of PVC period, they were at home. Schools was on strike. These young people included NYC core members, maybe last year or 2 years, who couldn't transfer their PVC from where they served at the level of National Youth Service Corps to the place where they now reside. So, for example, if they serve in Kaduna and they live in Lagos, they couldn't transfer that PVC. And they registered in Kaduna. So they registered in Kaduna while they were serving. So they moved to Kaduna because service here is gone. That's the age. That's 18 to 35 years of age. Then the second dynamic is that many parents, of course, us parents, we have the way of protecting our kids. The same way our parents protected us. When they say, no, don't go out, don't go out. Please, don't go and vote. Don't go to your school. Please stay here. Is it only your vote that will determine the thing? So by the time you look at that, one vote across the federation is a huge number. So not until the statistics, by the time the election is over, INEC would have given us the statistics. Maybe then we would then discuss to show the number of the turnout of women, young people, and of course, men. We need to begin to play that out. But for the now, from the statistic that is available, we don't know if the collection is 72 million total number of collected PVC, the number of young people. We don't know that as of this moment. We just know that this is a general number. So, but what we do know is the number of young people who registered, but we don't know about who collected. So if we know those who registered, we can then play out. So by the time the election is over, INEC would have given us statistics of the age 18 to 35, this is a percentile, this other age is a percentile. Then we can speak that I'm being to work towards 2023. With the not too young to run, which was an exceptional movement, yes, young people have come into the system, but they are coming in, most of the young people are coming in from political parties that are not the one we are talking about at this table. To get a seat in one of these APC or PDP, you need to be a godfather's son. You need to be something, like Doc said. You need to be recommended. And most of these young people are not recommended. So they're just acting on the sign act or law, not young to run by the way of decreasing the number of age.
Perhaps a lot.
For a 25-year lady to be contesting for governor in Kano, with all of the issues we know about Kano. So you want to ask so many of those questions, but let's wait for the statistics as they come out after the election.
Let me ask you this in terms of, you talked about logistics, but perhaps the role that some of these parties will be playing is at least allowing the young ones to come in. We're talking about the parties that said we were not discussing on the table, but let me move away from that briefly. The thing that is happening a bit is the fact that, of course, no experience, but some people are coming forward. The younger ones are coming forward and saying, let me have a stake. Let me come and put myself forward. After all, those who are ruling the country had, they were young when they started this journey. Yes. A lot of them were young people when Nigeria was 10, 15 years in terms of after independence, and they were given the opportunity. The youths are now saying, okay, let's have this opportunity as well.
Okay, when it comes to youth, I think I usually speak about youth with a sort of mixed feelings. We have very decent Nigerian youth that are doing wonderfully well in their chosen field of endeavors, and they've shown some sign of commitment to developing themselves and contributing to nation building. But again, we must understand one fact. Governance is not a tea party. Governance is not about using digital appliances. It's not about spoken English or the dexterity to use Twitter. It has to do with practical experiences that are earned through a lot of failures and successes mixed together. Now, the young person that you're talking about, pick one person and I will tell you his antecedent. For instance, people like current Minister of Information. They work as volunteers for notables that belong to the action group. So they started as volunteers. And as they were volunteering, they were acquiring experience. If you talk about the military guys, so some of them that were relatively young, they started managing human and material resources.
If you base this on your template, then Macron would not be able to run in Nigeria.
No, we need to come back. No. This is the mistake we are making. You see, every society, are you getting it? Every society has its own challenges and peculiarities. Now, let me ask you this question. Tokpe Fashua, is he not young?
Yes.
What is less than 35?
No,
yes.
but let's...
No, I'm just asking this question.
Is less than 35? No.
Who?
Tokpe Fashua.
No, within the context...
Okay, the Nigerian young.
Okay, let us even come to the definition. Let us come to the definition of a youth in Nigeria. Most of our younger ones, how many times do they write WAEC before they even pass?
There's another...
Go to university.
There's another issue.
Strike.
There's another issue.
Graduation. Work experience.
Let's take it this way, because there are two issues. Because I understand some politicians are also young at heart.
Yes, apart
from let's move on, because of course it continues to be a recurring thing, because a few people have said that instead of being used as cannon fodder during elections and perhaps foot soldiers, that some have a lot to offer.
Yes, of course.
And the parties could make a way of perhaps sieving through the system and getting the very best to emerge. Do you agree with this?
Of course. Of course, I mean, that's our advocacy. Advocacy is that having the law passed is just one of... It amounts to nothing if you pass the law without other structure being put in place. So now the advocacy is to ensure that...
But the law is... Passing the law too is a step in the right direction.
Important. Yes. It's important. But if you take it as a standalone, it has amounted to nothing. So if you say there's a law, yes, there's a law. I mean... The law, okay, before now, the law, it was 35-40. Yeah. How many of 35-40 was in the contest?
Yeah.
So it doesn't really, it's not the law. Because the law of Nigeria says that we are all equal in the preamble of the Nigerian Constitution, that we are all people of Nigeria.
Okay, can we speak to
we are not equal in terms
let's speak to the issue of use. Let's see if we can still have that data. You know, 2019, let's see if we can speak. Well, let's see the biggest house, reps, and see the age, you know, difference. 25 to 35, you have, you know, 1,262. That's 27%, 20.7. I mean, 27.58%. That's almost 28% of the votes. I mean, of the age group of the candidates, and then we have 36 to 45. What you were saying earlier, that has the highest number for the House of Representatives, and we have about 1,603, and that's 37% of the entire number of candidates for the House of Representatives. 46 to 60 is next. That's 1,524 candidates, and then 33.30% of the entire number of candidates we have for the House of Reps. And then the above 60, that is in a lot of decline since 1999 to now, and you just have 187 candidates, which is just about 4%, because just 4.09%, approximately 4% of the entire number of candidates. The total, of course, is 4,560 candidates for this election. So it seems to me as if the young ones, especially for the lower house, a lot of younger ones have come up to say, let's start from here.
Of course. We're not disputing that. We are not disputing that.
Will the electorate, time will tell if the electorate will agree with them.
Yes. You see, one thing is becoming clearer in Nigeria. For instance, previously, nobody will remain in Kano and purchase anything in Lagos. The person would prefer to travel down to Lagos. But now, people are beginning to purchase things online without having to see the person in Lagos and having those things delivered. So what I'm speaking to here is issues of trust. I'll give you some instances. Now, pick any youth organization. Apart from civil society, that some youths have come to found, and they've managed it effectively very well. And there are even few. Compare that to youth-inspired organizations that's supposed to provide a testing ground for Nigerian youth to emerge. Place that side by side with how many of them that are able to transit from the management of those very particular youth organizations to the political terrain, and they are able to make impact. First, pick the Nigerian Youth Council, for instance. This is for the youth, it's by the youth, and for the youth. What is happening with the Nigerian Youth Council? What are youth able to do with Nigerian Youth Council? Now, the debate is between the youth and the older generation. The older generation, the youth are telling the older generation to go because you are too old. Then the older generation is saying the youth are not serious, we cannot entrust our sweat or our destiny into your hands, which means there is a trust issue. But having said this, I'm not saying that all youths are the same. What I like to see going forward is a sort of smart partnership between the older generation as well as the youth. Those youth that are serious, those youth that want to contribute, whether we like it or not, like the Macron we talk about and the rest, every nation have their own peculiarity. So if we now say because Macron won in France, then every Nigerian youth should contest election and they come to aspire. Look, when we were working on youth political agenda prior to 2015 election, the only young person we could find, even in FCT, was Zainab Buba Galadima, the daughter of Buba Galadima. She was the only person who fell within that very particular age bracket that could speak to youth. And guess what happened? After going to the whole geopolitical zone, the only role majority of our youth that want to play politics could play are basically three. One is to serve as INEC ad hoc staff or party agents at that capacity, ad hoc. The second one, again, is as entertainers. So there is going to be, what is it called, a campaign. So they call the young persons to stage to come and entertain. And then the last one, which is the one we'll be talking about, ballot box snatching. Now, I'm not saying that there are no youth that are doing quite a lot of things. There are youth now that have come with ICT, and because ICT is beginning to be deployed now in campaigns. So we are saying that those kind of youth that are beginning to found organizations that are able to manage resources, that are able to manage people, should make themselves available. But what are we doing to win the trust of the larger society as a Nigerian youth?
Well, let me consider myself a youth, even if age is not on my side. But let me say this: in other climes, because this blame should be shared, because in other climes, you see universities, there are university students' union or student union government. You see eloquent young Nigerians climb the podium, talk with so much finesse, dexterity, and panache. You know, at that level, are you saying parties cannot recruit and begin to, you know, get the best, you know, political brains? Because you get to schools and you, at the university level, especially when I was in school, I used to admire a lot of those young, you know, politicians who go for the union government and all that. But when you come out, you don't see so many of them. Is that no way to perhaps a gestation period where you can get, you know, begin to sieve through and begin to groom the younger ones to take over?
Well, I'm happy you said age is not on your side. And so you made a very fundamental point. You said why you were in school.
Yes.
So I will argue. I mean, I was in a student parliament in my days. when you talk about comradeship.
And that was centuries ago, ages ago.
So I agree with you, seeing the passion. You see someone like late Moses Osakede climbing a podium. Yeah. You are oh my God, you want to be like this folk. The truth of the matter is this, all of those comrades of those days are now the one in government. They don't want those guys to come in. The politicians who were young people during the days where Nigeria was 10 or 20 have blocked all the entrances and have taken away the ladder. So these young people, the incentive to come in is no longer there. The truth is this, as of this moment, I don't think we have senior government anymore. We have administrative student bodies, in my opinion. I know when the Vice Chancellor threatened me, he was going to arrest me. But nowadays, I doubt you see those kind of things you talked about. I doubt those exist. Now, the student union government we do now have are more like appendages of management, and they put them to help them propagate their own mission. And these students have been, in most of the universities, I've had to ask questions, because it pains me when I get into the university environment and you see, where is the union government? And they tell me, I'm like, you expect him to engage you as a comrade, and he's talking like an administrator. And I noticed that there are now laws in the universities on the way student union role. There are now laws that prevent student unionism from playing certain role. Political parties no longer go to those areas to recruit. They recruit them as talks, as courtists. They identify the courtism within the university for their own selfish interests, and they use them perfectly. Few days before the 2015 election, before 2019 election, there was violence in Edo State, court war. Apparently, if you go down the road to find out what happened, it could have been led by some political talks. I mean, some politicians who have provided those arms and money to attack another because they don't want them to engage on election day.
We can go all day talking about the youth aspect. Of course, feelers coming in, the youth really want to, they are knocking on the door, perhaps, if not now, maybe in 2023. But let's quickly remind you that we are standing by for signals again from, the National Collation Center, where Kudu Abubakar is standing by. We'll be, of course, telling telling us how events are unfolding in that center. And of course, when results come in, official announcement would also be done. And then we will also, of course, in the course of this discussion, if some other developments are coming up in other parts of the country, we'll be joining them as well. I had two people in the house. Abu Amisu has been here, of course, giving us insight in and telling me why I cannot contest what I would. I'm not particularly agreeing with him at this time, but of course, we need to also look at some other aspects. We've had some women political analysts come in and lament what will likely be a sharp decline, especially in the issue of representation in the two houses, talking about the Senate chamber and the House of Representatives. What is your comment on this? It seems as if somehow there's a slight decline.
Are you saying female representation? Female representation. Okay, so I've spoken to this in a number of other fora. The decline people are anticipating may not actually be there. Now, at the moment, we have 7 women in the Senate and 22 in the House of Reps, making 29. The figures we do have at the moment is over 29 for the major parties, because again, you want to use that as a benchmark. Either APC or PDP, the likelihood of them emerging, even though statistically, Ekiti, we already lost one. Senator Biodun is not returning. It's already
Olujimi.
Is not returning. It's clear. So we don't know what's going to happen in Adamawa because I don't know. I don't have the knowledge at the moment. The number that APC and PDP fared in this election, candidate in this election, is more than we have in the House at the moment. Is more. But the argument we brought to the table was the party primaries. There was a lot of social mobilization, a lot of awareness, creation and all of that women need to get on board. I work in the gender component of the CDD, Center for Democracy and Development. Part of our work, including other partner organizations, was to engage more women to go into politics. And we do know that to survive in this political terrain, you need either A or B. If you want to win, most often you need A or B, because you know that if you're able to go through this, if you're able to navigate this A or B, there's a likelihood of you winning in the general election. For those primaries, that's where the anger was that, come on, a lot of women were sidelined, sincerely. In one case in Adamawa, in Gombe, the woman was told that the Senate has been zoned out of your area. But she was allowed to buy the form. They did not tell her.
It's an allegation. They will tell you it's an allegation. It's an allegation. Let's bring you in. What do you think is the challenge in terms of at least what's initially the projections that we might have a decline in terms of female representatives or perhaps even senators?
Well, I'm not saying that because I know of a particular constituency where just within the same party, a male was representing that constituency, and a woman came on board to take away the nomination from that very particular male representative. And from the preliminary result at my disposal, she's won that very particular contest. And I know of a zone that a male is representing. Presently, it was a female that has been fielded. And from the feelers I've gotten, she's won that election. So we may not really have a decline. But all of these are just speculation until when we have the total
official results
officially declared. But then I must praise our women because because of the stigmatization as well as name callings that usually go with elections in Nigeria, especially for the women folk. I wouldn't know what is responsible for this, but it is believed in some quarters, especially in some regions, that women are not supposed to participate in politics, that if you are a woman and you are participating in the political contest, it means you are either a prostitute or that...
or perhaps the home front will suffer.
Yeah, or something like that, or the home front will suffer. But again, politics is meant for both males and females. Even fathers that are participating, their homes are suffering. And who are the males that are chasing the females? Are they not the politicians? So, but it's a way of stigmatizing women. The second thing, again, is the level of violence that goes into the process. It scares a lot of people, especially women, because women are mothers. They have imbued compassion. They don't want to, because it's either they are mothers or they are wives. So, look, even if you are 50 years of age, your mother is seeing that Fisayo that she gave birth to 50 years ago as a baby. That is who she's seeing, not the man that you've grown to become. So naturally, women are like that. Even my mom, up to now, she treats me as if I'm still that child that she gave birth to a few decades ago. So it is part of a general conditioning. And that was something that made impact on me. It was shared on Facebook. It was a stallion that was tied to a chair, a rubber chair. This stallion can afford to run along with this chair from here to Saudi Arabia. But because it was conditioned to believe that it was tied to a stake, it remained there. It remains there, I mean. So what is happening to us is the fact that we allow most of these encumbrances to consume our thought, to say that we cannot break these barriers open. Nobody thought a day will come in Nigeria that with simple mobilization of youth, age barrier will be removed in terms of contesting elections. So even women, there was something interesting that happened between 1999 to 2007 when I was following the trajectory. It was a popular belief that women in northern Nigeria are always conditioned, so they don't allow them to vote or they don't allow them to participate in politics. But in terms of auditing that was carried out, we realized that there were more women that contested and won to Senate and House of Reps from the north more than from the south. What this means is that it means that in the north, people are beginning to be favorably disposed to women representation, which is against the previous narrative and the belief system. The second thing I've seen again was prior to 2015 election, we were in Katsina State to observe the local government election. And one interesting thing that kept me laughing was the fact that there were more women on the queue to vote than men. But the popular narrative out there was that women are impudent, so they don't allow them to come out to vote. So it is high time we began to pay attention to some of these issues so that we can be able to audit and see the real fight that women are putting. And one of the things that the political parties have done, which is, to me, a clever way of excluding some persons, is the fact that we believe that we are all equal. We are not equal. We are not equal. So our political parties don't have any principle of inclusion. So what it means is that if, as a very vibrant person, that I've got new ideas and people like me in my area, and I want to contest election, okay, if I cannot buy the party nomination, it means I am excluded. And this other person is not liked by the people, but he's got the money, and it was maybe the means through which he got the money that makes the people to hate him. But here he is able to buy the form. Right? And that automatically shut out newcomers. So what the political parties are telling the youth is, go out there, make your money, and come back to us. We will be waiting for you. So you've got the age reduced. That has not changed anything. And nobody is saying that, okay, beyond tokenism, and this is with all sense of responsibility. How do you say in a party that you just have a youth leader? Just one youth leader. So no programs for youth, no any other arm for youth, just one youth leader in a party. And this youth leader is representing all the youth in that party.
We are probably more in number.
We are more in number, without any budget, without any special program. So the youth leader is just symbolic, it's just at all. So, but previously, if you go back to the parties in the 80s, you find political parties that have students as part of their, and then they design programs to conscientize them. And that is one of the legacies of parties like Action Group, parties like PRP, because students were involved. So from the university, you already know where you want to be, and you pitch your tent, and you attend most of their rallies, most of their education program, and so on and so forth. But now what they're telling us is, no matter your gray hair as a youth, if your pocket is not deep, my brother, you're on your own, because nomination form weight. Yes.
Let's look at the mood just before the elections. There was a lot of crossfire and all that between the dominant parties. Election has come and gone. We are now at the stage of results. Yeah. For this democracy to be deepened and for it to continue to thrive, one will begin to anticipate that there should be handshake across the table and development to be on the front burner, the processes of development to leapfrog the nation in the right to the right destination and achieving the right trajectory. What is your comment on this?
You see, we have a very bad prioritization in this country. And the prioritization, I mean, is locating what we want to do and how to proceed. Previously, in this country, you have the nation before self. That has been changed. It is self before the nation. So, for instance, if there is a contest, it is not about contesting to preserve Nigeria. It is contest to win and win at all costs and with all means necessary. And then, even if I'm going to kill 1,000 persons, it's none of my business. Even if I'm going to set Nigeria ablaze, it's none of my business. So, what we do with what you are saying is that every given opportunity, we say things that further divide us. We say things that further intensify the willingness of people to do harm to public building or to harm other persons or even their neighbors. And then by the time we now win election, we are now saddled with the responsibility to say, let there be peace. But we created the instability through our utterances. Now, what I'm aiming at is simple. If you know that after the contestation, after the electioneering campaigns, after the inflammatory remarks, one person was likely going to emerge, and to govern you need peace and stability, then it means that you should caution yourself in terms of what you say.
Ab initio.
From the very beginning. Because if you don't do that, by the time you now start calling for peace, the other person that has been defeated, his own supporters will now say, oh, so it is now that you understand the value of peace. We don't want peace. That is one. Second aspect of it all is that majority of the time, we always do things before we think. We don't think, majority of us, we don't think before we do things in this country. So that at the end of it all, the formula you use in winning election will become your greatest undoing to the extent that you will spend your time trying to address those things that you use to win. And this brings me to the issue of confidence in the process. If, for instance, you use free and fair means or strategy to win an election, your opponent will gladly congratulate you. If you refuse to do that, he or she was going to lose some of his supporters, because the only thing they would have said was, okay, what do you want? We've supported you. We've done all that we could, but we lose this election. So why can't we just embrace peace and plan ahead? But in a situation whereby you use all the foul means to win election, and you now said, the Lord has done it for me, and then that we should let bygone be bygone, and then let us join hands to build the nation. It's not going to happen, because there will be protestation across board. And this is what these two factors are responsible for the pre- or post-election violence that we've witnessed in this country. But I'm pretty happy that this time around, the number of inflammatory statements were far lower, by my own understanding and estimation, compared to other elections that somebody will tell you were a moving train. It's either you jump in or we crush you.
let me come to you. You talked about the causative, actions that lead to, peace being elusive at times after elections. What should we do? You saw what happened, run up to the election day itself, and what the narrative was. People were just begging their main politicians to tone down, the narratives, so that the process will go. Now that the elections have come and gone, like I, put the question to Abu Amisu earlier, what should we be doing? And then that solution should also act as a template, perhaps, for what we will be having in the next fortnight as well. What should we do to make this process seamless, that Nigeria is a centerpiece and not the individual?
Okay, so I'll start giving an example of what probably is like a U.S. model. When you contest in an election, you write 2 speeches. One is a speech to accept defeat and a speech of victory. And those 2 speeches must be before declaration. So when you win election, you read up the one that gives you victory. And when you have lost, you read up. So at the point you are writing it with a notion of a nation building. You are not writing based on anger. So you have a mindset of having lost an election, say, no, I did not lose. If you wrote that defeat statement before the election, it may be a little bit of moderate because you see yourself as winning. So you're only going to give some, you want to, okay, so they say we should write. Okay, let me just write, but I know I'm going to win. Well, whatever happened, I shall accept defeat with all sense of humility. You have written that. You have also written the one of victory. So what we need in this setup is that one of the reasons why, of course, where Doc already stated it, that you have less of hate speech, even though fake news increased. Yeah. There was lots of hate speech from the gladiators, why hate speeches or fake news were underneath on WhatsApp, on Facebook, because as an organization, as CDD, we're fact-checking all of the fake news. We were countering them where fake news comes out. We counter them immediately so that we can maintain some level of peace. The whole dynamics is when people focus on issues, they are less likely to talk about it. So focus on issues. How do you want to deal with the core issue that is facing this country, which is basically 4? By 2015, it was 3, but now it's unemployment, poverty, economy, corruption. They are playing role. If you stay with these 4 issues, you're going to have no time talking about hate. You're going to tell us how you want to bring about the job, how you want to create this job. You're going to talk about how you want to take Nigeria out from poverty. You're going to talk about how you want to stabilize the economy. You're going to talk about how you want to address corruption and not fight corruption. So when you focus on this issue, I mean, both parties did it, and I gave it to them. In fact, all the parties, the 73 of all the presidential candidates, we are talking about issues. And that was why the hate speech turned down. So now that election is gradually, winner is almost emerging, whoever wins this election must focus on these issues that they talked about. You must begin to say, well, I thought about addressing corruption. Now, this was my plan, and this is now I will do it. Because when you deal with unemployment, unemployment have no religion. Unemployment have no region. Unemployment have no... It's not an exclusive preserve of a particular people. Unemployment is a cross-cutting in this country. So if you are addressing unemployment, you are bringing about unity. If you are dealing with poverty, you are actually addressing the Nigerian problem and not a problem of the South or North or the South or the East. So this political divide, this divide and rule that politicians usually use, will not survive. What politicians do, as Doctor already mentioned it, is to put people to create conflict between 2 people where they have their feed day. So while 2 people are fighting, they have an advantage to do whatever they want to do. So it's to say, your problem in the North, like he said, let me quote him verbatim, your problem in the North is caused by the Southerner. And you go to the Southerner and say, your problem in the South is caused by the Northerner. Whereas you are here, you are looking at both of them, and they are fighting. You enjoy the fight. So Nigerians need to know that we have a common problem. We have a common challenge. Unemployment is not an issue of the South alone. Unemployment is not an issue of the North. When you become president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you must address unemployment, address poverty, address the issues with the economy, address corruption. Then
you are uniting all of us. But if you address any of these by way of segmentization, when you segmentize them to say, no, it is more in this area, let me deal with this area, let this area wait, I'm coming. It becomes an issue of we are marginalized. So let's avoid it.
Let's come to you very quickly. Like we said, why do we say healing of wounds after election? Why should there be any wounds in the first place?
Okay, I think we've discussed this issue earlier on, and those that are using the words know actually what they are talking about. You see, thank God votes are beginning to count. But those days when votes are not counting, sometimes they give ticket to the highest bidder. Sometimes they give ticket to the highest bidder. And then some other times again, the actual people, you know, there was something that used to happen prior to 2015 election. Somebody who is in the opposition party will wait until at the eve of the election, he or she will organize what we usually call the campaign, when Mr. President is visiting their state. And then they will decamp overnight, maybe 3 days, 4 days to the election. Lo and behold, those are the people that will become ambassadors. Those are the people that will become ministers. Then those that remain within the party, that held the party for so long, are left in the core. That is one. The second thing again is, this person is good. The masses want him, but the godfathers doesn't want him. So, but this is the person the godfathers want. Then they
I thought you said godfathers had reduced in the system.
No, yeah, I said before. That is why I said, thank God votes are beginning to count now. So the godfathers will do everything within their powers to impose this person on the party and do everything within their powers to ensure that he wins the election. So that they will, and they will let you know, we did it for you. So you have to pay us back because you are a loyal party member. Now, what usually happens is, after they must have abused the process, they must have done a lot that has caused injury to persons. People have expended their resources to take care of the party, to buy expression of interest form, to do a lot of things. So they don't want to deplete, they don't want their membership to deplete, and they know that by the time you leave their party, it's going to affect their party. So they now said, okay, let us set up a committee that will go around to heal the wounds that have been inflicted. Why do you need to, this is why I question our rationality as a people. Why do you need to inflict a wound first before you expend resources to heal the wound you've reflected? If you know that it's going to cost you much, because obeying the rules and regulations, doing the right things is much more cost-effective, and it usually brings people together and foster social cohesion, more than when you inflict wounds and then you find people moving out of the party out of anger. Some of them will vow we are going to do, and that is why you realize that somebody is in party A, but is working against his own party, conniving with party B.
He said, again, allegations. Let me come to you briefly in terms of culture. I have asked this question also, I mean, to other, election observers. Why is our own processes, why is it a bit tedious in terms of even the whole thing, the candidates, the voter? Is democracy a very hard task for us? Perhaps is it because of our monarchical background? Is it because it's a cultural thing in Africa that democracy is such an albatross when it comes to, being able to, a cycle ending, another one beginning? What exactly, why? Because it's not just Nigeria, it's across the continent. We've had these upheavals, especially when the election is around the corner.
So what's different from Africa and other clients, so we know where you're coming from?
Yes, what is, I'm saying it's a cultural thing. Why is democracy, giving us this, perhaps, palpitations?
So we had democracy in the East before the word democracy came. So apart from area where you have authoritarian regime, like Benin Empire or your empire, the Sokoto Caliphate, where it's more authoritarian, we had democracy in the East because there was no one, in quote, the king who controls people. So for any decision to be taken, that's why apparently the indirect rule system didn't work in that area. So people do, it's government of the people, by the people, if I use that word, at that time. So it's not new to us. What may be new is that what democracy is providing, the political office where democracy is giving us to, is not good for us, in quote. When you have, now there's the talk about leaving presidential system to the parliamentary system. That, come on, presidential system is so expensive. You have a president who appoints almost close to 5,000 people with just one appointment. He appoints the chief of this, the chief of that, the chief of this, and all of that. And it's just one man, or one woman. So when anything goes wrong, that one person can easily control this huge number of people. Then let's take out that power. Let's reduce the power, because after God, G, the next person is government, G. So if God supernaturally can do certain things, the next person can do, the next category of people is government. Even though we agree here that Godfather is reducing, but God Kaba is increasing. So we needed to get to a point as of this moment to start thinking, how do we reduce the, in quote, I don't want to use the word benefit, but I'm actually talking about the benefit of the political office. How do we de-incentivize the political office that people hold on to? That way, we may be building a culture of decency of our democracy. The problem is not with the system called democracy. The problem is with the actors who play the game, and they call it democracy. Democracy allows some freedom, which doesn't exist in this part. Especially maybe you're talking about in Africa, especially in Nigeria. For example, somebody is granted bail in the court, and someone says, no, you can't go.
Well, if we move on, I continue to say this, Nigeria has its own interpretations, and you fit in a system of government perhaps to the peculiarity of the terrain. Yeah. We are, multi-ethnic and all that. We put that also into, the entire system to make sure that, all the views are, seen and perhaps also used as a yardstick to, organize our own, governance structure. Let me ask you this. You've seen what has played out now, and then we can also use this template to perhaps begin to project to what we'll see in a fortnight. We've spoken about the issue of turnout, we've spoken about the issue of logistics, we've spoken about the issue of technology. In the next fortnight, we should be expecting perhaps an improvement of this entire process. What is your take on this? Or do you think that perhaps even what we've done now may even be better?
Well, maybe let me speak to the question you put to him. I will come back to the question you gave me. I think up to this moment, we do not understand what is democracy in Africa. Perhaps with few exceptions. Up to this moment, we are confusing democracy with liberalism, or what we call liberal democracy. Democracy is different from liberal democracy. What we actually meant in Nigeria is democracy, but what we are operating is liberal democracy. Liberal democracy and democracy cannot coexist. And that was why I said we got it wrong in Nigeria starting from 1979 when we decided, without a very strong state, to say we are practicing neoliberal economic system. And then we went further to expand it to say we are practicing public-private partnership. I'm coming back to the point you earlier made by your professor, that you need to balance the act. You work for the family and you work for the state. Now, what this has done to us is to take away public. So public does not exist. So whatever instrument of power the state has given to you to act on behalf of the public is turned into instrument for personal aggrandizement. And that is eating up the public realm to the extent that all the decisions we needed to take, altruistic decisions that will add nothing to you other than people praising you, by being grateful to you, that you are a God sent, you earn nothing. So while democracy is mobilizing the people to say you have the right to do A, B, C, D, liberalism, on the other hand, which is the privatization of public enterprise, which is the economic aspect now, that the people usually use as a yardstick to protest, is not condoned by the state. So you have some level of repression. So when democracy empowers you to seek for change, some other times, again, the state doesn't want to see those changes because it's going to displace some interests that are holding forth within the country. So you've got a problem. So no matter the amount of the planning of logistics you are having, somebody somewhere, either working for the state or working for the opposition or working for the ruling party, is there to subvert the process for one just reason, his own personal interest. Either it's promised promotion, and you don't blame some of these persons because previously the state was performing its duties and responsibilities. So you've got very effective public schools, you've got public hospitals that are working, you've got a housing scheme that empowers the people. So, Fisayo, you don't want to be giving query because you are going to lose all of this benefit at the point of retirement. But what happened? We changed the priority to say it is the self before the state. So, for instance, if I'm actually expecting a commendation. So, for instance, if I will work for, say, 20 years and I will be given 2-bedroom flat, for instance, and within the system, because it's public-private partnership, I register my own company and then give myself contract, and I'm able to buy a house in Metama, and you want to discipline me, I will simply resign because what I need to work for and enjoy when I'm 60, that I'm retiring, I've already gotten it when I am 30 or 35 or 40. So what I'm saying is the challenges you are seeing is not as if we don't know that they exist. And whatever we do to remedy them, there are those that are prepared. Okay, the president said those that will snatch ballot papers or ballot boxes will do it at the expense of their life or in their own risk, right? Still, what happened? People still went out there to snatch ballot boxes, to even burn ballot papers, to even burn INEC offices. This is just telling us something, that no matter what, interest is greater. That once you unfettered people's interest, where they need to work for public, and then you now say this public-private partnership, where they need to work for private, you give them unfettered, and that is why people like the Asians, they are working. For instance, the Chinese party is one-party system, but the whole people subscribe to this one party, and it represents the state. So whatever idea you are canvassing is done within this party. So you have two opposing tendencies that are controlling the Chinese government. And what is Chinese government doing? Regulating. There is price regulation. We are not saying don't make profit, but you can't go beyond this level. For instance, in Abuja, in Metama, rent should not be more than this. So that whatever you are earning as a driver, you know that you can go to this location and the little you are earning will add value to your life, which means that there is regulation in the regulation, just the way there is the regulation in regulation. So it is not something that is cast in stone. But here in this country, okay, minimum wage, how much is it? And how much are we paying in public offices, in public hospitals? Then it means that the shortfall that the state is not able to provide for you, you have to provide it for
I would have to cut it there. Let me quickly thank Osun Aigbe for coming. Of course, I will allow him to go. Maybe perhaps he will return in the course of this discussion. Let us quickly join the National Collation Center, where my colleague Mohammed Kudu Abubakar is getting ready, perhaps to give us an update.
Okay,
we're not giving you an audio update, but we're commencing the later edition of, or rather the second session of the National Collation exercise. In the earlier session, the National Collation Center received results from collation officers from Ekiti and Osun states. We take you straight to the chairman, who is the chief returning officer for the presidential election.
Rec. FCT. Alhaji Habello, Rec. FCT.
Secretariat, can we project the result from the FCT? Okay, scope FCT, please go ahead.
Okay. Presidential results for the FCT as follows. Abaji. Number of registered voters?
No, tell us the total number of registered voters in the FCT.
Okay. Total number of registered voters in the FCT is 1,335,015.
Accredited voters?
Accredited voters, 467,784.
Valid votes?
Valid votes. Total valid votes are 423,951. Rejected votes, 27,457. Total votes cast, 451,408.
So tell us the scores by parties.
By parties. Total scores by parties as follows. A, 69. AA, 51.
Please be repeating the figures twice,
okay,
because we are recording. For each party, repeat the figures twice.
It's all right. A, 69. 69. AA, 51. AA, 51. AAC, 583. AAC, 583. AAP, 127. AAP, 127. ABP, 36. ABP, 36. ACD 64, ACD 64, ACPN 48, ACPN 48, ADC 246, ADC 246, ADP 145, ADP 145, AGA 54, AGA 54, AGAP 36, AGAP 36, ANDP 69, ANDP 69, ANN 652, ANN 652, ANP 82, ANP 82, ANRP 205, ANRP 205, APA 496, APA 496, APC 152 224, APC 152 224, APDA 287, APDA 287, APGA 255, APGA 255, APM 33, APM 33, APP 109, APP 109, ASD 29, ASD 29, AUN 13, AUN 13, BNPP 19, BNPP 19, CAP 36, CAP 36, CC 25, CC 25, CNP 40, CNP 40, DA 15, DA 15, DPC 94, DPC 94, DPP 284, DPP 284, fresh 76.
FJP.
Yes, we here and ballot we have fresh before FJP.
Okay, go ahead.
Fresh 76. FJP 122. FJP 122. GDPN 501. GDPN 501. GPN 75. GPN 75. HDP 22. HDP 22. ID 21. ID 21. JMPP 70. JMPP 70. KP 17. KP 17. LM 21. LM 21. LP 50. LP 50. MAJA 32. MAJA 32. MMN 165. MMN 165. MPN 36. MPN 36. NAC 35. NAC 35. NCMP 19. NCMP 19. NCP 34. NCP 34. NDCP 14. NDCP 14. NDLP 7. NDLP 7. NEPP 13. NEPP 13, NFD 62, NFD 62, NIP 30, NIP 30, NNPP 61, NNPP 61, NPC 127, NPC 127, NRM 49, NRM 49, NUP 123, NUP 123, PCP 2921, PCP 2921, PDP 259997, PDP 259997, PPA 339, PPA 339, PPC 198, PPC 198, PPN 92, PPN 92, PT 90, PT 90, RAP 32, RAP 32, RBNP 22, RBNP 22, RP 20, RP 20, SDP 410, SDP 410, SNC 386, SNC 386, SNP 79, SNP 79, UDP 19, UDP 19, UP 11, UP 11, UPN 12, UPN 12, WTPN 6, WTPN 6, YES 26, YES 26, YPP 1083, YPP 1083. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scope. Are there places where election couldn't hold, or election was cancelled, and why?
I know of one polling unit where election didn't hold, but it held the following day. Rek is here, and that was in Kuje.
It was only Kuje.
Gorgoda. And you repeated?
It was repeated on Sunday, and the results were declared, and they are included in this submission.
Okay. Thank you very much. So can you step forward and present the original results to me, Scoop? Okay. Thank you very much, Rek. Thank you very much, Scoop. Secretariat, I understand that Ondo is ready. Is it Ondo or Kwara? Okay, Kwara. Please let the scope for Kwara come forward, and the scope and the Rek to please come forward and present the report for Kwara.
Well, we just heard and listened to the resident electoral commissioner for the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. He is Alhaji Haya Bello. He is the coalition officer for the presidential election held here at the Federal Capital Territory. He said total accredited voters are 467,784. Valid votes cast, 423,951. Rejected votes, 27,457. And total votes cast, 451,408. He thereafter went ahead to give the various political parties score, which for obvious reasons we don't have to go through that now. Any moment from now, the INEC chairman is about taking the next collation officer, this time from Ondo State. The collation officer for Ondo State, we understand, is ready.
Okay, we'll give the Collation Secretary 5 minutes to sort things.
Once again, as we wait for the coalition officer for Ondo State, who is been given the his final details result to the Secretariat, let's quickly recap the the latest results, presidential election results, we just got from the FCT Resident Electoral Commissioner. Alhaji Yahya Bello is the FCT Resident Electoral Commissioner, and he doubles as the coalition officer for the presidential elections. He announced that accredited voters in the FCT are 467,784. Valid votes cast, 423,951. Rejected votes, 27,457. Total votes cast, 451,408. He thereafter went ahead to give the total scores for all the political parties that fielded presidential candidates. Earlier this morning, the coalition officer for Ekiti State and coalition officer for Osun State presented and announced the results of the presidential elections in their various states. In Ekiti State, total valid votes cast stood at 381,132, and total votes cast were 393,709, and rejected votes were 12,577. If you are following us, earlier this morning, the Osun State Coalition Officer, who is also the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, announced that total registered voters in Osun State with respect to the presidential election were 1,674,729. And total accredited voters were 732,984. We quickly take you over to the coalition officer of Ondo State, who is now ready with his results.
Election in Kwara State. And these are the summaries. Number of registered voters, 1401895. Total number of accredited voters. Okay. Total number of registered voters, I repeat, 1401895. Total number of accredited voters, 489482. 489482. This is the distribution of votes for the various parties. A, 149. A, 149. AA, 136. AA, 136. AAC, 401. AAC, 401. AAP, 157. AAP, 157. ABP, 47. ABP, 47. ACD, 151. ACD, 151. ACPN, 171. ACPN, 171. ADC, 456. ADC, 456. ADP, 203. ADP 203. AGA 74. AGA 74. AGAP 34. AGAP 34. ANDP 54. ANDP 54. ANN 422. ANN 422. AMP 143. ANP 143. ANRP 96. ANRP 96. APA 1010. APA 1010. APC 308984. APC 308984. APDA 427. APDA 427. ABGA 89. ABGA 89. APM 40. APM 40. APP 54. APP 54. ASD 75. ASD 75. AUN 19. AUN 19. BNPP 17. BNPP 17. CAP 15. CAP 15. CC 35. CC 35. CNP 18. CNP 18. DA 35. DA 35. DPC 88. DPC 88. DPP 176. DPP 176. Fresh 107. Fresh 107. FJP 73. FJP 73. GDPN 55. GDPN 55. 1055. Excuse me. I beg your pardon. 1055. GDPN 1055. GPN 104. GPN 104. HDP 52.
HDP 52, ID 44, ID 44, JMPP 46, JMPP 46, KP 38, KP 38, LM 20, LM 20, LP 56, LP 56, MAJA 68, MAJA 68, MMN 411, MMN 411, MPN 29, MPN 29, NAC 48, NAC 48, NCMP 22, NCMP 22, NCP 62, NCP 62, NDCP 16, NDCP 16, NDLP 39, NDLP 39, NEPP 18, NEPP 18, NFD 65, NFD 65, NIP 30, NIP 30, NNPP 55, NNPP 55, NPC 172, NPC 172, NRM 57, NRM 57, NUP 205, NUP 205, PCP 2108, PCP 2108, PDP 138184, PDP 138184, PPA 531, PPA 531, PPC 184, PPC 184, PPN 78, PPN 78, PT 90, PT 90, RAP 74, RAP 74, RBNP 54, RBNP 54, RP 39, RP 39, SDP 212, SDP 212, SNC 165, SNC 165,
SNC, look at the figure again.
SNC 1165. I beg your pardon. SNC 1165. SMP 65. SMP 65. UDP 27. UDP 27. UP 14. UP 14. UPN 21. UPN 21. WTPN 10. WTPN 10. YES 12. YES 12. YPP 140. YPP 140. Total valid votes 459676. Total valid votes 459676. Rejected votes 26578. Rejected votes 26578. Total votes cast 486254. Total votes cast 486254. We had cancellation of results at 4 polling units. 1 unit in Barrow 10, local government, with total number of registered voters at 779. 1 polling unit at Edo, local government area, with total number of registered voters at 725. And 2 units in Ilorin West, with a total number of registered voters of 1838. This gives a total of 4 units cancelled, with a total number of registered voters of 3342. Thank you.
Reason for the cancellation?
Reason for cancellation for Barrow 10, non-usage of the smart card reader. And then for Edu and Ilorin West, overvoting.
Okay, thank you very much, Cop. Have you stamped and signed the result?
They have been stamped and signed by the agents and by myself.
And dated?
And dated.
Okay, please step forward and present the originals.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. This is the 40G. Let me see this to we have signed the cancellation, the corrections, the account is signed. This one, I think this one because of the first person. Okay. I think we did it. Of course. Once again,
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. All the best.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretariat. Ondo is the next state. Is Ondo ready? Oh, okay, you want to comment on the result? Is it on the result? Then we have to call the scope and the rec.
Please come back.
Is it on the result?
Result of which state, sir? FCT. Sorry? Yeah, well, anything you're going to say, they have a right of reference, at least, either to report or corroborate what you say.
Actually, you should have raised your hand to be recognized at the time the result was presented.
Is the REC FCT still in the hall, please?
Is the REC FCT and the scope still in the hall? Because they presented the results, so they will be in a better position to respond. And if there are issues we are going to raise, we'll look into the issues. Okay, it's not about the presentation. It's not about the presentation. Okay, give him the mic.
Mr. Chairman, sir, national commissioners, my fellow party leaders. Sir, we noticed that accreditation and voting took place at the same time. But in the result presented in most of the states, among those presented, we find out that there is difference of, like in FCT, almost 20-something thousand, 16,000 of voters accredited but did not vote. So I don't know, this is what we want to...
Okay, this is a general observation.
General observation, sir.
Okay.
At least we will have seen them as rejected votes because they were accredited, or I don't know whether somebody will be accredited and refuse to vote.
Okay, we'll accumulate this because it may also feature in other results. Then we'll respond later.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is it on the FCT result or on Kwara result? I can see some hands. Kwara. Okay. Please coordinate so that.
Kwara, okay. Is the Kwara rec and the Kwara scope, are they still in the hall? No. State your observation. I don't hear. Give him.
Mr. Chairman, sir, mine is a question on the card reader on the elections that was cancelled in some local governments in Kwara. Because most of the things we watched on TV, channels, reporting, live, where card readers didn't work, they were allowed to be identified manually. And it was accepted. So I don't know why some places, because of the card reader didn't work, they had to cancel it. That's the question.
Now, do you have any specific and verifiable evidence that you can work on? No, you are speaking generally now.
Yes, sir.
Let's focus on Kwara. That is the result presented. Is there anything specific and tangible?
We talked about the one that was cancelled. You asked why it was cancelled. He said because of overvoting and card reader not working.
The non-use of the card reader.
Yes, non-use of the card reader, yes, sir.
If you look at the regulations and guidelines of the Commission for this election, we said that where the card reader is deliberately not used for that particular polling unit, it should be recorded as 0 vote. So it's consistent with the guidelines of the Commission.
Which means other places that card readers were not used should be recorded as 0 votes.
That's correct, deliberately. So if you have any specific information in respect of any specific unit from the presentation made, please kindly forward so that
I don't have anyone concerning Kwara, but there's one concerning Bauchi that we saw.
No, Bauchi is not before us.
I know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I can see a hand up there.
Wait, which state? Hold on, let's finish this. Yeah, let them just repeat the whole thing when they finish these questions. Proceed, please.
Omale Ben Amedu for Advanced Allied Party. I actually raised my hand earlier, immediately after the presentation of Ekiti. The problem I had from the beginning was after the accredited number of votes, if you subtract the valid votes and subtract the invalid votes or rejected votes, we still had a deficit of 1,000. We still have some deficit. It makes me confused because apart from the most recent one presented for Kwara, if you tally the ones accepted as valid with the ones as rejected, it doesn't tally with the number of votes accredited. And it is the accreditation and voting is simultaneous. So how come the figures are still having some deficit?
Your question is similar to the first question asked, so we'll come back to that. Okay. So thank you very much. Is Ondo ready?
No, returning officer, but Nasarawa is.
Is Nasarawa ready?
Can you step up, please? Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we take Nasarawa State. Secretariat, can we project Nasarawa?
Shall we?
Okay, are you ready?
We're ready, sir.
Okay, please introduce yourselves and make your presentation.
Thank you. My name is Professor Azubike Saniwankwa, the Academy Provost, Nigerian Defense Academy, Africa's premier military university, state of assignment, Nasarawa.
Slowly, please. Sorry. So repeat your name, sir. You have to record it.
Shall I start?
Repeat, sir.
Okay. My name, Professor Azubike Sani Nwankwo. I am the Academy Provost, Nigerian Defense Academy. I was State Collation Officer, Nasarawa State, for the presidential election. Total number of local governments in Nasarawa is 13. Kena, Awe, Doma, Choto, Kefi, Nasarawa Egon, Nasarawa, Obi, Wamba, Kokona, Karu, Akwanga, and Lafia. If I may proceed to the number of registered voters. Number of registered voters, 1509481. 1509481. Number of accredited voters, 613,720. 613,720. Votes scored by the parties.
A, 12 votes. A, 12 votes. AA, 1-5. AA, 1-5. AAC, 75. AAC, 75. AAP, 4-3. AAP, 4-3. ABP, 1-2. ABP, 1-2. ACD, 5-1. ACD, 5-1. ACPN, 2-8. ACPN, 2-8. ADC, 3-3-9. ADC, 3-3-9. ADP, 1-0-7. ADP, 1-0-7. AGA, 5-9. AGA, 5-9. AGAP, 4-9. AGAP, 4-9. ANDP, 1-2. ANDP, 1-2. ANN, 4-5. ANN, 4-5. ANP, 1-0. ANP, 1-0. ANRP, 3-7. ANRP, 3-7. APA, 3-3-8. APA, 3-3-8. APC, 2-8-9-9-0-3. APC, 2-8-9-9-0-3. APDA, 3-0-7. APDA, 3-0-7. APGA, 1-5-2-3. APGA, 1-5-2-3. APM, 2-7. APM, 2-7. APP, 2-0. APP to 0. ASD 5. ASD 5. AUN 5. AUN 5. BNPP 5. BNPP 5. CAP 3. CAP 3. CC 14. CC 14. CNP 9. CNP 9. DA 17. DA 17. DPC 28. DPC 28. DPP 133. DPP 133. FRESH fresh 16. FRESH 16. FJP 10. FJP 10. GDPN 279. GDPN 279. GPN 23. GPN 23. HDP 3. HDP 3. ID 13. ID 13. JMPP 9. JMPP 9. KP 155, so excuse me, beg your pardon. KP 5. LM 13. LM 13. LP 67. LP 67. MAJA 7. MAJA 7. MMN 128. MMN 128. MPN 6. MPN 6, NAC 21, NAC 21, NCMP 3, NCMP 3, NDCP, excuse me, NAC 21, NAC 21, NCMP 3, NCMP 3, NCP 47, NCP 47, NDCP 2, NDCP 2, NDLP 2, NDLP 2, NEPP 4, NEPP 4, NFD 20, NFD 20, NIP 12, NIP 12, NNPP 73, NNPP 73, NPC 42, NPC 42, NRM 13, NRM 13, NUP 19, NUP 19, PCP 1868, PCP 1868, PDP 283847, PDP 283847, PPA 242, PPA 242, PPC 65, PPC 65, PPN 17. PPN 17. PT 19. PT 19. RAP 17. RAP 17. RBNP 6. RBNP 6. RP 8. RP 8. SDP 359. SDP 359. SNC 175. SNC 175. SNP 22. SNP 22. UDP 9. UDP 9. UP 2. UP 2. UPN 8. UPN 8. WTPN 1. WTPN 1. YES 1. YES 1. YPP 44. YPP 44. I will now proceed to summation. Total valid votes 580,778. Total valid votes 580,778. Rejected votes 18621. Rejected votes 18621. Total votes cast 599,399. Total votes cast 599,399. And that concludes it.
Okay. Are there places where election did not hold or was cancelled?
Yes, indeed. Just bear with me one moment. Because the form. Yeah, there are 7 places 7 local government areas. Kefi, problems with 6 polling units, leading to 9256 votes involved. Nasarawa, 40 polling units. Karo, 6. Toto, 1. Obi, 5. Lafia, 26. Polling units affected. Akwanga, 2. Grand total, 157,591. In total, 86 polling units with a grand total of 157,591.
How many polling units did you say in Obi local government?
Obi 11. Sorry, Obi 5.
Is it 5 or 4?
5.
And the total is
86. 86.
Can you tell us the reasons for this situation?
I think that the reasons largely had to do with misdemeanor resulting to overvoting. There have been instances in some areas where there were reported cases of gangsterism, people who were overly trying to interfere with the voting process. And where those sort of issues occurred, they introduced significant amount of error in the total number of votes. So where there were those instances, the individuals involved decided that those were no longer reliable, and then leading to cancellation.
Okay. And you applied the provisions of the Commission's regulations and guidelines?
Everything, including the individual reports of the polling units involved.
And you have the reports?
Yes, all of them. We have all the reports together. This is just the summary.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Make your submission.
The reports, everything is included here. It's packaged from every individual, all of them. That's it.
Okay.
No, that's so much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is sealed. So that's the report on what transpired.
Okay, I can see a hand up there. Just before the scope goes.
Just please, just hold on in case there's any question for you. Just Please come back to it. Where they are. Let's start from the left.
Honorable Chairman, I'm Chief Ben Shala Oediji, and I'm representing Abga and General Bo, candidate of Abga. May I say, sir, that our position is reserved. Whether we do comment or don't comment on matters going on today, our position is reserved. Firstly, we have not received a full report from our agents, one, and we have grave concerns from what we are hearing today in respect of the reports from some states. Nasarawa is one of them. I dare say, I'm not preempting my colleagues here. Some are already making their case, and they'll make their case in a short while. Nasarawa is one of them. I'm well aware that voting did not start in Masaka and Maraba until 2 p.m. because the people were not there. And people were very restless. Anybody that watched the news will know what was going on there. And I happened to be in that area at that time. Secondly, in some areas also, many people in Gikoi area, for instance, many people wanted to vote, but the card reader was not working. And we did try to point out to them that the card reader was supposed to verify your manual accreditation was there in the notice. But they didn't allow them to vote. So we have concerns. I will only say for those ones we have seen for now, there are others coming in. So our position is reserved, Mr. Chairman, and which will be noted that for Abga. We will respond in due course as our reports keep coming in. Thank you.
Give the man behind, please. We'll come to you, please. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, sir, sorry, first I didn't introduce myself. My name is Alaye Remia Jr. for YPP. Okay, sir, I really want to understand about overvoting because it's becoming a norm now. When did you say a particular unit there was overvoting or there is overvoting? Because I believe the card reader was working well or it worked well and would have accredited the number that was valid for voting. So at what point did this overvoting come in? Because you cannot vote without being accredited. So I don't really understand. I need help.
Okay, scope, Nasarawa.
Wait, give me the mic. Hold on.
Or shall we take more before the other response?
Okay, at the same time.
Quickly.
Yes,
because we have other states lined up, but you have the right to ask questions and to seek clarifications. So please give him the microphone. Introduce yourself and the party you represent.
Mr. Chairman, I remain Honorable Yuwawi Razak, the National Chairman of People's Party of Nigeria.
Which party?
People's Party of Nigeria, PPN. I think I would not like to repeat what others have said, but Nasarawa brings a serious concern. Judging from what we just got from them, 157,000. We're not talking of 7,000, we're not talking of 3,000, we're talking of 157,000. And from Masaka, which is highly populated. I was there that day, I saw the time they started, some around 2, some around 3, going to 6, 7, they are still voting. And at the end of the day, they said the result of almost a whole local government had been cancelled. I think we seriously need to look into this. Most of the political parties here, I'm very sure, are very concerned with the results coming from Nasarawa. Please, Mr. Chairman, help us look deeply into that local government. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's noted. Recall that the report from Nasarawa is also accompanied by this report. I want to assure you that we'll look into every piece of paper in this report before we take a decision. Thank you.
The gentleman in the blue and white shirt, check shirt. Okay, give it to him first. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I'm Honorable Good. I'm the National Youth Leader of ACD. Sir, the ANEC rep said 26 polling unit was being cancelled just because of the issue of gas terrorism. A polling unit that can produce 2 councillors, he said it has been cancelled because of the issue of gas terrorism. Please, you tell me more about it. Thank you.
Sorry? These 2 councillors, it's been cancelled because of gangsterism. Can you tell him more about what you mean when you say gangsterism? Next, there's another one. Is there any? Sorry?
Let him respond. And then
Response, okay, thank you. Okay, quickly.
Thank you. The non-representation, let me take question number 1, non-representation during collation. Can I quickly add that proceedings were started just about a little after 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. yesterday. We continued up until early hours of this morning, had a break for an hour and a half, and continued again from 7 a.m. up until approximately 12 noon, meaning essentially that every agent was called, the rec is here, and it was deliberately delayed so that people would be sufficiently informed and involved in the process and witness, and there were a sufficient number of people there as well. Therefore, if a PGA candidate did not or chose not to be present, I may not be able to answer why. But there was sufficient opportunity for everybody to be present, and there was security, so nobody was under any threat, and the atmosphere was convivial, so there was no issue of any inhibition from being present during collation. If by way of abdication of duty by the agent in Nasarawa, I wouldn't be able to explain. Question number 2, which had to do with overvoting, incidences of overvoting. Let me give you, actually I will also concerned about that. Let me give you a clear example of one of the agents told us. The collation officer from one of the local authorities said, a gentleman came in with a retinue of 8 and insisted that not only will he vote, but everybody accompanying him will also vote, registered or not, accredited or not. And that led to a severe disturbance. Actually, the military had to be called in order to rescue the individuals involved, people who were officiating. So in those sort of instances, there was no way you could reliably account for those sort of things. Council votes raised by PPN rep here may not be in a position to address that because I was not in the field myself. So those individuals who, the reasons given for the cancellation are all given with their reports, because we asked for reports from to authenticate every action taken or legitimize every action taken. And they were actually prepared before they came to the collation center, and those have been pulled together. Number 4, the number of polling units cancelled that could have produced 2 councillors, that's not in doubt, but the rules are ruled in my judgment. I think the chairman of INEC may be able to address that. I think he says also he will be taking that forward. I'm not sure that's a question for us here, unless you want the rec to say something.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have submitted your report. We have heard from the party agents. We have heard not just the broadsheet you submitted, but also all the other reports and attachments. I want to assure the party agents that we will study these reports carefully and will come back before the process is concluded. Thank you. I think on this note, we can relieve the scope for Nasarawa and the rec to go. Secretariat, do we have any other state waiting?
No, Chairman, Ondo is being queued.
Ondo, is Ondo ready? Secretariat, if Ondo is ready, they have the floor.
In a few minutes.
Ondo, or any state that is ready, not just Ondo.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is the Nigerian Side Studio right here at the National Collation Center, the International Conference Center, Abuja. We just had the Chief Returning Officer of the presidential election in person of the Chief Electoral Commissioner of Nigeria and INEC Chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, calling on other remaining states that are ready to come forward and present their collated results from the states. But so far we have had the results from the Federal Capital Territory, where the resident Electoral Commissioner Alhaji Yahya Bello announced total accredited voters of 467,784, valid votes 423,951, rejected votes 27,457, and total votes cast 408. He thereafter gave figures scored, or rather votes scored by all the political parties that fielded presidential candidates. Of special note is that of APC, scoring 152,224 votes. And for thereafter, we had the coalition officer for Kwara State presidential election in person of Professor Abdullahi Gada, who is the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Minna. He announced that total registered number of voters for Kwara State stood at 140,1895, and accredited voters were 489,480. That is 489,480. Total valid votes cast stood at 459,676. That is 459,676. Rejected votes, he announced, were 26,578, while total votes cast stood at 486,254. But Professor Gada announced that results of 4 polling units were cancelled. 4 polling units were cancelled, and this gave the total votes cancelled to 779, 725, and 1,838. Let's go over to the chairman. I believe another state is ready to present.
Maybe we take 30 minutes short break. It's about 4:15. Shall we reconvene at 5? Thank you.
The chairman there announcing a 30-minute short break. The National Collation Center will reconvene at 5 o'clock this afternoon. But let me very quickly give you the results of the presidential election result for Nasarawa State. Nasarawa State, the coalition officer is Professor Azubike Sonny Nwanko, who is also the academic provost of the Nigerian Defense Academy. he announced that accredited voters are a total of 613,720 for Nasarawa State, and number of registered voters were 1509481. That is 1509481. Total number of registered voters, and total votes cast were 559,399. That is 559,399. He announced that rejected votes for Nasarawa State stood at 18,621, while total votes cast stood at 559,399. And he went ahead to give figures of votes scored by the various political parties. But of special note, APC 289,903 votes, PDP 283,847 votes, and Abga 1,523. But Professor Nwanko announced that 86 polling units, results of 86 polling units were cancelled. And he adduced reasons for that due to what he called overvoting, chaos at the polling units, and general disagreements within the polling units that led to the electoral officers not being able to perform their duties. And when they reported, the results of such polling units were thereafter cancelled. 86 polling units were cancelled in Nasarawa State. At this point, let me very quickly hand you over to Cyril Stoba, who is in our Nigeria Decide studio, to take us through analysis of some of the results so far announced with respect to Nasarawa State, Kwara State, Federal Capital Territory, and of course, Osun and Ekiti states. Over to you, Cyril.
Jide Uju, the public affairs analyst. Thanks for being here.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, we're continuing with Dr. Abdurrahman Abu Hamisu, researcher, teacher, and public affairs analyst. Good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and we're also joined by one who has also been here for a while, Austin Igbe of the CDD. Right. Well, gentlemen, we've seen the results from some of these states, Ekiti, Osun, FCT, Kwara. Now, Jide, let me start with you. What's the trend you're seeing as these results come in?
Well, I think our election is becoming very competitive, and that's good for our democracy. You know, in time past, where we have a de facto one-party state, it's taken for granted that when it comes to presidential election, you know, a particular party will coast home to victory, and that happened for 16 years. And in 2015, there was a paradigm shift, and that's what we're seeing now. It's now a keenly contested elections. Even in some states, I mean, look at the Nasarawa, look at Osun, where you have about 10,000 or less between the leading candidate and the main opposition. That shows that people's vote is counting in the determination of their leaders. And that's one point. The other thing is that I'm amazed that we are still having issues with overvoting, issues with violence, issues with, high level of invalid votes. And while I understand the invalid votes arising from the crowding of the ballot paper, in 2015 we have 20 presidential candidates.
20.
Now we have 73. So, and that's taking toll on the time for processing an announcement of results. But in terms of overvoting, you had, I think was it in Kwara that 86 polling units were cancelled as a result of overvoting, violence, and non-use of smart card reader. And you wonder, why will you not use smart card reader? The law is very clear. Where your smart card reader malfunctions, you call for replacement. If the replacement cannot come early enough, before 2 p.m., the election is shifted to the following day. Why will any presiding officer worth his onions go ahead and conduct election when he has a malfunctioned card reader? This is part of the challenge of non-adherence strictly to regulations and guidelines for the election. And you could see, we are even having a conundrum where an election where there was simultaneous accreditation and voting, there is a discrepancy in some places, in some states, between the number of accredited and number of total valid vote cast. And that is why some of the party agents at the center are flagging this issue. And I hope that the commission will have a very genuine and comprehensive explanation to give.
All right. Well, let's, Austin, what do you see? The traditional systems in the past where people were described as having a stronghold and people made sweeping votes in areas.
Trajectory has changed. Now we're no longer looking at political party as it may be. We're looking at those who perform. So I'm surprised to see some results coming from like Nasarawa State, for example. You argue that, come on, the opposition party did make an appreciable vote cast in that area, because personally I had expected less for the ruling party, but it showed that it made a great deal of appearance. It means that people are being to connect directly with performance of whoever they want in power. And when you look at Abuja FCT result, amazing, amazing. It also means it tells us some pattern. Again, PDP has always won FCT, so it didn't change anything though, but it meant there's a certain hold on some level of this individual is the one we prefer. Not maybe political party as it may be, as we used to have it when in 2015 election, you had, after the presidential election and President Buhari was declared, you had that, the bandwagon flowing. It's not showing as it was in 2015, where we are seeing it now. There's a great deal of a shift, and it's good for our democracy. It's good for our democracy because whoever wins the election will become very conscious of impacting and affecting the people directly, connecting with the people. This connection is what is resulting to what kind of voting pattern we are seeing right now.
All right. Dr. Abraham, Abu Hamis.
Yeah, I think for me, we're beginning to see some patterns depending on what you're looking at that are emerging. Previously, in this country, we base our arithmetic on what happened before. So Party A used to win state ABCD. So that is the party's stronghold. So whether the party performs or not, it still remains the party's stronghold. Next election, it was going to produce almost equivalent of the same result that was produced about 4 years ago, which means that nothing has changed. Nobody was dissatisfied with the performance of the party. It means that everybody loves the party as well as the candidate. Now, we're beginning to see the dismantling of even some garrison commanders. Some persons will tell you, this person is influential in this state and it is in control of the polity, and that his control was going to impact or rub off on candidate. And you find all of those predictions crumbling without any substance to it. Because votes are beginning to count despite the challenges here and there. And so that, for instance, in Osun State, based on the projections and the score Mr. President recorded in 2015 against the current score, you realize that the performance dropped. Previously, it will be explained that he always went that place with, say, 58 margin and 58% margin, and he was going to still reproduce the same 58% margin. So it means that there are persons that maybe do not connect with the way Mr. President is handling some key issues that has alienated them, and then they've taken their allegiance to another party. Another interesting pattern again that has come out again is Nasarawa State. Mr. President has never, not to my knowledge, Mr. President never won Nasarawa State. 2011, if I'm not mistaken, CPC won the gubernatorial election but lost the presidential election. In 2015, the same pattern happened. But this time around again, Mr. President won Nasarawa State, but with a very slim margin, which shows that, okay, there are persons that have shifted allegiance either to the ruling party or abstain completely from voting. Now, if you go to Kwara, though Mr. President won in 2015 in Kwara, Niger State at the same thing. But again, by the time you place the margin side by side, you come to see some level of fluctuation, which speaks to the issue that people are changing their minds in terms of the choices they are making.
All right, gentlemen, I want us to look at something. Yes, the pattern is changing, as you say. But how, would you say in any way, if you recall the build-up to the elections, and now I'm talking about the party primaries, there were lots and lots of wranglings, lots and lots of bitterness, arguments, and some court cases as well. And people were revolting against what they perceived now as the imposition of candidates. How much do you think that has rubbed off on these elections? Because I heard someone talk about protest votes.
Yeah, that happens. In my own estimation, you know, what is being collated, what's being shown live to the world is the presidential collation. But the offset are more at the National Assembly resort level. You have, like my brother there said, dynasties are crumbling. New kids on the block are emerging. You have sitting governors losing, just like in 2015, but not in the same states now. You are having in different states. Now, that is part of the protest. The protest vote, for instance, there are allegations that, there are reports to the effect that the incumbent governor for your state lost his senatorial ambition to another candidate. And you ask why, if a governor for 8 years is able to govern a state and to now win election in 1/3 of that state becomes a challenge. And it's not as if he has gone and is coming back, like the case of former Governor Ojius Okalu, who just made his debut into the Senate, defeating an incumbent PDP candidate. Or in Gombe, where the sitting governor lost his bid to come to Senate while the incumbent is retaining. Now, this is what we call skirt and blouse voting, or rice and beans, as it were. Because now you are having people, like Austin said, people are not looking more at the party. But one, the fallout of the party primaries. Because the party primaries were superintended by the governors. People are having different protest votes. You see a party voting the president in one breath, but voting opposition in the same election that takes place the same day, at the same time, 3 elections simultaneously, you are having 3 different outcomes in many places. So while people may have, the performance of president may have resonated with some people and say, okay, let's re-elect him. But they are punishing some people as a result of that imposition or, flawed party primaries. So there are protest votes that's coming from different, and it's not something that is peculiar to one party. And look at the case of Ifeanyi Uba winning under a YPP, which is a newly registered party, and defeating an incumbent who was been there 2 times. You understand? That is a protest. People are protesting against dynasty. That look, enough of this, you and your family, you can't continue to rule us. Let's try another person. And many of that are being reported across board. So there are still these protest votes are arising from the fallout of party primaries across the different political parties. Although one was expecting APC to be the bigger casualty. But if what is being reported on social media is anything to go by, I think there are projections that the party is still retaining its majority seats, at least in Senate. That's what is being projected. Which then means that maybe the issue of flawed primaries is overhyped in a sense.
Secondly, I wanted to just write that. Secondly, well, APC may be able to retain the majority because we're talking about Nigeria as a whole. But again, there was something that has really played out, which is the influence of Buhari himself. You know, the concept of sack simply means from top to bottom. You vote the same party. But now the people are beginning to say, no, Mr. President, we can understand, we know who you are, but these persons that we've voted, we really do not appreciate their performance. So we're beginning to question what they can contribute, because some of them do not equally represent us. And you find APC members, either as House of Reps members or senators, who are incumbent that have lost this election as a result of the fact that people are now reviewing this very particular phenomenon of saying we must have majority in the Senate or majority in the House of Reps. Because if you look at what happened, what played out, you come to realize that at a point, you wouldn't even know which is PDP, which is APC, because they were working together, depending on the interests they are. So it shows that our democracy is growing. It shows that even the electorate are beginning to hold people accountable, even if they're not shouting on top of their voices in the media. So for me, this is another pattern that is emerging for the fact that electorate will just sit and just say, this person is not for Mr. President because the person belongs to your party does not mean that he shares the same ideal with you or what we want. Please just let it go. We vote for you as the president, but House of Reps, we are going to vote for party B. Senate, we are going to vote for party C. And there is one interesting scenario. By the time we start getting the report, you will come to learn about it, and then it will show that this time around we are not having garrison commanders that are really in control.
Yes, you know what you're talking about, the garrison commander. But I think there are garrison commanders. Like I think I mentioned sometime in the morning that we no longer have Godfather, but we have God cabals.
Okay.
They say control the system. They see mention how things work. They may be in the ruling party or in the opposition. But just so quickly, I think it's too early to think that APC will maintain majority. I think it's too early. Because for me, looking at areas I had on my own permutation, I thought that Lagos should be a wide margin between APC and PDP. It hadn't played out. But they may have the senators, fine. Osun has been a domain of the APC. In 2011, the former scribe of EFCC won the state, which means PDP had never had anything around that area. But if you check the result right now, the appreciable vote gotten by PDP is remarkable. Then if you come to Ekiti, you expect, okay, because we just had an election, that they vote about close to 60-something thousand vote difference is expected, because that may be the margin by way of that analysis. Nasarawa is the only state, I think, that is showing that, that new emerging trend. I won't be surprised when I get vote that APC is winning Jigawa or Kano, because it should be expected. So when you look at those votes in Jigawa, Northwest, some part of Northeast, then you come to South-South, for example. If results start coming from South-South and Southeast, it begins to make the kind of narrative that will begin to pinpoint that, oh, like Jide mentioned, Ifeanyi, YPP, emerging, contrary to expectation. Oh, okay, that one has lost, but it's not giving it to the other party. It's on a neutral ground. There are very many neutral folks who are coming to the Senate who are not neither PDP or APC. So it's going to be a new house, a new chamber, and it's going to be an interesting one.
Now, let's return to the process of the elections itself. When the elections were the conduct, and Jide started talking about it, we saw from the National Collation Center, one or two issues raised about the number of valid votes against the number of accredited voters. And you draw attention to the fact that this was supposed to happen simultaneously. Is there any reason why the number of accredited votes and the total number of valid votes should not be the same? Could there be any explanation for it?
If there are isolated instances, I will understand. Somebody may not thumbprint and just collect and dump it. But to have it in thousands, there is something wrong with that process. What I've also found out is that there is high level of rejected ballot in some states. I think there was a state that has 17,000 invalid ballots in Osun. And somebody is saying, somebody was asking me, is it that, okay, they are counting the number of states won to determine who wins or eventually? And I said, no. It doesn't really, you can have you can win less number of states, but higher number of valid votes and still be declared winner. In the sense that if you have the big states, like the US, we talk of Electoral College, the big ones. If you are able to win that and get 25% of valid vote cast in other states, because it's not about outrightly winning a state. Somebody was asking me, oh, now that APC lost FCT, and it's part of the reason that you must win FCT to be declared winner. The issue is not about outrightly winning FCT, but having minimum of 25%. If APC has failed to get 25% now, it will have put them in jeopardy, no matter what they scored in. So there are these issues that have arisen, which I'm waiting for the commission to give us explanation, rational explanation. How can an election in which there was simultaneous accreditation and voting record high number of disparity between total valid vote cast and the discrepancy between a number of accredited voters and number of total vote cast, even when you had rejected and spoiled ballots?
Right. Well, you think there could be an explanation? This is not an easy one. Well, how about, could this have started from the unit itself in terms of the presiding officers tallying the numbers, that this discrepancy could have arisen from that? And if that is the case, the question would be, the returning officers, would they not have noticed that in tabulating those scores? Me thinks that it could have been clear.
Well, it's a serious conundrum as far as I'm concerned, because almost all the parties, especially I think about 20 parties, was said to have fielded party agents.
No, not in all.
Not in all.
Okay,
but I assume that the dominant parties, especially the two dominant parties that are contending, have their agents. And one of the preconditions for agents to sign on to the result is to ensure that all the figures are in order and is acceptable to the agent that is representing the party. And even if it is not, he has the right to protest and then place it on record that I do not agree with this. But I think the last I know is that even if you refuse to sign the result, it invalidates nothing. The only thing you could do as a political party is to go to court if you are aggrieved. But again, I know for sure that once the total number of vote cast is more than the actual number of accredited voters, that election is invalid. It's null and void. I think
it's even cancelled.
It's cancelled. Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
That happened in Kwara.
But, yes.
We saw that happen in Kwara, where they said there are some polling units results that were cancelled as a result of overvoting. Violence. Yes. And then non-use of smart card.
Smart card reader. But in this case, it's undervoting. It's undervoting. So I think that I will align myself with what you've said. Okay. For me, I would give INEC benefit of doubt to find out what has gone wrong. Is it human error or what? Before I will be able to categorically state my position.
Okay, Austin.
So I think it is wrong for any official to cancel a polling unit on the premise of overvoting.
Right.
I can tell you categorically that there is a difference between the law and the moral case.
Okay.
What the law states, 2010 amended Electoral Act, states that overvoting is not when the total number of votes cast exceeds the number of accredited voters. And we have a precedent from that from after Edo 2016 election. The party who lost the election went to court to identify in many polling units overvoting had happened. Vote cast exceeded the number of accredited voters. And the court ruled. The tribunal, the appeal agreed with them, and the Supreme Court took it out. That the court ruled that overvoting is not when the vote cast exceeds the number of accredited voters. That overvoting by the law. Again, that's where the INEC rule and INEC law do not agree. INEC law is on moral ground. The law is the law. Electoral Act states that overvoting is when the number of total voters do not exceed the number of registered voters in that particular unit. You may want to agree with me that that law is wrong, but it's the law.
Right.
It's the law. So if there's a precedent already, and by the act, by the provisions of the law, if you then cancel this thing based on moral ground, which is a good moral ground, but for the law, it does not fly because there's a precedent. Because I used to do party agent training, and the definition of overvoting is this: that when the number of voters cast exceed the number of accredited, that's overvoting, and the law is that unit is null and void.
All right.
It has changed.
Now, how much of this can you say speaks to the training of electoral officers and officials, especially when you talk about cases where smart card readers were not used? I say this is a straight
it should be a straight thing, but I think we have a challenge. I really do not know the quality of training given to these people, or whether there were substitutions, as been insinuated that on the last day, some trained ad hoc staff were substituted, or they themselves did not grab what they were taught. It could be a combination. I mean, I was in, we were in somewhere in Duse Alaji, where a presiding officer was asking accredited observers about what the law says if there is a voter who comes with a permanent voter's card, but whose name is not on the register. She allowed the person to vote. And I was like, I'm not the one to tell you. I'm an accredited observer. I've come to see what you are doing. Do you have a copy of the regulations and guidelines? Why don't you open to the relevant pages and say, this is what the law says? So some of them, not so much because of the quality of training they receive, maybe they were absent-minded. Because the challenge also has to do with when you are training, when your training is like debriefing or briefing.
Seminar.
You have too many people in a classroom. Many of them don't even have seats. And then you are like talking to them. There is no hands-on practical. But I know that in this particular election, I think there were 3 days set aside for training of ad hoc workers in batches. So it's like maybe they themselves, after they were trained, did not go back to read and digest the regulations and guidelines for 2019 elections. Because a number of things changed from what it used to be. In fact, in this current regulation, there were clearer definition of what will amount to inconclusive elections. Better so that before you can declare an election inconclusive, it says the margin must be that the number of cancelled votes or where election could not hold for one reason or the other, if the margin by which the person who is leading and the first runner-up is such that the number of cancelled votes or the number of people who could not vote could tilt victory one way or the other, irrespective of whether we are talking of legislative office or executive office, that election is inconclusive. And we have seen a couple of states where even senatorial elections were declared inconclusive. I think was it Ogun East, Ogun East, and a couple of other places. In fact, there is also this maybe Ondo South, Ondo South or somewhere, where they said the senatorial elections were declared incorrect, and it's this law that has been applied. But you know, it's not even the PO, the presiding officers, that will make this final call. It is the returning, the collation officer. Because when you are a collation officer, you take a holistic look at the report that has come to you. Sometimes there are contention about valid and invalid votes that will be escalated to you to make a decision on. What kind of decision will you make? Because there could be a serious contention about whether a ballot was properly thumb-printed or not thumb-printed. And that's why INEC always warned us to be wary of posting results that have not been authenticated, processed and authenticated. So you have this scenario that I would say has to do with either poor training, poor comprehension, or lack of or the substitution, unless, because we have a scenario in Dusi and Laji where about 52 NYC staff allegedly trained previous week could not find their names on the final list of ad hoc staff to be deployed. And when I asked the lady, she said there were 52 or thereabouts in that particular batch. And that for one reason or the other, they couldn't find their names. I now asked her, what are you doing around? She said they said they should come and hang around in the event that those whose name had been published did not come. So you can see, if you have trained some people, why would their name? And these people were paid training allowance. It may be an isolated case. It may also be something that is widespread. Because when there's a poor comprehension of the rules by which you are conducting an election, it can lead to a lot of misinterpretation.
Yeah. Well, we'll look at some of the figures here. You have spoken about Nasarawa here, and what we still see is cancellation of votes, invalid votes, and we're still having high numbers of this. Yes. And some would say, this says we're still not improving at the rate that we ought to be if we're still having huge numbers of invalidated votes due to whatever reason. There are certain reasons that would lead to that. Yes. Is it that the enlightenment is not enough? Is it that, and of course, what role would this enlarged number of candidates, especially for the presidential election, make in that? There was something about telling people how to thumbprint and then roll over and flatten and all this to prevent the blotting or the smearing of the ink, which would also lead to cancellation. Yeah. Right.
There are several factors. It's not maybe as a result of a lack of enlightenment, or that the quantum and degree of enlightenment is below expectation. I know that the media houses in Nigeria did a great work enlightening the people. Civil society organizations, even religious bodies and associations did a lot enlightening the people. Now, two factors are largely responsible from my own understanding. One is the level of understanding. There are people in the villages that, no matter what the level of information is, if they do not have access to even basic radio, as small as radio, transistor radio is a serious challenge. Some of them are concerned with making ends meet to the extent that to even listen to some of these things they feel is going to hamper their daily bread. So they concentrate in making sure that, okay, they focus on their way. Because I know that even advocacy used to be taken to the market square, demonstrating how some of these things work. So a whole lot of information have been given, but again, it all depends on the end user of this information, how the person chooses to relate with the information. And don't forget the fact that majority of our voters are in the rural areas. In the rural areas, there are a lot of factors. Those of us that are in the urban areas are complaining of a lack of a power supply. What more of our rural areas? So then the only means of passing information is transistor radio. And you may find a household that doesn't have transistor radio. Even if they have, to even purchase battery is equally a problem. Some other persons too, they have this information, but they can't even bring themselves up to actually use the information.
But if I can say a little before we go to Austin, I think part of the challenge we had is that political parties failed us to even do their own bit. They are the primary beneficiaries of voting.
Right.
Why would you not gather people in town hall to specifically put them through how to do this fingerprinting? They were the one that started the mischief. Information that is only index finger that is to be used for voting. Before INEC came up and debunked it that you can use any finger, but that use the tip of your finger. And it is deliberate that when they say use the tip, to just touch on the blood, the ink pad, and then put it, because anything outside of that box invalidates your vote, or multiple thumb printing invalidates your vote. And there are 6 different grounds by which a vote can be invalidated. 1 is if it is blank. 2, if the ballot paper is not stamped, signed, and dated by the presiding officer, even if it's properly balloted. Thirdly is if you thumb print between two contestants, 2 parties, or there is multiple thumb printing, and where you even fail to thumb print. Sometimes people will go and thumb print outside of the ballot. You know that there are spaces. If you fail to thumb print within the ballot, or you went outside of it, some even will sign. You know, they want to be known to be literate. So after they cast their ballot, they put their signature, and then that invalidates your, or you mark. If you mark rather than fingerprint, or you sign, or you fail to, you do multiple thumb printing, these are different grounds upon which a ballot can be invalidated. And people who are not aware of any of these, or many of these, maybe 1 or 2, they are aware, but in these other instances where the particular ballot paper is not stamped, signed, and dated by the relevant presiding officer, it invalidates your. But I think what didn't happen much, while we were encouraging people, go and vote, how to vote, this issue of fingerprinting, rolling, flattening, before dropping, didn't quite sync with many of the electorate.
So, what else did it?
But Jide, but you know that's why we have the APO2. Is the APO2's job, before handing out the ballot paper, is to roll and flatten. They hand over and educate the voter right there that when you vote, return it the way it have done it. But we saw, I'm sure you saw when ballot papers were handed out. They were handed out.
They were not folded. Yes, I observed that. They were not folded for the voters.
You saw voters grappling with that long bridge and then managing.
In fact, I saw one that was even blowing breeze
to get it right. So again, it goes to the question you asked: the kind of training that the ad hoc staff got. I will tell you, even though we have given INEC a lot of percentage and commendation. But the training aspect of the ad hoc staff has been an issue we have consistently mentioned to INEC. There are serious concerns with those trainings. Okay, now, do you need to train a core member on how to calculate ballot paper issued and ballot paper used, and there's error in calculation, and you see those manipulations on the result sheet, and you are asking, what kind of graduate are you? What kind of graduate are you at this level? So what they do as training, in my opinion, is a seminar. You put up to 500 people in a hall, and you are telling them on technical issues, on how to use smart card reader. It's an aberration. Training, sincere training, should not be more than 40 people at the mass in a hall. So that we can engage in practical terms. People are able to use it. This is the way it goes. I have observed a refresher course of ad hoc staffers. And what I saw was an error. They were all standing, and you're telling them what to do last minute to election. And I'm like, come on.
Okay. All right. Well, at this point in time, we would like to go to one of our centers. That's the Ibadan Center, right? Good. And we'll go over there, and just before we do, this is perhaps where we would say goodbye to one or two of our analysts. Dr. Abdurrahman, it's been a pleasure having you here.
The pleasure is all mine,
and Austin, you've been here for a while, so maybe take a breather now.
Yes.
And then hand the baton over to Jide to continue.
Yeah.
So the baton is transferred. Right. So we'll go over to Ibadan, and we'll be back here when they're done.
Thank you, Cyril, and welcome to Ibadan. We have more results here with us that have come in, and we'll take those reports. With me in the studio right now is Professor Inyito Shenge, a psychologist from the University of Ibadan. We'll take the reports first, then we'll go to some discussions. INEC returning officers for Oyo South, Oyo Central, and Oyo North have announced the result of senatorial election in the areas.
Alalade Toji Simeon, NCP Party 461, Makinde Gabriel Olukomi, NPM Party 296, Kola Adimola Balogun, PDP 105,720 votes. That Kola Adimola Balogun of PDP, having satisfied the requirement of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected on this day, 25th of February 2019.
Of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Thank you very much. Professor Jonathan Oluyori Adeyemi.
That Folani Teslim Kolawole of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Results of the National Assembly election for Ogun East Central District has been declared inconclusive. INEC returning officer for Ogun East Central election, Professor Chris Onwuka, declared the results.
The election will be declared as inconclusive. Please, I have given you the logic. No, it's okay. I have given you the logic. With the number 13,000 as indicated, because the officer said he cancelled for one polling unit. The 13,000 is reflected here. Please, the election remains inconclusive until this is declared.
Senator-elect for Oyo South Senatorial Districts, Dr. Kola Balogun, and member-elect Surulere Ogoluwa Federal Constituency, Honorable Olusegun Odebumi, have described their election as God's will, thanking the electorate for their support.
I am happy that the election has come and gone. I'm happy that people of my district, the extension people of Oyo State, and of course the people of Nigeria have been able to exercise their civic responsibility by electing people of their choice.
Being a third-time member in the National Assembly, definitely I will influence a lot of benefits for my people in my constituency and even in my state and Nigeria at large.
Yes, Prof, you've watched some of the results there. Now, there are some issues from some of the senatorial districts, in particular the Ogun East Senatorial District. The issue of overvoting occurred there. And we all know that regularly there are an adequate number of registered voters. But when you now have more votes, what can you say to this?
Thank you, Kemi, and good day, Nigerians. First, let's put things in the right perspective. I'm Dr. Alex Shenge, an associate professor at the Department of Psychology, University of Ibadan. Thank you for wishing me well. Well, overvoting, it's like a new phenomenon in the polity of the country, and I think it's a worrisome trend. It makes one begin to ask a lot of questions, but again, it only suggests the ingenuity of Nigerians in doing things their own way. It only suggests that the number of vote cast exceed the number of registered accredited voters. And then one begins to ask, where did that happen? How did we come about that? So it's something that the regulatory body, INEC, needs to look into seriously, in the sense that, like a case was reported from Nasarawa a while ago, that someone came with some hoodlums and then forced the people to vote. That is understandable, and we can explain the issue of overvoting from that. There are many other unexplained sources, and I think it's a worrisome thing because the number of votes cast should match the number of accredited voters. It should be less, it should be equal to, but not more than. So when it is more than, it suggests that something did not go right, and that should be seriously scrutinized so that we do something about it and have the record straight. Because doing that casts aspersions on the whole system, the whole process, and it suggests that the process, might not be seen as being fair. So I think INEC is doing a good job. So we should try to do away with that, so that the records are very clean and everybody trusts the system.
Okay, would you say this overvoting and some other issues is part of contributing to this late arrival of results, that collation is still ongoing in some places?
No, I wouldn't say that's the only reason. There could be many other reasons. That could be part of it. But there are many other reasons, as many reasons as the people who are on the field can tell you the problems they are encountering. So we can't pin it down to one source, but that is a likely source. That's for those who are having that challenge in their respective areas of voting or areas of assignment. But I think there are many other reasons that we can look at. But the important thing is that the regulatory body, INEC, has to listen to this complaint and find ways of dealing with it now and in the some time to come later, so that these issues. But let me also point out that we will continue to have this because we are human beings dealing with different procedures and different issues. So so many new things will continue to come up. That's the dynamism of the human nature, and we are supposed to seriously look at this, so that the process is very, very clear and everything goes on very, very well.
Now, when we talk about other issues, and we have invalid votes, but for now, because all the results have not yet come in for Oyo State, okay, we have not been able to really get the number of invalid votes. But so many other things are still ongoing, and we are expecting that results will come in. In the process, some of the results that have been declared, like we just watched, we saw that two of the winners, they accepted and reacted in a good manner. What would you want others to go that way, especially for those that do not win?
Well, elections are winners and losers. That's a reality. There are winners and losers, and when we go into it, of course, naturally we go with a sense of optimism. But when things do not turn out the way we want, I think we should we should thank God and congratulate the winner and move ahead and wait for another opportunity so that the system will be rank-off free and will be more peaceful. I think in Nigeria, just like many other people elsewhere, but especially here, when people win, of course, they accept that and they thank God for it, but it doesn't necessarily happen the same way when people lose. It is like the students that we teach sometimes when they score A's, they say, okay, I got an A. When they got a D or a fail, they said, okay, the lecturer gave me a D. So it's an attribution, and it is natural that for the things that appear to be unfavorable to us, we attribute to outsiders, forces outside our control. For those that we perceive as being positive, we feel we achieve them. So
okay, let's take this reaction from the sitting-in governor of Oyo State. He has conceded to defeat. Oyo State governor and candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in Oyo South Central District in last Saturday's presidential and National Assembly election, Senator Abiola Jimobi has expressed appreciation to the people of the state for their peaceful conduct and large turnout during the elections. A statement by the special advisor to the governor on communication and strategy, Bolaji Tunji, quoted the governor as saying that the people of the state have shown their love for the APC by voting massively for President Muhammadu Buhari and the APC candidates in the elections. From the results released so far nationwide, they said the APC was coasting home to victory. The governor equally congratulated the APC and its candidates in the state, who picked 9 out of the available 14 federal constituency seats and 2 out of the 3 senatorial seats. Ajimobi said he appreciates the people for coming out last Saturday, which led to the APC winning 2 out of the 3 senatorial and 9 out of the 14 federal constituency seats in the state. Well, that's someone coming out to concede defeat the sitting-in governor of Oyo State. What would you want to react to that?
Kenny, I think I'm pleased to hear that piece of news. I will commend Governor Jimobi for that. That is a good expression of a spirit of sportsmanship, and I think that's commendable. And it is something that others should also learn and do some, and try to emulate him. It's a good thing. If partakers in a political experience, political exercises do that, I think that would be very good. We will have fewer cases of conflict. Okay. And so I think I commend him so much for that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shenge, for coming on Nigeria Decides. We'll now go back to Abuja, where Cyril is standing by. Cyril, is back to you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Kemi. And yes, we're back in Abuja, but straight away, we'll be taking you to the National Collation Center, where Muhammad Kudu Abubakar is waiting to take over proceedings. There's a lot still happening there, but let's link up with Muhammad in the National Collation Center. MK.
Thank you, Cyril. Thank you so far for all the discussions, the analysis. Welcome back to the National Collation Center, the NTA's Nigeria Decides studio, here inside the Collation Center. I am Muhammad Kudu Abubakar, and I'm joined here with APC's presidential spokesperson of the Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo.
Thank you for having me.
So far, we have received results from coalition officers from Ekiti, Osun, Kwara, and Nasarawa states, including the Federal Capital Territory. It appears there are trends. In most of these places, the APC is leading. But one major negative, if you like, is, for example, Nasarawa, where you have 86 polling units results cancelled. What can you say about that?
Well, that is very unfortunate because ordinarily you would expect that people should be able to express their free will as much as possible. Nobody should be denied that opportunity to vote for candidates of his or her choice. So I think INEC has a lot of explanation to make in that regard. If everybody is complaining, we also complain because we know that with the fact that we have won, perhaps we would have won by a wider margin. We also want the margins to be high. Among those people who were disenfranchised, of course, you expect that with a big party like ours, we'll have a lot of supporters amongst those people who were disenfranchised, but not even for our selfish reasons alone. Even if they are going to vote against us, it is their democratic right to be allowed to vote. However, the legal position about this is that it does not mar the entire exercise in terms of the final results that may be announced. It may not. I use the word advisedly. I'm not saying it will not. It may not. Because at the end of the day, when they now see the difference between the winner and the loser at the end of the day of the presidential election, when that margin is not as much or is far more than the cancelled votes, the entire cancelled vote, not only in Nasarawa, in other states too, they will calculate all the cancelled votes. If the margin is far wider than the cancelled votes, then we have a winner of the presidential election.
Well, as a spokesperson for the APC's Presidential Campaign Council, you may be certainly concerned with this other development. And several other party agents appear to have even formally registered their protest. They were mentioning the fact that the card reader was used. But again, you are talking of incidences of overvoting.
Well, it would appear, therefore, that certain electoral officers at the unit level will have a lot of explanation to make in that regard. Because I don't think you can have overvoting at a unit without either the connivance or the approval, as the case may be, or the intimidation, because it may be true intimidation of also the electoral officers of the particular polling unit. Because if you go by card reader, biometric identification and voting, then of course the entire results at the end of the day should tally with the entire
the registered number of
voters. Not registered, those who are actually accredited number of voters.
So on the whole, like I did announce when we came on, we have results from Ekiti, Osun, Kwara, Nasarawa states, and the Federal Capital Territory. On the whole, what are your assessments?
Well, Nigeria, we always have traditional patterns of voting. And since 2015, especially when the process improved a lot in terms of actual counting the votes actually cast by people, we expected some trends. There's no party that will come and say they expected to win handsomely everywhere. What may surprise us, and perhaps then, will be the margins that are emerging. Some margins may be too narrow for us. Some margins may be too wide, for them. For instance, let us even go straight to specifics. I'm not sure they expected to win to lose as wide as that in Kwara. But with the feelers we had on the ground, we always knew that something was going to happen in Kwara. We always knew. The old Toga revolution, the enough is enough revolution going on in Kwara. If you had gone to feel the pulse of the people in Kwara, you would know that they were yearning for change. And that is what they expressed through the ballot box. And there are other areas we did not expect, for us, we did not expect perhaps some wide margins also.
What's your assessment of the results coming in from Federal Capital Territory?
Well, that's what I'm saying. FCT had always been a traditional base of the PDP. So do we have any big cause of complaint in the FCT? Well, perhaps we'll meet at the end of the day as an organization and take a decision on it. So I cannot sit here and take a decision for us as to our reaction to it. But let me tell you that you know, PDP from the time of Obasanjo and Jonathan, and they won the FCT anyway. They always won the FCT. So is that a big upset? Well, I don't know, but they had always won it.
So far, the Southwest appears is supposed to be a base of the APC. And we've had results now from Osun and Ekiti. And the trend there is the difference in votes are quite not...
Well, first of all, let us thank the people of those states and thank God that at least we won those states. So that is the first sign of, that's the first appreciation we should show that we won those states. Do we expect them to be as wider than we saw? Yes, perhaps we expected them to be wider than that, than those figures. But on the whole, we should also remember too that historically, after 2003, PDP took over the Southwest, and they consistently won the Southwest in 2007. And President Buhari, consistently lost the Southwest, 2003, 2007. 2011, he consistently lost the Southwest and lost it woefully. It was in 2015 we began to roll back the Southwest to President Buhari. So we should also be thankful to God that President Buhari can come into the Southwest at this time and still claim victory, whether it is big or small. We should know that it is a giant leap from where he was in 2003 in terms of incursion into the Southwest.
Mr. Festus Kiamu, APC's spokesperson of the Presidential Campaign Council, thank you so much so far for your assessment of the results so far announced for Ekiti, Osun, Kwara, Nasarawa State, and of course the Federal Capital Territory. I will allow you now to go and join your colleagues who are waiting patiently to listen to the chairman and then the reconvening of the National Collation exercise. I've been talking with Mr. Festus Keyamo, APC spokesperson for the party Presidential Campaign Council. He gave us his preliminary assessment and observations on the results so far released. In the last two sessions of the National Collation exercise here at the National Collation Center, the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, who doubles as the chief returning officer for the presidential election, and of course the chief electoral commissioner for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, did lead coalition officers from Ekiti, Osun, Kwara, and Nasarawa states to formally announce their results. You will notice that most of the results being read by the coalition officers, you will see them being represented graphically. We are told that the National Collation Center Secretariat ab initio collected the PDF soft copies from the various states and then feed them into their computers so that while a collation officer is reading out figures, it will be graphically illustrated. So far, like I said, we have had results from Nasarawa, Kwara, Ekiti, and Osun states, including the Federal Capital Territory. And for a little recap, if you are just joining us, Nasarawa State, the coalition officer, Professor Azubike Soni Nwanko, and who is also the academic provost of the Nigerian Defense Academy, did announce a figure of accredited voters of 613,720. Number of registered voters were 1509481, and total votes cast was 559,399. Rejected votes, he announced, were 18,621, and total votes cast again was 559,399. Out of all these, APC got 289,903 votes, PDP 283,847 votes, and Abuja had 1,500 23 votes. But one significant issue, which even Festus Keyamo commented on, was the announcement of the cancellation of results from 86 polling units. And Professor Nwako did announce and adduce to the fact that this was due mainly to the incidences of overvoting and the chaotic nature of some of the polling units that led to interferences with the electoral process, and thereafter they had to take a decision to cancel those votes. We also have been presented with a result from Kwara State. Professor Abdullahi Gada, Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Minna, was the coalition officer, and he announced that total registered voters were 140,1895. 140,1895. And out of this, accredited voters were 489,480. He also went ahead to declare that total valid votes were 459,676. Rejected votes were a total of 26,578. Total votes cast were 486,254. And like I said earlier, results of 4 polling units were cancelled in Kwara State. These were in Ilorin West and in Bariton and one other local government. In Osun State, the resident electoral commissioner, or rather the coalition officer, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, who is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, is the coalition officer. He announced that a total of 1674729 were the registered voters, while accredited voters were 732,984. And while total valid votes were 714,682, while rejected votes were 17,200. 17,200 were the total votes rejected in Osun State. In Ekiti State, Professor Olayinka, who is the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, is the coalition officer. He announced a total valid votes of Osun to stand at 381,132. Out of these, 12,577 votes were declared invalid, while total votes cast stood at 393,709 votes. It is interesting that with respect to Ekiti State, the party agents, including those of APC, PDP, and PPN, all acknowledged and endorsed the result. So far, any moment from now, the INEC chairman will be reconvening the coalition exercise here at the National Collation Center of the Independent National Electoral Commission for the 2019 presidential election. But before he does that, let me very quickly take you over back to the studio of the Nigeria Decides with Cyril Stover. Cyril, over to you.
Giving us another look at those figures has been presented by the coalition officers. Yes, a number have come in now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 already, and there's so many more to go. But as we await the reconvening of the Collation Center, let me welcome to this program another regular on our programs here, Nasarawa Umar, who's an international analyst. Thanks for joining us.
Happy democracy in Nigeria.
Right.
Yes.
Well, we have been seeing the results so far, and just before you joined us, there were some issues we raised with Jide and the 2 others who left us, and that had to do with the changing trends, and otherwise we've seen places that otherwise would have been classified as strongholds. And from the results we're getting, and this is not just restricted to the results from the presidential part of it, even from the National Assembly, we've seen results that have completely shocked people. And some politicians are beginning to lose their stranglehold on certain enclaves. What do you see
it's
about
not,
that?
it's not surprising. As a matter of fact, it's something Nigerians should be proud of. Something is an indication that Nigeria's democracy is gaining maturity. What we have seen so far demonstrates the fact that nobody has monopoly of knowledge of democratic power play. That is number one. Then number two, democracy is different from aristocracy. It's not something you can entrench in your mind, say it is a game of you, your children, your offspring. You can't build dynasty under democracy. You can't build dynasty because democracy is a dynamic system. Section 14, subsection 1 of the Constitution transcends that Nigeria wants to develop under the canopy of democracy. And democracy transcends the will of the people. People's supremacy should prevail. People have now decided that what we want is dynamism in politics of Nigeria. If you now decide, say, because traditionally I have a traditional control over a particular enclave, then you are in for a shocker when it comes to really the time for people's determination. This is what we have seen, and it is a matter of you to continuously keep fine-tuning your political strategies. If your strategy as of 2015 is a strategy of so-so strategy, so-so style, by the time it comes to 2019, you have to change strategy. And by the time it comes to 2023, it will be a completely different strategy. You have to be dynamic as a politician. Otherwise, you will not be able to continue to be up to the testing of the time of the moment. So it's a good development. Nigerians should now be going for voting for issues, not to be voting for traditionality. Nigerians should be more scientific in the way we go into voting. It is a matter of what is your content. What is your content? What are your own pronouncements? What are your own things new that you want to impact on the people different from what we have been seeing? These are the determining points of whether or not you will be a darling for the electorates or not. So it's a very good development, and I'm proud of this. Happy.
All right. Perhaps another issue that's been thrown up by the results here are that we're still witnessing less than 50% of voting from huge numbers of those registered. For instance, you have cases where 1 million plus people registered.
Yes.
And on voting day, only less than half that number would actually go out.
Equally, I'm not surprised. Equally, I'm not surprised. If you go by the way the political activities have been shaping themselves right from the beginning of last year, issue of defection, issue of party primaries, the style and the quality of the party primaries, then the type of the electioneering campaign going on. Instead of hitting issues, most of the gladiators went about talking about hitting personalities. Various attempts were made. I must commend the media based on the provisions of Section 22 of the Constitution. They did a lot of things to really bring back the politicians on the correct democratic track of campaigning based on issues, campaigning based on ideological principles, sound assemblage of policies you want to transcend for the citizenry. But rather, if you discover, you will see greater number of the campaign activities were tailored towards castigation of one political aspirant or the other by the same distance. There was no principle of esprit de corps in the way the politicians did the power play. So that is what's the second thing. The number three is that the electors discovered that the leading political parties, there seems to be very little difference between membership in the quality of membership in this party and the quality of membership in this party, due to absence of ideology, due to absence of critically assembled and analyzed policies, sound policies that you want to transcend for the citizenry. You discover that greater number of them, if you want to insult this party A, you'll discover that the party A is a byproduct of party B. Most of the people that are making noise in this party happens to jump from this party into that party. So you'll discover that there is no clear point policy for people to even understand the distance. So most of the electors now end up saying, why should I even vote? This same person that was saying that this is a group of hell people is now the one sounding say he is in the group of the people that are in the paradise. So discover that the citizenry are not appreciating the quality of the electioneering campaign because it's not based on issues. Another thing is that you got many people going in to get political, voters card, simply because it became at a time like a tradition whereby they would say if you don't have a voter's card, you cannot pass in between one particular boundary of a state to the other, or you cannot benefit from social services of the government. So people went into acquisition of the voter's card simply because it will be an instrument. Some are even saying that it is a supplement to the national identity card. So people are rushing to get the national ID card because of the preeminent benefits they so believe that are attached to the membership. Not really that they have the intention to go into the polling booths to really exercise their
Right, Jide, what about that?
Well, for me, a number of factors are responsible for voter apathy. One is non-performance by the incumbents. And when I say incumbents, I'm using it in a loose sense across the different electoral cadre. People are disenchanted, they are disappointed, they don't feel a sense of belonging. A number of things has happened. Our developmental challenges, our insecurity challenges has put a lot of people off to want to venture. Then there is the fear of insecurity. Violence. I mean, you look at the huge voting population in Rivers, but the perpetual specter of electoral violence will make a lot of people to think twice about coming out to vote. Because 2015 experience have shown that if you lose your life, no one cares. The state cannot take care of your funeral, nor your loved ones that you are leaving behind. So a lot of people will say, in as long as it's not mandatory for them to vote, why should they venture? The third one is that there are even those who wanted to collect, but the system has not made it easy for them to collect their PVC. And we have about 11 million uncollected PVC, which then means that those ones are already discounted from the number of people that we should expect will show up to vote. And as I went out on Saturday, in fact on Friday and Saturday, but principally on Saturday, I saw a lot of people who showed enthusiasm, who wanted to exercise their franchise, but because of the a little bit of mix-up in the allotment of voters, particularly new registrants. You know, there was this issue that cropped up where previously a polling unit, what we are familiar with is a polling unit being subdivided into voting points. But now we have a scenario that played out, for instance, in Duse Alaji, where we were told by the presiding officer that there is what is called PU 001, then PU 001A, 1B, 1C, 1D. Now, this PU 001A, B, C, and D is not reflected on the PVCs given to the voter. Now we have a number of voters who expressed, who wanted to come to exercise their franchise, but could not find out exactly where they are to vote.
Let me just stop you here because it looks like things are back on track at the National Collation Center. And let's go over to Mohammed Kudu Abubakar.
Okay, Ondo, ready or the scope is ready. Okay, you need a few minutes. Can we have a projection of the Ondo results? Under all set, or you have the original result? You should present from the original spreadsheet. Okay. And the result is projected. Ready, scope?
Yes, we are ready.
So please introduce yourself and the person that accompanied you, and then you go ahead to make your presentation.
I am Kayode Shoremekun, Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Ekiti. And on my left is Dr. Ambassador Oluwatoyin Akeju, who is the resident electoral commissioner for Ondo State. The state of assignment happens to be Ondo State. Total number of LGS is 18. Total number of registered voters is 1,802,567. Total number of registered voters is 1,802,567.
$802 or $812?
Okay. 1,812,567. Total number of registered voters. Total number of accredited voters, 598,586. That is 598,586. We'll now proceed to speak to the votes scored by the various parties. Party A. Party A, 55 votes. No. Okay. Total number of votes scored by Party A, sorry. 507. 507. Total number of votes scored by Party AA, 4,349. 4349. AAC, 4,414. 4414. AAP, 564. 564. ABP, 147. 147. ACD, 576. 576. ACPN, 414. 414. ADC, 6,206.
Check the figure again.
6,296. 6296. ADP, 1,005. AGA, 94. 94. AGAP, 39. 39. ANDP, 101. 101. ANN, 311. ANP, 100. 100. ANRP, 124. APA, 717. APC, 241,769. 241,769. APDA, 588. APGA, 90. 90. APM, 99. 99. APP 141, ASD 76, AUN 39, 39, BNPP 290, CAP 135, CC 100,
Scope.
CAP
Just a minute.
290.
Just a minute, Scope. Can you go back to ASD and take it from there? Just repeat ASD, tell us the figure, and you proceed from there.
ASD ASD 76, AUN 39, 39, BNPP 290, 290, CAP 135.
No. Do you have CAP before CC? It appears the figures for the two parties are confused. CAP and CC.
CAP 135. CAP 51. CC 77.
I think
CC 51.
I think at this point, scope and the rec, you need to go and reconcile those figures. You can be invited to represent. It appears that the columns have been switched off somewhat. Is it a question of using a ruler? Is it a question of more light? Do you need more light to see? It's light. Collation officer, do you need additional light? You need a ruler, not light now. Okay. You need a ruler?
Yes, a ruler will be needed.
Okay. The problem of the collection officer is not light, but ruler.
Exactly.
Secretariat, can we have a ruler?
Sir, if you can provide both, we assist.
If I can provide both,
yes.
Both additional light
like
and ruler.
A lamp or something for it.
Okay. Okay, Secretariat, can you provide the collation officer a ruler and better illumination so that he can read the figures properly? Okay, there's a ruler, if it's a ruler you need. Collation officer, is the ruler long enough?
No.
Okay, I think...
CC.
Okay.
51.
You are still where you were. Okay. I think what we should do, Ondo.
Independently, CC is being read as 51 here.
Okay. What I think you should do, Rec and Collation officer, please, we have to step down the presentation, go and reconcile the figures, and then we'll invite you again. I think that's the best thing to do under the circumstances. And then Secretariat, please make arrangement for additional illumination if it is needed. Because of the experience of 2015, we deliberately created floodlights in that part of the room. But it appears even the floodlight may not be adequate for some. So I will suggest that we step down on reconcile the figures, and then we'll invite you. Secretariat, is Kogi ready?
Kogi is here.
Kogi is here.
Can you step up?
Okay, we'll take Kogi and then we'll come back to Ondo. Thank you. Is Kogi ready? Secretariat, can we project Kogi? Are we set, Kogi?
We are very set.
Okay, please introduce.
My name is Professor M.U. Adiku, the Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja. And I was the collation officer for Kogi. Total number of local governments, 21. Total number of accredited voters, 164,0449. 164,0449. That's registered voters.
Okay.
Number of accredited voters, 570,773. 570,773. Now, the parties and their scores. A, 328. A, 328. AA, 83. AA, 83. AAC, 250. AAC, 250. AAP, 134. AAP, 134. ABP, 64. ABP, 64. ACD, 340. ACD, 340. ACPN, 204. ACPN, 204. ADC, 4369. ADC, 4369. ADP, 499. ADP, 499. AGA, 68. AGA, 68. AGAP, 32. AGAP, 32. ANDP, 194. ANDP, 194. ANN, 89. ANN, 89. ANP, 65. ANP, 65. ANRP, 54. ANRP, 54. APA, 534. APA, 534. APC, 285, 894. 285, 894. APDA 480. APDA 480. APGA 318. APGA 318. APM 73. APM 73. APP 58. APP 58. ASD 28. ASD 28. AUN 9. AUN 9. BNPP 11. BNPP 11. CAP 12. CAP 12. CC 29. CC 29. CNP 24. CNP 24. DA 47. DA 47. DPC 83. DPC 83. DPP 250. DPP 250. Fresh 59. Fresh 59. FJP 47. FJP 47. GDPN 443. GDPN 443. GPN 60. GPN 60. HDP 18. HDP 18. ID 21. ID 21. JMPP 33. JMPP 33. KP 32. KP 32. LM 31. LM 31. LP 68. LP 68. MA 40. MA 40. MNN 311. MMN.
Collation officer. Go back to the last one that you said MA. Is it MA?
MAJA 40. MAJA 40. MMN 311. MPN 43. MPN 43. NAC 22. NAC 22. NCMP 27. NCMP 27. NCP 32. NDCP 11. NDLP 13. NDLP 13. NEPP 12. NEPP 12. NFD 87. NFD 87. NIP 36. NIP 36. NNP 103. NNPP 103. MPC 154. NPC 154, NRM 49, NRM 49, NUP 102, NUP 102, PCP 2207, PCP 2207, PDP 218207, PDP 218207, PPA 436, PPA 436, PPC 234, PPC 234, PPN 116, PPN 116, PT 41, PT 41, RAP 44, RAP 44, RNBP, RBNP, RBNP 79, RBNP 79, RP 43, RP 43, SDP 226, SDP 226, SNC.
Go back to SDP. What's the figure?
SDP 226, 2226, SNC 646, SNP 78, UDP 34, UDP 34, UP 20, UPN 16, WTPN 8, YES 17, YPP 87. Now, problem areas.
Go ahead.
Well, from our various local governments, we had Adavi in 3 polling units, number of registered voters 1216. Ankpa in 12 polling units 11231. Basa in 9 polling units 6068. In Dekina in 69 polling units 41040. Ibaji in 10 polling units 5972. In Ida 1 polling unit 345. Igalamela 23 polling units 11408. In Kababunu 2 polling units 1007. In Kogi KK, in 1 polling unit 691. In Ofu, 10 polling units 7564. In Ogorimagongo, 8 polling units 2193. And then in Olamaburu, in 1 polling unit 366. Total 89101.
CO, can you explain why all these problems and the reasons, particularly in Dekina, which affected 69 polling units?
Yes, we were told that we had a lot of hostilities. And in fact, one or two persons were killed. Because of that, many people refused to come out to vote. In fact, if you look at the total number of registered voters
for that local government, we had over 162,000. Only 37,000 could be accounted for. Accredited voters because of these reasons. So there were a lot of difficulties.
Okay, I hope you have come with reports from the EOs or those who are involved in elections in those locations.
Yes.
And you are going to submit the reports?
Okay, those reports we brought.
Okay, but for completeness of record, please, can you tell us the total valid votes, rejected votes, and total votes cast again, just for the completeness of our own record?
Total valid votes, 521,016. Total valid votes. Rejected votes, 32,480. Then total votes cast, 553,496.
Okay. Okay, can you please repeat the figures again slowly?
Yeah. Total valid votes, 521,016. 521,016. Rejected votes, 32,480. Rejected votes, 32,480. Total votes that were cast, 553,496.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you come forward and present the original of your reports, along with those reports from the local governments where election could not hold, and the explanation, the reasons? Is Ondo ready now?
Gombe is ready.
Or Gombe?
Gombe is ready.
Okay, if Ondo is not ready, we'll take Gombe as soon as we are done with Kogi. But please come forward and present. Yeah, we need the reports from those locations where elections could not hold, so that we'll study the reasons why before we finalize on the results. Please, for all the states that are yet to present, get all this information ready so that we can move faster. Okay. Date.
Now put on the stamp. Also the problem areas.
Okay, and the reports.
They only submitted their reports.
So that the form
yes.
as well as the reports. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Where does?
Thank you.
Where does?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, just before you go, Professor Adiku, please come. Just before you go, come over. There are some areas where you have to initial your signatures. No, there are some. Check 1 or 2. You need to initial. Is Gombe ready?
Yes, they're ready, Chairman.
Okay, so please, can the scope for Gombe come forward along with the resident electoral commissioner? Okay. Any questions? Any observations? Okay, please.
Kogi,
just before Kogi, please, just before you go, there are 1 or 2 questions or comments that party agents would like to make.
Take a seat, please. The gentleman standing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Osita Chidoka for the PDP. I want to raise an observation on the report from Kogi State. First observation is about Dekina local government, where we have a report written by the SPO. The SPO has listed there were no elections in many polling units, and there was violence resulting in the death. I have the pictures of the guy that was shot dead and all the ballot papers that were scattered and destroyed in many polling units in Dekina local government. So we would like clarification that there was an agreement that Dekina local government will not be entered in the results, in the final results, but I can see that Dekina local government made it here. Secondly, on a general level, I think that the chairman has made the point that where there are no card readers, the election is null and void. So PDP is bringing you a list of polling units and wards where there were no card readers, where card readers were not used. We are writing them down and we are sending them to the chairman. So we would like to know that Kogi State is fraught with a lot of issues. There are specific wards and polling units in other areas we are documenting. We'll be forwarding that to the chairman. And we hope that after the announcements, and if you corroborate what we say, then you will take action on all those areas we've raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any clarification or response to this?
Sorry, sir, there's one of the party agents.
Honorable Chairman and members of the High Table, I made some observations.
Your name, sir, your party.
My name is Godwill Chima Benjamin from People's Coalition Party. Yes, that's the PCP. From the total number of accredited voters, we have 570,773 voters. And then the total votes cast is 553,496, which means there is a difference of 17,277. And from our understanding, accreditation and voting took place simultaneously, which implies that total number of accredited voters and total number of votes cast is likely to be the same thing. But from Kogi State, I observed 17,000 difference. There's a shortfall of total vote cast from total accredited voters. And then in FCT, there is a shortfall of 16,000 between the total accredited voters and total votes cast. In Kwara State, there is a deficit or difference of 3,228. And as well as Nasarawa State, there is a difference of 32,942 lower than total number of accredited voters. I did not take note of Ekiti and Osun because I started observing it from FCT.
Okay, thank you very much.
This kind of observation, demands some inquiry.
Yes, the point was made earlier. So let us take a global view of the entire report, and then we'll come back to that before we conclude the process. It's not only likely to apply to the states that we have mentioned, but even some of the states not presented. We have taken note of that, and we'll come back to it before we conclude the process. Any clarification on the first issue? I've taken care of the second one.
Yeah, I think the first personally corroborated what I said earlier, that there were lots of hostilities. And that was why the number of voters were much, much fewer. In fact, less than 1/4 of the total number of registered voters. I had earlier said that when you asked me that.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we should go to the next state. We have taken full cognizance of all the issues raised. We'll come back to that later.
Gombe, please.
Gombe.
Correct. Introduce yourself, then hand over to the scope. Introduce yourself, then hand over to the scope.
The State Collation Officer should introduce himself and the person accompanying him, and should go forward to present the results for Gombe State.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel. My name is Kari Mohammed. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Modibo Adama University of Technology, Yola. I covered Gombe State as a scope. Gombe State has 11 local government areas. Total number of registered voters, 1,385,191. 1,385,191. 1,385,191. Total number of accredited voters, 604,240. 604,240. 604,240. The votes cast by political parties: A 73, AA 52, AAC 165, AAP 157, ABP 912, ACD 233, ACPN 732, ADC 248.
Can you go back to ACPN? Twice.
ACPN 73.
Go ahead.
ADC 248. ADP 135. AGA 102. AGAP 39. ANDP 62. ANN 78. ANP 59. ANRP 116. APA 925. APC 402961. 402961. 402,961. APDA 515. 515. APGA 124. APM 54. APP 56. ASD 33. AUN 32. BNPP 32. CAP 28. CC 145. CNP 52. DA 40. DPC 120. DPP 404. Fresh 145. FJP 168. GDPN 1392. GPN 171. HDP 52. ID 45. JMPP 59. KP 57. LM 36. LP 41. Maja 164. You said? Okay, sorry, 104. 104 for Maja. 104. MMN 511. MPN 91. NAC 34. NCMP 19. NCP 69. NDCP 18. NDLP 30. NEPP 20. NFD 88. NIP 56. NNPP 133. NPC 172. NRM 92. NUP 166. PCP 1679. PDP 138484. 138,484. PPA 407. PPC 191. PPN 125. PT 67. RAP 71. RBNP 36. 36, RP 26, 26, SDP 248, 248, SNC 823, 823, SNP 95, 95, UDP 34, 34, UP 7, 7, UPN 38, 38, WTPN 7, 7, YES 32, 32, YPP 39, 39. Total number of ballot votes 554,203, 554,203, 554,203. Rejected votes 26,446, 26,446, 26,446. Total votes cast 580,649, 580,649, 580,649. Mr. Chairman, sir, we have problem areas in 2 local governments. Balanga, Code 02, 11 polling units affected. Number of registered voters affected, 6,308, 6308.
Did you say how many polling units affected?
11 polling units in Balanga.
Not 2.
Not 2, sir. We had a problem of transporting from Arabic to Roman, so I think that was why we got the mistake. 11 units in Balanga, 6308. In Duku, Code 04, 2 polling units affected, 782 votes, giving a total of 7090, 7090.
And how many polling units in all?
13 polling units in all. No? Yeah, 13 polling units in all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please step forward and submit the originals? Have you signed? Can you countersign this? And this?
The report, as well as the reasons. Only this one? What about the report? report explaining what happened. You just forward them? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Is Ondo ready now? Collation Secretariat, is Ondo ready? If Ondo is still not ready, do you have any other state? Okay, it appears that Ondo will require at least 20 minutes with the ruler and the additional illumination, while also any moment from now we're expecting 2 more states to come to arrive Abuja. Okay, it's now 25 minutes to 7. We'll grant Ondo the 20 minutes required. We hope also by the time they are ready, we'll have 2 additional states. So we'll adjourn again and reconvene at 8 p.m. We'll reconvene at 8 p.m. Thank you. What about Niger?
Bayiba, it's already Allah. Well, the INEC chairman and chief returning officer for the 2019 presidential elections has again adjourned collation here at the National Collation Center to reconvene at 8 p.m. But before then, the following states presented their results, or rather their votes cast in respect of the presidential elections. We had Edo State, Kogi State, and Gombe State. Even though Ondo's presentation was stood down because the collation officer appears to be having challenges with illumination, and this necessitated his inability to read some of the figures. So the chairman graciously allowed him to stand down to further familiarize himself with the figures. Thereafter, we had results from Kogi State. The collation officer is Professor Michael Adiku, Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja. He said a total of 21 local government areas in Kogi State had a total number of registered voters of 1,600,000 640,449 voters. Out of these, 370,773 voters were accredited. Out of these accredited voters, APC scored 285,894 votes. Abga scored 480 votes, while PDP registered 218,207 votes. But Professor Adiku did mention that there were challenges across the state, Kogi State that is, in terms of hostilities that led to even one person losing his life. He said this spread across several local government areas, but of particular mention was the Kina local government areas, where results of 69 polling units were cancelled. And all in all, out of the registered voters, 89,101 registered voters could not cast their ballot because of these hostilities. All in all, 521,616 voters, or rather valid votes, were recorded, and 32,480 votes were rejected. Total votes cast were 553,496 votes. At this point, the PDP agent, Osita Chidoka, announced their observation with respect particularly to Dekina, and all their observations were recorded, and Professor Mahmoud Yakubu promised to look into them. Even though the coalition officer, Professor Adiku, did explain that some of the observation tallies with, or rather some of the observations announced by the PDP agent tallies with his explanation that the hostilities led to several voters not being able to cast their vote, and of course that reflected in the number of votes cast. Thereafter, Professor Kari Mohammed, Vice Chancellor, Modibo Adama University, who is the coalition officer for Gombe State, mounted the set and announced that 1,385,101 voters were registered in Gombe State. Out of these, 604,240 were accredited. Total votes cast in Gombe State were 580,649, while valid votes cast stood at 554,203. For political parties, votes recorded, APC recorded 402,000 votes, 961, while PDP had 138,480. Again, Professor Kari Mohammed, who is the coalition officer, announced that in Balanga local government areas, 13 polling units had challenges and problems, leading to 6,308 voters not being able to cast their ballots. So all in all, for now, we have had results from Kogi State, Gombe State, Ekiti State, Kwara State, Nasarawa State, Federal Capital Territory, Osun State, and Ondo State, which I earlier told you was stood down because of the inability of the coalition officer to read some of the figures very clearly. And this, of course, the chairman announced that they will be given a grace of 20 minutes when the coalition exercise reconvenes at 8 p.m. For now, we have made efforts to get one of the agents of the PDP to come and speak to us, and Osta Chidoka is working he is working across. He will join at any moment to speak to us on the preliminary observations of his party and possibly speak on their observation, particularly in the Kina local government area. Osta Chidoka is one of the registered agents of the PDP. The other one is Dr. Bugaji, but Dr. Bugaji has told us that Osta will speak to us. If Osta is not ready, we will quickly hand you over to our Nigeria Research Studio at the NTA headquarters with Cyril Stoba.
Thank you very much, MKA. And interesting results have come on. But just before we look at those ones we already have, Jide, it's as if it's playing out again. You recall in 2015, the delivery of the results where one of the coalition officers had challenges with you know, eyesight and then illumination, and we've seen it play out again.
Yeah, I mean, it's normal and natural for someone to be visually challenged. And Professor Shiremeko is requesting for a ruler and better illumination. So it's nothing out of place. It's just that it's adding to the drama, you know, because you know, when you start reeling out something that is contrary to what has been inputted in the database, this discrepancy can raise a lot of issues, and that's why the result has been stood down for proper things to be done. Don't forget that the agents of the party already have copies of this result at the last collation point, which was at the state office. So it has to tally. Anything out of that could lead to suspicion of manipulation of result, and that will discredit the entire exercise. So the right thing is being done. Even if you want needs more than ruler and illumination, it has to be provided for the purposes of making sure that the right thing was done.
And I can tell you that it's not easy to go through numbers, huge numbers, running into hundreds of thousands and millions. I can tell you that it's not easy to go through.
I think that a lot. You know, I recall at the Radio Nigeria annual lecture last year, where I was one of the panelists, one of the discussants, I had to request for illumination because I wasn't seeing well because the place was poorly lit. So it's not out of place for one to actually request for better illumination. It's just to do a thorough job, and that's what is needed.
I don't think that one is an excuse, owing to the fact that these are tested academicians. These are tested professors, professionals to the core. So I don't see, then the question I will ask is, why is it only in Africa you'll be looking for ruler and illumination when you are collecting results? Why is it all over the world is only in Africa? Is it a demonstration of Africa magic, or what are you trying to say? So as far as I'm concerned, that one is not a tenable excuse. What is important here is to appreciate the civility in the chairman of the INEC, for him to be appreciating, say, okay, there are some of these hiccups, so we will accommodate the hiccups. We'll go for a break. After some time, we reconvene. Probably they will get refreshed, and that will be able to widen and broaden their faculty of academic intellect to be able to be comprehending the figures correctly for Nigeria.
Okay, six states now. It is 6, right? 6 and the FCT. And, well, it could have been 7, but now it's 6. Hopefully, we'll get Ondo back at the time the Collation Center reconvenes. And like the chairman said, perhaps 2 more states will be coming in. So, at this point, let's go over to our Benin Network Center. And Agatha Egwari-Ojo is sitting in tonight from our Benin Network Center. Let's go over there.
Thank you, Cyril. Welcome you to Benin. Of course, we have our guest already seated. Is the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Orator of the University of Benin, Professor Eddie Eragbe is here with us. You're welcome.
Yeah, good evening. And it's indeed my pleasure to be with you again.
All right. We'll now go over to most of our reports. Most of the results for the National Assembly elections in Edo State are in, and so far, winners have been declared for 2 senatorial districts and 6 House of Representatives seats. Ivio Mori brings us the details.
Of the 8 federal constituency seats in Edo State have been announced. In Oedo Federal Constituency, Omoyege Ogbedeyama of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) hold a total of 32,895 votes to emerge as winner. Usagbobi Yoha of the APC, who vied for same position, had a total of 23,352 votes, and Osaige Omoefosa of the Action Democratic Congress had 1,200. South, West, North, East Federal Constituency, the incumbent representative Omosede Igbinejion of the People's Democratic Party polled 23,345 votes. Agime Sam Irunse Guma had 28 votes, and Dennis Daosa of the All Progressive Congress emerged as the winner with 28,509 votes. In Esako Federal Constituency, the returning officer declared Johnson Oguma as the winner of the election with a total of 57,751 votes to defeat Blessing Agbomere of the PDP with 36,904 votes. Joe Ejonwele of the People's Democratic Party wins Esan West, Esan Central, and Igweben Federal Constituency. He polled 30,848 votes. Patrick Idiake of the All Progressives Congress had 29,844 votes, and Patrick Ahimie of GDPN had 672 votes. Esan Southeast and Esan Northeast Federal Constituency has Sergius Ogun of PDP as its winner with 25,581 votes. Joe Ipia of the All Progressives Congress polled 18,681 votes, and Obian Joel of PPA polled 421 votes. In Owan Federal Constituency, Professor Julius Iyonwere of the All Progressives Congress emerged winner as he scored 33,199, and his contender Johnson Agbolagba of PDP scored 25,722 votes. Results released at the senatorial level is that of Edo North Senatorial District, where incumbent Senator Francis Alimekena was declared the winner as he polled a total of 117,783 votes. He defeated Abubakar Momo of the PDP, who scored 80,752 votes. For Edo Central Senatorial District, Clifford Odia of the People's Democratic Party emerged as the winner with 56,048 votes. His closest contender is John Usaige Negbedion of the APC with 49,158 votes, while Idumoza Isidahome of SDP polled 1,451 votes. Results for 1 senatorial seat and 3 House of Representatives seats are still outstanding. In Benin, Ivie Omoyi, NTA News.
These results compiled by Ivie Omori are as announced by INEC returning officers in the various collation centers. Now, our reporter Ifoma Okafor is at the Urukpota Hall here in Benin City. That's Urukpota Hall is one of the major collation centers in Edo South Senatorial District. She's there waiting for results to be collated and announced. She reports from there that there is strong security surveillance as there has been problems in that center. Now, the collation centers in Edo South had been troubled since yesterday. The Commissioner of Police on Elections in Edo State, Dan Malam Mohammed, had a task of forestalling any breakdown of law and order in the centers. He was on a visit there with other heads of security agencies. Udwakobong Achibong will bring us up to speed there.
When the Commissioner of Police arrived at Ehoza Grammar School, the collation center for Igolugu government area, there were altercations between party agents over collated votes. Mr. Dan Malam Mohammed, who considered the issue a political one rather than security matters, suggested that the attention of the resident electoral commissioner be drawn to the situation.
No trained police officer will take side in election matters. We are neutral and we remain neutral.
The REC, Dr. Emmanuel Hart, who visited the center, met with the various party members on the way forward. He later spoke to newsmen on the outcome of the meeting.
We've been trying to resolve, the problem of what the misunderstanding is. It appears all of them are, everybody talking at the top of his voice, and nobody will listen to anybody, including me. So I think for now I have to leave. My people are here, they are still on the ground, and they will handle the issue. And I believe that before the end of the day.
The Commissioner of Police and his entourage escorted result sheets from the Collation Center to INEC headquarters in Benin for safety reasons for their grouped party members to sort out their differences. Mr. Muhammad then moved to Western Boys High School, the Collation Center for Ikpobaha local government area. What he met on ground was acrimony among party members and ordered security personnel to disperse them from the premises. At the time of the visit to the two collation centers, INEC was yet to announce results of winners for the House of Representatives seats in Edo South District. In Benin, Rakobong Achibong, NTA News.
Okay, Professor Ragbe.
Yes.
You see there, we're having delays in announcement of election results for Edo South Senatorial District, the collation centers in Western Boys High School, the Rookwater Hall, and the other one in Negosa Grammar School. The problem now is not logistics by INEC, maybe moving materials or men, but you're having differences among party members. What's your take on this?
Well, yesterday, when we were appraising the performance of the INEC and all by way of the elections, we had preemptively stated that until you get your results out, it's not yet over, because things could happen between the movement to the collation center and what even takes place at the collation center. I think what is missing for now is getting details as to what actually are the issues of disagreement between the party agents at these collation centers. Yeah. Because one would expect that if what is being done at the collation centers is a question of the results that had come out from the various polling units, then one should not be having this kind of standoff that seems to be happening at this level. But we must commend the security agents and, of course, INEC, that they have been proactive in getting on to try to resolve these matters. And it's still our hope, because we have been singing about how peaceful the elections were in Edo State, apart from one incident that the governor even had to go and visit those that were injured. But by and large, the elections were peaceful in Edo State. And unless these matters that are now arising are decisively dealt with in a peaceful way, it could be at the end of the day that the peace we have been celebrating here may not be what we eventually count. So our call is that those that are involved must resolve the issues. But the agents themselves should know, just as we've seen happening at the national level, if you have disagreements with whatever is being presented, you have to compile and then do the appropriate protest at the appropriate levels. Because I don't think that maybe destroying materials or preventing results from being announced is what is going to be the best solution to this matter. So there should be an amicable way of resolving what these issues are. And at this stage also, we expect the major leaders of the party, including, of course, our very respected and revered governor, others respected governor and others, to look into what are really these issues of disagreement and see how they can be resolved. Because at the end of the day, I'm sure it's a question of the figures. What were brought to the places? Were elections held in those areas? If not, what are the issues? So to that extent, we believe that as much as possible, they should try to resolve these matters now. It's very unfortunate that for Edo North, results are already out. Then by and large for Edo Central, results are out. But now, the heart of the state, that is Edo South, we're having problems. Only one of the federal constituencies by way of Abia Northeast has come out. We are not even yet getting the others from Orionwo and Humode. We've not received the one from the one in this center here. But I thought that they had already released the one for Redo. Maybe your reporters did not catch that as it were.
But I was thinking that at this stage, probably our politicians would have had the spirit of sportsmanship that, you know, they must know that in every contest there is a winner and there is a loser, that no matter how it goes, they take things slow.
No, we have said before that when we are talking theoretically, it's so easy to say, let these things be. But there is a lot at stake here. Because remember, these elections, from the results we have been seeing, some have been very, very close. And so if disagreements in one or two areas are not properly handled, it could mean that for those that are protesting at this stage, those areas of protest could tilt the result, so to speak. So if you see that you're almost getting it, and it's like it's one technical problem or the other that will prevent you from getting it, then it might become necessary to get what you're looking for. But what we are still saying is that under a democratic system, you resolve issues based on procedures, based on guidelines, as already agreed upon. So if there are issues here, we have seen situations where parties will say, we are taking these results under protest. Some will even refuse to sign. But again, that is believing that at the end of the day, if these issues are not resolved, there are higher levels where they can be resolved. And that's where sometimes judiciary is. But I know that for some of the key players out there, they are also worried that if you concede now, and you have certain things you believe strongly about, there is always the former saying that let's meet at the courts, and things could become a little bit different from what you had. So, but we must at this stage appeal to those that are involved to toe the path of negotiations, the path of agreement, the dialogue, so that whatever issues are on ground can be peacefully resolved.
All right, Prof, I'll come back to you. Now, over 2 million registered voters in Edo State participated in the election that brought in winners declared so far. So let's see the special feature on an overview of Edo State. It's put together by Goodluck Enaini.
Edo State, also known as the heartbeat of the nation, was created on the 27th of August 1991 from the old Bende State. It is located in the central southern part of Nigeria and has Benin City as its capital. It has an estimated population of over 4 million people and a total land mass of 19,187 square kilometers. It has 18 local government areas embedded in the 3 senatorial districts of Edo North, Edo South, and Edo Central. Records show that Edo State occupies 6th position economically in the country, with a GDP of $11.89 million and a GDP per capita of $3,623. The main ethnic groups are the Benis, Afemais, Esans, Owans, and Akoko Edos, with cultural similarities in religious worship, folklore, dance, arts, and crafts. The colorful traditional festivals in the state manifest in its rich cultural heritage. Benin City has a history of being one of the foremost destinations of the colonialists during their exploration of Africa continent many centuries ago. Some have remained enviable tourist attractions for the state.
The traditional institution, whether it is rain, sun, or shine, is not affected because the government today is still striving to meet up with the Benin tradition.
The basis of its economy is farming, and records have shown that out of the 18 million hectares of land available in the state, 80% is cultivable, yielding agro potentials and making the state the 2nd largest producer of rubber and oil palm, 6th largest producer of cocoa, 9th largest producer of rice, and 15th largest producer of cassava. Apart from having the largest onshore resources in Nigeria, Edo State is also rich in solid mineral deposits.
In the less than 10 years' time, Edo State in agriculture will have food. There will be enough food in Edo State.
Since inception in 1991, the state has been governed by 5 democratically elected governors and a good number of persons, both at the national and state legislature. The political socialization of the people has equally improved in recent times.
I believe the future of Edo State, if it continues in this trend, it will be a peaceful and a very good state for investors, for residents, like people to come and live in.
There's going to be prospects, not only Edo State, for all the country, for all the states in the country.
The high presence of
That's our beautiful Edo, the land of culture, the land of traditions, the land of the Omonoba Iridiawa of Benin. A report just reaching me now says that Jude Ise Idehe of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has been declared winner of Ikubauha Igo Federal Constituency of the House of Representatives. He was declared winner by returning officer Roslyn Osage. And Prof, this was one of the places where we were having controversy. So hopefully issues are gradually being resolved now.
I think that is good news. When I say good news, that whatever were the issues of disagreement, they have reached some, they've been able to resolve it to the extent that the result has been announced. And what I was saying before is that if the other party, for example, has issues of disagreement with whatever has led to this result, what we normally expect is that they have to follow due process to challenge if there is such. So I think it's quite heartwarming that gradually they are resolving the matters. And I was happy to later get to remember that Oredo result has actually already been released, where Ogbede Hama of the PDP has been declared winner as well. So let's hope that the remaining issues will be peacefully resolved and the results for Edo State complete will be out. And of course, we are waiting to hear the presentation as far as Abuja is concerned concerning the presidential elections.
Okay,
yeah.
Another issue arising from announcement of results is the issue of void votes.
Yes.
In Ikubauha, they had as much as 4,102, and we saw in FCT, they had, in Ekiti, 12,577.
Yes.
What should we do? We have another round of elections next week.
No, I think that what we have been mentioning is that it's also important to know why those votes were voided. I think in one or two of the cases, they said there was what they call overvoting. And when they're talking about voting is that, oh, these were the number registered that were cleared, and but what they eventually got was more. And then the point they have been making, it was anticipated that with the high number of political parties, especially for the presidential, the space available was not going to be good enough and easy to manage. And we said, and I had mentioned it here in our earlier discussion, that we must even appreciate the role that was played by civil society organizations, the news media, and all, in helping Nigerians to contend with these new developments by way of numbers. So, like what you rightly said, it's going to be necessary at this stage to once again go on this voter education, especially with governorship coming up in other states. We know that Edo is not on for it now, but in other states, these things can be very contentious. But luckily, let's also hope that the number of parties that will be contesting in the various states will not be as high as the presidential. And that is one of the major reasons because, and then the folding of those ballot papers, you discover, we said it in some of our programs, that they were showing how you could avoid this thing smearing, and then you have you vote for one, but it will appear in another. But this time around, like we had in the various senatorial district voting, we had in the House of Rep, there were not so many. So I'm suspecting that those ones would not have had as many voided votes as happened in the case of the presidential. So I agree with you that there is need for us to go back. And when I say we, all of us that are interested in terms of having credible elections in our country, that we go back to educate the people. The media houses should continue. The civil society groups should continue. The professional bodies that have been involved should also continue in trying to make sure that we reduce these things so that at the end of the day, it will not be that our people are not so educated. We must even commend Nigerians because when I went to vote, even being a professor, PhD, I had to look very closely to know where I was going because it's not an easy task. So you can just imagine a market woman that has just been hearing one slogan, oh, vote for my party, and the person goes there. If you can't know what is PDP, you don't know what is APC, you don't know what is DPN, you don't know what is NANRP, all those things, some people even need to go back as far as education is concerned. So we need to teach them more. as it were.
All right, Professor. Now let's go over to Ondo State, where the Ondo Southern senatorial election has been declared inconclusive due to the cancellation of 56 polling units in 5 out of the 6 local government areas of the district. Olubumioke has details.
From Ondo, the results for the senatorial elections so far released indicate that Professor Ajayi Borophis of the APC polled.
We sincerely apologize for the mix-up in that film, but that's how it's been here. Professor, we thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, well, I think we will say for Nigeria, these have been trying moments, but I think we are getting there. We have to be patient. As we said yesterday, the results are beginning to trickle in. We are still hearing at the federal level that they are expecting more states to come in. At the end of the day, let's hope that even the points that were raised earlier concerning some states where they are saying that there are issues, even like Edo, let's hope that those matters can be resolved well. It's even heartwarming that driving around town, people seem to be moving back to their lives. And so all the tension, apprehension that was pervading the air, gradually, I think we are getting there. And we are hoping that this will be part of our great history, that once again, we're able to conduct successful elections. Issues will arise, but those issues can be resolved. The United States, up till now, they are still discussing the last elections that brought President Donald Trump on. Allegations, counter-allegations. What normally happens is that as long as you have structures, you have institutions, you have procedures for resolving issues, it's always better to follow them rather than to take the negative side.
All right, Dr. Ediragbe. Good to have you anytime, any day.
My pleasure being with you. Thank you so much.
All right. And that's how it's been from this end of the Benin Network Center, from Benin City precisely, the home of Oba Ewai II. Cyril is back to you.
Thank you, Agatha. Back here in Abuja, yes, I'm still here with Jide Ojo and Nasarawa Umar. We've seen more states and we have seen so many things playing out. But I'd like us to take a closer look at the incidents of cancellations. And these cancellations begin to be worrisome when you see the sheer numbers of them. And in the case of Kogi, for instance, challenges of violence and 69 polling units cancellations today.
Yeah, it's worrisome because much as we have done a lot of voter sensitization, peace education, trying to mobilize people to embrace peaceful elections, it's like leopard will never change his skins. It's unimaginable. You can see that your correspondent was talking about Ondo South, where election had to be declared inconclusive as a result of cancellation of over 50 polling units. And that's huge. That's huge. Look at the Kogi. We are talking of about 68, 69. Then in Gombe, same thing happened. I think it's a worrisome trend that should not be allowed to continue. Even though the cancellation is to enhance the integrity of the process. Because we cannot, it's like when you say, why was an election declared inconclusive? Would you have preferred the flood election being allowed to go because you don't want to have an inconclusive election? There are conditions precedent to declaring a person winner of an electoral contest. If you don't meet those thresholds, it has to be declared inconclusive. But where people are still engaging in electoral violence, overvoting, non-adherence to the use of smart card reader, these are some of the points that have been raised as necessitating the cancellation in some of these polling units. But I think going into March 9 state assembly and governorship election, a lot of voter education still needs to be done in terms of, and the security agencies need to up their game so that we don't have issues that will warrant the cancellation in the first place. Because part of what we have seen is low voter turnout. And this pans into that low voter turnout because by the time we do the subtraction of this cancellation from valid vote cast, we find out that the number has even dropped more than we expected it to be for an election.
Right, Nasarawa.
Yes, I do not know the yardstick used for cancellation of the declaration of the Ondo senatorial district as inconclusive, going by the fact that 56 polling centers have been cancelled. Because if you take the case of Kogi State, for example, Dekina, 69, which is higher even than that one, and I don't.
Yeah, but it depends on the margin with which the leading candidate and the first runner-up is the margin.
Yes,
and what if it could tilt victory one way or the other? The election has to be declared inconclusive.
I do agree with you fully on that. But my main worry has to do with the perpetrators of the actions that will lead to all these cancellations. Absence of real manifest sanction. That is one of my greatest area of worries. The Inspector General of Police announced that 128 people have been arrested so far. In 2015, all that number of the people arrested, we have not heard how any of them have been convicted. We did not see any sanction. Even somebody at a time, similar time that Collation was going on at the International Conference Center, if you remember very well, was trying to turn the country upside down. I have not heard of any penalty against him up to this moment. So we shouldn't forbid a culture of, say, criminals should be going away whenever they commit something. We shouldn't be trading in political convenience against the interest of application of sanctions against the culprits. We need to really start seeing the Independent Electoral Commission, as per the provision of Section 150 of the Constitution, they have the power to prosecute. Because if you allow the power to prosecute to go under the traditional parlance of the police, in most cases, they will go into regular process of prosecution at the normal state levels, and at the end of which the regular attorney generals of the federation, attorney generals of the respective states can enter and only prosecute. And that is all. They don't need to give any explanation regarding how the cases will be discontinued.
We'll return to that again against the backdrop of some people saying already INEC is overburdened with so many issues, and adding the additional burden of prosecution may not be in its favor. But, well, 6 states have gone 1, 2, 3, yes, 4, 5, 6, and the FCT. We have been keeping tabs on some of the results that have been announced so far. Cecil Egwele joins us at this point. Cecil?
Yeah, Cyril.
Keeping watch on some of those results already released, with all the surprises. And,
quite some
like
surprises.
Someone said, the gradual dismantling of, was it Mena? Sorry,
the political dynasties.
Yes, okay. So take us through some of those.
Yeah, you know, Cyril, something that even worries many, it's not just the cancellation you just talked about, is the number of registered voters as against the accredited voters and those who finally came out to vote. I mean, I thought there was a lot of sensitization going with the whole social media go register and adverts everywhere. But let's have a look. I would want to start with a state right here at the FCT, for instance.
Okay.
Let's start with Abuja, of course, where the PDP candidate Abubakar Atiku won with 259,997, followed closely by President Muhammadu Buhari, 152,224, and Felix Nicholas of the PCP. Now, okay, now let's compare the PDP and the APC as in 2015 at the last election. We could see that, yeah, the PDP won this year, but in 2015, they had the margin was about 96.49% for PDP and 3.1. I would wonder what happened this year, even though we're still a little similar. Now let's take a look at the number of registered voters in the FCT as against the number of those who came out actually to vote.
Okay.
Okay, now these are the registered voters. We go to the FCT, There is the FCT Abuja. Can I look for it? Can I find it? It's
FCT under F. Yes.
FCT under F. I guess my mathematics, okay, that should be somewhere up here. The FCT, can I see this clearly?
Yes.
Let's go back a little.
Right.
Okay. Up a little.
Yes.
Down a little.
Okay.
Down. Okay. Anyhow, let's take a state like Ekiti, for instance. I think we have Ekiti elections out already. In Ekiti, for instance, we saw that number of registered voters stood at 909,967. And of course, numbers of PVC collected 666,591. But we realized that the number of those who actually came out to vote was far below this figure. And this, I must tell you, Cyril and Jide, it actually cut across so many other states. Ekiti, for instance, Ekiti had, okay, let's take Osun State, for instance. Osun State had a similar challenge. Here is Osun State. We had registered voters of 1,680,498. And of course, we had those who collected their PVC stood at 1.2 million. But those who came out to vote was about half of this figure. So I'd like to find out from you, with all the sensitization we had ongoing, yet we had this very low turnout. Was it a social media election?
No, not really. I mean, you know, this was one of the issues we put to Jide and Nasarawa. Would it still be the same old thing which we have noticed, that so many people go out and register, not because they really want to take part in the elections, but because they're thinking, okay, maybe someday some state government might say, without your voter's card, you don't be entitled to register your children in school, to access certain facilities. Would that be the case?
And there is absence of even new eliciting entrance into the district. A greater number of the political parties, irrespective of the divide, you'll discover that it's a case of recycled politicians. Recycled politician, you are a local government chairman under party AB, you now jump into a party of CD, now going into House of Assembly, either of the state or of the federal level. So you discover that there are no new people that will come with new ideas based on the expectations of the modern day democracy, especially the interests of the youth, the interests of the women. These two are veritable constituents of democratic progression in any democratic setting.
Shouldn't the parties be taking the issue of getting more people to participate more seriously than they are?
Very sure. I mean, you can't say it better than that. The political parties are really not mobilizing and canvassing for votes ahead of elections. And it's one factor, but there are other factors responsible for low voter turnout, otherwise called apathy. One, the failure of the incumbents at different levels to deliver on their campaign promises. A lot of people are disenchanted and say, look, my life is not any better in the last 4 years. So what's the whole essence of going to vote? That's one. Two, people believe that the result is already conjured. The outcome is already predetermined. So what is the whole essence? And you know, the media, a section of the media is not helping matters. When they report, oh, massive thumb printing going on somewhere, some people caught with millions of already thumb printing. People will say, oh, why do I bother? You know, the outcome is already predetermined. Then there is also the angle of fear of violence. A lot of people are apprehensive. Ahead of the election, there are predictions that there are going to be attacks, suicide bombing from Boko Haram insurgents, from all marauders and all of that. And you saw the killings ahead of the election. The killings in Kano and Kaduna, the killings in, I think, part of the Northeast. Those killings coming on the eve of election tends to scare people. The fact that nobody wants to lose their lives in the course of exercising a franchise, that's another one. Then there is also the issue of those who collected PVC not being able to easily access their polling unit. There are those who registered very close to their offices on election day. They live far from their homes, from their offices, and there is restriction of movement, so they couldn't go to those places where they register. There are quite a number of, for instance, school students, youth corps members, who registered when they were doing their national service or when they were on campus. Now the election has caught them at home. Recall that ASU just barely a few days to the postponed election suspended their strike, which had been on for 3 months. And many schools have not announced resumption. So those who registered on their campuses, who ordinarily would have voted on campuses, are not able to do so because they've not been able to transfer their vote and their voter registration details to their new residence. So a number of factors are actually responsible. And the last one I want to say is that Nigeria has not made voting mandatory as we have in a place like Australia, where if you fail to cast your vote, you risk paying penalty for non-participation. So it's not mandatory in Nigeria. So it's about the number. Whether it's 10% turnout, whoever wins majority of valid vote cast gets elected. So these are some of the factors. Violence, issue of non-performance, issue of, people not successfully transferring, the fact that there were no additional polling units created close to enable people. There are communities, even in FCT, where there are no single polling unit, and they have to kind of more or less travel to where they are supposed to register. And because there have not been creation of additional polling units that will have made it seamless, close to those people to be able to exercise. The last one is the fact that we have split elections. If all elections were to be held on the same day, you will have seen an improved turnout. Why did I say that? If you are contesting for governorship, I'm contesting for Senate, he's contesting for the president, Cecil is contesting for House of Rep. For one reason or the other, somebody will find one reason or the other to come and exercise that, even if you ended up voting for one out of the lot. But in Kenya, we have the Kenya election in 2017 or 2018. 6 elections held simultaneously on the same day. If we have had that similar scenario in Nigeria, it will have shown off our voters' turnout.
I would like to see that day.
Voting is compulsory in law.
Okay.
Legally speaking, Nigerian election is compulsory as far as the law is concerned. The position of the Constitution as far as sections 23 and 24, when you tally it with 14.1, is compulsory for everybody to discharge civic obligation. It's mandatory on the citizens to go into it. The other reasons I will add into that is that the shifting of the election played a role. So many people have decided to go to their home base and do the registration, and they went for the first time. The election got shifted by a week, and as a result of which they don't have resources to go back again. The other reason is that so many of them, there are quite a number that have sold out their PVCs. So by virtue of which on the election day, they will not be able to even go. Even for fear of arrest, they will not be able to go there.
Well, just to keep you, updated on all we're doing here, bringing you the coverage as figures are being collated. You can keep abreast of all that's going on here at our various handles. For Twitter, the handle is at NTA News Now. On YouTube, youtube.com/NTA News Online. And you can also join us on Instagram at NTA Network. Facebook, facebook.com/NTA Network News. You can be part of all that's going on here, and we'll keep you updated. But let's get back to Cecil for just a moment. Yes,
something that I really found interesting. Sometime, I think last year, there was a talk about the third force. The third force, I think we looked at the SDP came up, and then we had the ADC. Yes. But I must say, so far in the results we've seen, there seems to be a kind of a third force, though it's a distant gap.
Right.
And this is this young man here. Okay, no, not him. We have, let's go to Ekiti.
Ekiti, one more time.
Oh, it's actually, it's
Okay.
actually AAC,
Right.
Showere. Realize that Showere came third in Ekiti. He came third in FCT and, of course, also in Osun State. Do we look at him as someone to look out for if he comes again in 2023?
Or perhaps you might say the old order changes. Used coming in?
Yeah, of course. It's Showore has proven a point, just like Fela Durotoye, just like Kingsley Moghalu. You know, these are leaders of the future. People thought they were in the race to win the presidential. No. Essentially, they may tell you that's why they are in the race. Every politician will tell you, I'm in this game to win. But we do know that there is supporting structure to help them realize that ambition is not there. And for that singular reason, they may not. But, you know, it's about persistence and branding. What they have achieved is branding. They've now had name recognition. Myself and Cyril were talking about Professor Felix Hovere, who has now made it to House of Reps. Right. I mean, he wanted to be governor. But now, at least he's gotten a consolation prize to come to the House of Assembly. When Imo State Governor, Rochas Okorocha, started his political career, what did he do? He went back to his home state of Imo, contested under Abga, became a governor. Of course, he defected into APC. Now he has become two-time governor of Imo and is now coming to the Senate as a distinguished senator. Sometimes people take a fast shot, you know, to get some brand, to get some name recognition, face recognition, believing that in the next 4 years, they will stand a better chance. Even if they don't come out for presidency in 2023, if somebody like Showere decides to come to the Senate, he may cause an upset in Edo State, as a senator.
That will depend on their degree of ethical consistency in the political population. We will place them on a radar now to monitor where their gladiatory move, where their political pendulum will swing, whether they will still remain within their political tent now up to the time of 2023, whether there will be consistency or whether some of the major parties will swallow them up.
Okay, yes.
Obi Ezekwesili had remained in the race with not declining.
Well, as far as we know, according to INEC guidelines,
she was in the race.
She is in the race.
Yeah, but it's possible because she actually, that's why she might have been among the top 5.
And the inconsistencies within the party setting will be a bottleneck for her success.
Okay. True. Any more results you've got there for us to take a look
yes,
at?
we just have the ones that you've enumerated already. We've seen Kwara already. And this is Kwara, where we have, the President Buhari leading, coming tops with 308,984, followed closely by the PDP, as expected, 138,184. And Kingsley Moghalu is not doing bad at all, 1,083. We had Nasarawa State also, Nasarawa State, where we also had the president also coming tops. I think we've talked about it already in the course of your discourse. So, well, as more states come in, we'll take them as they come.
Okay. All right. So, these are those that we have already. The National Collation Center has taken a break to reconvene at 8 o'clock. When the National Collation Center does reconvene at 8 o'clock, we'll, of course, be there. And hopefully we'll have Ondo. We expect that when that happens, we'll begin to get a clearer picture. Somehow we have not gotten the results so far from up north. Judy, a lot of people would have been saying, let's see if we can get some of the reports coming in with the results.
Katsina, Kano,
yes, and those
Sokoto,
places, so we can begin to see
the pendulum
the pendulum swing.
Yeah, I think the challenge many of the northern states has is their vast territory and the high number of local governments. I think there are about 30 local governments in Katsina, 34. In Kano is 44. In Kaduna is 23. In Sokoto, I'm not too sure how many. So then these are somehow far-flung places, and the collation starts after the polling unit announcement of results. You move to ward collation center, from ward to local government collation center, from local government to state collation center. 3 collation are done before coming to Abuja. And coming to Abuja may also have its own issues of flight delays or cancellations, in which case many of them who may have been ready with the result at the state level may have fun. But I'm very positive that tomorrow we will have gone almost 90%, because I would not expect any state not to have concluded state collation by tomorrow. But again, we need to understand the terrain. There are places where elections took place with materials moved to them through camels in north. There are places in the riverine area that takes about 3 to 4 hours of boat drive or speedboat by speedboat to get to some riverine areas in the south. So again, the terrain provides is one veritable challenge. The other thing is the large number of contestants has also not helped with fast-tracking the process.
The large number of contests, that brings us to this issue that's been talked about over and over and over again. Do we need, yes, I know some people will say there are other parts of the world where there's so many parties, but we only talk about the major ones. But I'm saying this, do we really need 91 and 91 still counting? There's so many others. So they all want to get on the presidential ballot, for instance. So if by 2023 we have maybe 50 additional parties, we'll be talking about 150.
But the good thing, actually, the good thing is that there is now, arising from the June 8, 2018 signing of some constitutional amendment. INEC is now at liberty to deregister political parties that didn't perform at elections. So if you don't get any seat or 1 or 2 other criteria, you can be deregistered. But the fear is that because the condition for registration of political party is very liberal, all you need is just ₦1 million, draft interim executive, draft constitution, draft manifesto, and then you go to INEC.
So you deregister, and you deregister 2, and then 5 are registered.
5 comes. The point is that it is high time for Nigeria to really appreciate our 20 years longevity in democracy. We should appreciate that and begin to do things in the civilized form. I don't think there is anybody in this country now, whether INEC chairman, whether the president of the Federal Republic, or my boss Cyril, that can mention the names of these political parties of it. Nobody. I don't see any sense in us bringing about things we cannot manage. The number will end up confusing rather than convincing the electorates at the end of the day. So we should really, the essence of legislation is to bring about better quality, good governance legislation. Sections 4, 11, and 58 of the Constitution has given the National Assembly the power to do that. It is very, very important immediately after these elections, as early as possible, they should consider this as one of the most important areas of the amendments. I don't see any reasonability in having a political party that doesn't have structures at senatorial districts in Nigeria. 109 senatorial districts, any political group or association that do not have structures established, not just offices, but established elected executives, established membership register, established constitution and manifesto and everything for the decision. You shouldn't be qualified to be given license as a political party to exist. And then most of them, you discover that they are coming on board saying that, believing that politics is all about investments for capitalism. That is the main something, not in the dictum of service for the people, not in the dictum of service for the nation. Well, so long our political power players, the political parties, do not go in tandem with the provisions of the Constitution as per provision of Section 221 to 229 that gives respect on the way they should go about politics of decorum, politics of nation building, service for the interests of common man. The popularity of one should be predicated upon his transcendent interest of what he wants to do for the populace. This is the reason why we are not moving any further. We have recycled politicians. We need politicians that will come with vision to advance Nigeria so that we will be able to see Nigeria progressing. We need reduction in the number of political parties.
We've seen from results being announced here, some political parties are scoring 2.
Yeah, 2 seats.
So you would imagine that even within the party's offices in the state capital, they have at least a staff strength of 5.
No, the truth really is serious. The truth is that many of the existing political parties do not have any structure beyond the federal level.
That is it.
There are many of them that are sharing state offices. As in, imagine 5, 10 political parties renting maybe a suit in a shopping mall and use that as a contact address.
Yes.
And you are calling that state secretariat. How well can that be? You know, my own suggestion is not even to deregister. Let all of them, in fact, we can have up to 1,000, but let there be condition precedent for your party to be on the ballot at election. So you can exist as a pressure group, you can do all you care, but when election comes,
you are not on the ballot.
We must have your membership strength. Maybe you say, for you to be on the ballot, you must have 50,000 members, verified members. You must have X amount of money. You must have offices, verifiable offices in at least 2/3 of the country. When you have those conditions spelled out, and failure to meet it means you cannot be on the ballot, even though you are existing as a political party. Otherwise, what you will do is like election in one is in Afghanistan, where they said it's like a mat. You crumble, you bend to read and thumbprint. We can't continue that way, because what will continue to happen is what we are talking about: high number of invalid votes, spoiled votes, and crowding out of the space. As I've said earlier on, the reason why there is a delay in this collation process was as a result of the high number of political. You can see that it takes an average of 20 to 30 minutes for each state result to be reeled out. And that's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. 73 political parties, and you have to handwrite their result. Even if they score 0, you have to record the 0. And sometimes there are places where you have to write it in words.
Yes.
So these are some of the challenges. They are just crowding the space. In fact, you will see the lightness with which many of them took their political ambition by stepping down well after the time allotted for you to step down in the contest, which then means that the interest was primarily to enjoy some limelight. You know, your station was doing free programs for the parties. They were coming to canvass. They never had money to run their own independent campaigns. They were participating in town hall meetings. Of course, there are 2 minutes of fame, signing the peace accord. Do you get it? That is what lured some of them into the contest. Because otherwise, how would you, if you are serious, 2 days to election, you say you are stepping down to endorse this other candidate? Why didn't you think of that before?
For 3 months why did you registered as a political party, and you have the
next thing is you want to be a contestant at the presidential.
For a party that has been in existence 20 years, you want to go and contest. Instead of that, if the country can trim down the number to just 3 or 4 political parties with provision for independent candidature, that thing will bring sanity in our political
Well,
power.
they say nature has a way of calming frayed nerves. We have been talking all along. We have seen reports from different... So far, on a general scale, the elections have been thought to have been peaceful. Unfortunately, however, there have been reports of pockets of violence in certain areas which have led to deaths. But as anyone would tell you, even one death is too many, and it diminishes the country. But as they say, nature, as I said, has a way of calming frayed nerves. It's raining here in Abuja, and it's expected that with the rain pouring down, all frayed nerves would calm. And even those who are beginning to run out of aces will find a soothing balm in the rain as nature continues to shower the federal capital, where, of course, the National Collation Center at the International Conference Center in Abuja, at the FCT. In some 20 minutes from now, we'll be reconvening. But I want you to still speak to the subject of violence. We can't emphasize the need for peace.
If we have all the provisions, for example, Section 81 of the Electoral Act prohibits the use of thuggery, because it is from thuggery you get evolution of all these activities. The same Constitution, the same Electoral Act, Section 92, for example, prohibits possession of arms, whether it's cutlass, whether it's a knife, whether it's a gun. Whatever you can hold as a weapon, it is prohibited for you to hold during the election, not even necessarily going to the polling booth with it. It is prohibited for you. And Section 92 prohibits the use of force, whether in forms of squabble or whether in forms of mob or whatever. These provisions are there, and there are penalties there. And even if you take these penalties, if you take them in the context of our real legislations, there are even more serious, steeper penalties rather than these 2 years imprisonment and 2 million naira fine. For example, if you take the provision of Section 2A of the been arrested can be charged for the case of terrorism in addition to electoral offenses. But my greater worry is that when even if you take the position of Section 214 to 216, the police have been given enormous power to really contain whatever security breach. And then 217 to 219 talks about them to seek for reinforcement from other members of the forces. And then the same Police Act, for example, if you take provisions of Section 42 and Section 62, these provisions have given them the power to arrest, apart from the power to arrest, to detain, and even Section 60 says the power to even penalize. So, but my main problem is lack of application of all these penalties in the real sense. You have arrested about 180-something people. You have not prosecuted anyone. The Electoral Act, like I said, is the one that has a problem because it has given the power of security maintenance on the INEC. And even by Section 150 of the Electoral Act, they talk about the power of the INEC to prosecute. While the main constitution, the main laws give the power on the police to liaise with the DPPs in the respective states of their operations.
Now, speaking about the power of the police, some people have raised an issue and say, shouldn't there be a reconsideration, a rethink of deploying security personnel to polling areas unarmed? Yes, others have said we got here because it was felt at some point in time that armed security personnel at polling centers was intimidating. But now we are seeing situations where because security personnel are unarmed, they're easily overwhelmed by the numbers of people who converge and who want to create problems. So some are saying, shouldn't there be a rethink about this provision?
Well, there could be a rethink, and there should be a rethink. But what I've said, what I've seen in other climes, I've been privileged to observe elections in some other African countries, including the U.S. And I will say in Egypt, I saw something very fascinating. The military were deployed for election security, well armed, but in Egypt, there is no other place used for election beyond public schools. And in that public schools, there is perimeter fence, there is illumination, so much so that there's no election taking place outside of classrooms as we have in our own class, because many of our classrooms are not illuminated. There are no lights in many schools. In Egypt, all the classrooms are well lit. So election takes place in Egypt from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. inside classrooms, and there are judges, court judges are the ones that are presiding officers. So what these armed military men does is they stand at the entrance to the school to screen people as they come in. So people trickle in, they screen you to be sure that you are not harmed, and you are allowed in. So their presence is not intimidating in any, and they are quite professional with it. There is no accidental discharge and all of that. In our own place, the structures are not there. You look around, many of the schools that are used for electioneering purposes have dilapidated structures. So what happens is that you use the balcony or outside of the classrooms as your voting point or polling unit. In that respect, you are exposed to all manner of vagaries. What I've seen, what I saw on Saturday was in large voting centers, in polling units with large voting population, there was patent cases of poor crowd control. Poor crowd control. So much so that you just have the security men and women on ground just idling about while people are shouting themselves hoarse to behave. Sometimes they have to take numbers. There is a lot of pushing and shoving and all of that. So what if we have structures, dedicated structures, and I'm not saying INEC should start going to build polling units, which will cost us a lot of resources. But in terms of selection, I believe, Siri, some of the polling units need to be relocated. There is a need to relocate them to safer and more accessible polling places. Because it's not about you and I who are able-bodied. What about persons with disabilities? Some of them cannot even access the place. So we have issues. The issue you have raised about whether we should not be rethinking about deploying armed security people to polling units. It may be necessary, but it can be something that we pilot to see how this will pan out, particularly if there are, if there is sufficient intelligence, and you know that a particular local government, a particular ward, a particular polling unit is susceptible to violence. You could have a detachment of armed military men or a detachment of armed policemen close by those flashpoints so that at the breakout of any act of violence, they can move in. The issue we are grappling with is that we want to balance voter turnout with less security. We don't want to scare people away because we want more people to turn out to vote. But people are scared because in the event of a rowdy or a breakdown of law and order, they may not have immediate rescue.
The other important factor here I am emphasizing is the refusal to be penalizing the culprits for it to serve as deterrent is a very important factor. The politicians were given a panacea. They rejected it. This idea of election offences tribunal or election offences commission, they throw it away when they...
No, it's still before the National Assembly.
But it has not been passed. They ought to have given it a prime national consideration so that it will have been passed before this election. At the end of it, we will be able to have an institutional mechanism with which we will be able to be penalizing.
I quite agree with you. Look at Cyril. Look at this, the fast pace with which the minimum wage bill was passed by the House of Representatives. It is unprecedented. Within 1 week, within 1 week, the House of Reps passed the minimum, and because the interest was to do something for the labor, for the workers. But if the same action has been put on the passage of Electoral Offences Commission Bill, which has passed second reading in the National Assembly, but has been kept perpetually in view, so much so that we couldn't see the manifestation of that ahead of this election. It then shows that some of these people in the National Assembly themselves are culpable, maybe because they are perpetrators and purveyors of violence or masterminds and arrowheads of violence. They deliberately make sure that they killed it in view. While they have not thrown it out, they have also not listed it for consideration as to have that commission established. This is something that's been on for 11 years. And the Federal Executive Council has approved of it. In fact, it's the only one out of the about 4 different institutions that Justice Muhammad Lawal Uwais Committee recommended its creation. Because part of it was the Political Party Registration and Regulatory Commission, Center for Democratic Studies, this Electoral Offences Commission, and one other Constituency Delimitation Commission. Out of these 4, it was only the Electoral Offences Commission that was accepted by the federal government white paper under the late Yadwa. Now, over 11 years, we've been doing back and forth on when to pass the law, and this has become like the petroleum industry bill, which has been there.
Now they approve the passage of that Election Offences Commission bill. Now, it is medicine after death.
No, but it can be useful for future elections, including the 2023 general elections.
Listen to this happiness. They are now denying us the privilege of the nation to have really...
But we need to take a forward look.
You are right.
We have found that, that impunity has been the rationale behind why this issue of electoral violence, vicious cycle of electoral violence has abided. I mean, after the debacle of 2011, when we had post-election violence in which over 800 lives were lost, the late Sheikh Ahmed Lemun's committee was set up by President Goodluck Jonathan. They came up with recommendations. Of all the recommendations, the only one that the President Jonathan's administration did was to pay compensation, token compensation to victims of that violence. The perpetrators, as we speak, were never brought to justice.
Okay, well, Sheikh Lebu made his
contributions.
He's still there, and anyone can...
No, but that's why I said you cannot continue to have these recommendations and audits and panel reports gathering dust in the presidency. It should have been implemented, and we'll have had better elections, because the moment you deal with the issue of violence in election, you will start to see improvement in the turnout of voters. It's robbing us of people coming out to vote. Everybody is scared that, would their lives be safe if they come out to vote? And that is why it is important for us to break this culture of impunity on electoral violence.
Stay with us on our Twitter handle, that's at NTA News Now, and on YouTube, youtube.com/NTA News Online, Instagram at NTA Network, and facebook.com/NTA Network News. We're still here, and in a short while from now, hopefully the Collation Center will reconvene and will be able to look at some other states as they keep coming in. But for now, the FCT, Osun, Ekiti, Kwara, Kogi, Nasarawa, and Gombe are already in. Ondo is standing by.
Ondo is halfway through.
Halfway through. Hopefully by the time we can...
elimination.
Well, all right. Now let's go back to people taking part in elections. We've talked about over 1 million registered voters, only for us to see half or less than half of that number voted. But in the build-up to the elections, the campaigns, and we see massive crowds and everywhere. You know, there's a campaign. And the point is always made that maybe less than a quarter of the people who turn out for campaigns are even registered to start with. I don't to talk of. So the question arises, is a massive turnout a myth or reality?
It is a myth. It is definitely a myth. I mean, ahead of this election, the competition was about, okay, who has a larger turnout at their campaigns between the PDP and APC. And one would have thought that, you know, at the end of the day, it will turn out to have impact on the voter turnout in those states. Unfortunately, I will tell you for free that it may be the same crowd that both of them are sharing, because they are coming in on different days. So people are being bursed in and pay the token for coming. And it's a business. It's a business enterprise on its own, because there are people who are being consulted to bring in crowd to those places, and they pay them for it. So it's crowdsourcing. It's crowdsourcing, and some people are mobile, you know, transport union and student unions are, you know, contracted to bring in, you know, X number of people, Y number of people. But many of them may not even have, they may not have registered. They may have registered, they may not have PVCs.
Maybe it's nothing to do with the pecuniary rewards, but maybe out of curiosity.
Another reason has to do with, you know, this election is not just presidential election.
Right.
There are other elections and a lot of things that raises apprehension happen irrespective of the party device, especially during the party primaries. So that affected so many that the electors looks upon as charismatic candidates. So if your candidate is not a contestant, there is no likelihood of you to even go to the polling center. So quality of the candidates, their charisma, their ability to pull crowd, and their ability to have established structures and institutions played a great role in determining whether or not you will see the massive nature of the crowd you expect during voting.
All right. What's new? Cecil?
Yeah, the Collation Center will be open any moment from now. So I just thought we could run through the states already.
Okay, what we have. Okay,
Yeah.
take us through again.
Let's start with Osun this time. I'll just Osun, just as a recap, we have President Muhammadu Buhari scoring 347,634, while his close rival Atiku Abubakar of the PDP scores 337,377. Then we go on to Kwara State. This is it.
That was the one we were trying to put on earlier on and had some issues.
Yes, once again, President Buhari is scoring 308,984, closely followed, well, kind of distant, not closely.
Right.
Closely. a little over 50%, a little below 50%, 138,184, and a distant third, Kingsley Bogalu, 183,000. Let's move on to
1,083.
Yes, 1,083. Pretty good.
Oh, yes.
Then let's also go on to Nasarawa State. That's it, our neighbor.
Okay.
President Buhari once again come tops with 269,900. 289,903. Right. And closely this time, followed by Atiku Abubakar, 283,847.
It was 6,000 separating them.
About 6,000 separating, pretty close.
Very close.
Yeah, very close. Then let's go on to Gombe, northeast. Gombe, we have President Buhari once again 402,961, and a distant second is Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, 138,484. All right, let's go on to Kogi State here. Kogi State, this time we still have the president coming tops with 285,894, and Abubakar coming 218,207. Now, let's see how that turned out in 2015, Kogi State. Yeah, once again...
Figures for Kogi State here. Okay, right.
Yeah, once again, President Buhari came tops even in 2015. He scored 264... 8,861.
Let's just hold it there. From the figures you have this year, and what you had in 2015,
the
in
margin.
the same state, the margin.
The margin.
Do you see this as you know, an increase, or this is a bit, you know, if the gap has widened or if it has narrowed?
It is narrowed.
narrowed.
In 2015, the president won by 63% to 36%.
36.
Yes.
But now it's neck to neck. If you go back, you see, it's 285,000 to 218,000. So 60,000 votes separating them. This is more like about 52 to 49. So it's close. I think the Kogites are not too pleased with the president.
No. I think so many factors can come into play. Personality factor is very, very important. You remember that time, it was during the time when there was the owner of the political empire, this issue of what do you call political dynasty, the late Abubakar Audu. Who happens to be a very close ally to President Muhammadu Buhari. His possibility...
You mean Prince
Abubakar? Yes, his political dominance, the aristocratic politics of the Kogi State during that time when he was alive, I believe played a dominant role to be able to have given Buhari that kind of march-wide over PDP that time, which is different now since his demise. Kogi has been in political turmoil and without any standard principal political dominator as of now within the political power play of the DC. It has been a period of rough political fights among the gladiators of politics in Kogi State. So I believe that should be the reason why you don't see much margin presently compared with 2015.
Okay, and what other role do you think that the enlarged political space has brought about? If you're dealing with 20, just a little over 20 or under 30 parties in the first place, and now you're dealing with 73.
Yeah, exactly. That is
but I don't think that played a role. Look at it. Councillor Magayo that came to added just 87 votes. So it's still a straight fight, 2-horse race in Kogi.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean that the other parties are having 3,000, 5,000, and so on. You can say it ate deep and nobody can even be sure who they will have voted for in 2015.
All right. So
I'm just trying to pick up from where Nasarawa.
Yes.
Now, this is how it turned out this year, 2019. Now, let's compare that to Nasarawa State.
And this is another close race.
Yeah. It was
2015,
really quite close, 53.5% for the PDP.
Yeah,
and
almost 54%.
Almost 54% here. Yeah, it was a pretty close score here. Let's go back to 2019 and
2019,
see.
what do we see?
Pretty close to.
Right.
Pretty close.
But it swung over from the PDP
to
the APC.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Yes. So let's compare again. Let's compare Kwara State this time. That's it. Kwara State, a distant first and second. Okay, we don't have 20.
But figures for 2015.
Figures for 2015 here.
Okay, well
but the FCT is one that I really found really surprising. This is the FCT. Atiku Abubakar coming tops, and President.
Now the president is coming a distant second.
Distant second.
The margin is over a thousand.
Do we have the figures for 2015 from Abuja?
That's it.
No, I think you have Abia. You have
this is Abia.
Yes, but we don't have those figures for Abuja. But
what worries
input
me
those figures
for which
2015, so we can see what has moved.
What has moved? Yeah. Let's see how it turned out in Gombe. Yes. This is for 2019 in Gombe, right. And then 2015
in Gombe. Yeah. Yes, we do. 2015.
Yes, we do.
In 2015, the president actually won by 78%
landslide
to 21.
So it's still keeping in trend.
Keeping the trend.
So, anyway, as we say, some of these results are coming in some places, surprises. In other places, the status quo has been maintained, so to speak, while in others still, we're seeing a shift depending on, so there's so many variables where we talk about. But by and large, we hope that in the next 24 or 48 hours, all the results would have been in, and we would now have a clear picture of what has happened. Although, of course, we have states where we await to see what will happen, like places like Rivers, where there have been very serious challenges.
Rivers, Akwa Ibom, even Delta, to see whether the hegemony of PDP were maintained in those states, or there is a break of hegemony.
Right, but if you take the case of Rivers, for instance, everyone would say, well, it's been known to be a flashpoint. But the question is, why must it remain so? Why must politics in places like that
for me,
so?
It goes back to what Nasarawa said earlier on. Impunity. We've had killings. I mean, Dumebi Okonta, the UCO members that lost his life in 2015, what has happened to his murderers? Were they ever found? Were they brought to justice? The several lives that were lost. I mean, ahead of 2015 election, I was involved in the election hotspot mapping at the research level, and we knew that River State is a flashpoint. But what did the law enforcement agencies? What did they do to contain? Maybe we didn't have as many killings as happened in 2015, but we can't continue to lose lives and make allowance and say, oh, okay, we didn't lose as many lives this time around, so it's coming down. I think there is a lot that needed to be done to contain, issues, this specter of electoral violence, whether in Rivers or Bayelsa or even in Oyo or anywhere. Because every life lost in the course of election diminishes us. And it rubs us negatively on the victory of whoever becomes the new leader. I mean, we can't continue to have this, the surgery was successful, but the patient died. How can you say that, okay, you have a successful election, but it was very violent? Which is a conundrum in itself. And I think it's high time we just redouble effort. Maybe it's the 9th National Assembly that will pass this Electoral Offences Commission bill into an act. But even ahead of that, I want to see a better synergy between the police as the lead agency in terms of election security, who is responsible for the arrest and investigation before passing the case file to INEC, to redouble their efforts and make sure that these cases are diligently and promptly prosecuted. And we should go beyond the foot soldiers. Many of these people that the IG is claiming that have been arrested are just foot soldiers. They are sent, they are mobilized, they are contracted by some masterminds and arrowheads. And the moment you are able to take them out of business by arresting them and making sure that they are prosecuted, then you will continue to have this decline in the incidences of electoral violence. But so far, this impunity, this culture of impunity is what is warranting the loss of lives. You imagine abduction of election officials. Over what? How much are they being paid that you are abducting them? Over what? 18 people abducted, including in Katsina State, where there was also a reported case of adoption of adult staff. So the point is, we cannot continue to treat these incidences of abduction, murder, or electoral offenses with kids' gloves. The president, if he wins his re-election or a new president comes in, it must be a challenge to make sure that in 2023, we are not sitting around the table to continue to lament. Enough of this lamentation. Decisive action has to be taken and break this culture, this vicious circle of electoral violence.
We saw, I think it was yesterday, we looked at news reports from Senegal elections being held. And someone was making a comment and say, when are we going to develop to the level where elections in Africa will be conducted without the question of massive deployment of security agents? By the way, they were not very visible on camera. And if they were around, they were not very visible. Here, you would always see that happen. Is it that there is something essentially faulty with the way we look at call to service, or is it just something we're stuck with forever, about having to do what ordinarily should be a simple, exercise of walking in, casting your ballot at every time? In other words, what is the cost of running elections in Nigeria every year? From the shutdown of borders to, the restriction of movements, to the man-hours spent in collation, transporting results, announcing results, challenges in court, building up to the inauguration. What is the cost of that on the national economy?
It's because we play conservative politics in Nigeria. We fail to articulate and bringing out progressive innovations that will be able to be bringing us at par or peers among the Committee of Nations. All over the world, we have passed a level where, look at the manpower loss, look at the man-hour loss. The quantum of the economic loss, for example, transcend losing over a month, because practically nothing goes on now this week. It is a spillover of what happened last week. The same thing by next week, the momentum will be gathered towards governorship election. And until after you get the results and get certificate of returns, before that, Europea will now go away in the minds of the DC. I don't even see the reason why we will be spending 240-something billion just because we want to conduct election. It's really too exorbitant, too much for the shock absorber of the Nigeria's economy. If there is a way we will be able to organize election whereby all over the world will be copying Nigeria, and at the end of it, we will not spend more than 20 billion, I bet you. And it will save a lot of time, and you will be able to do it within a period of 3 to 5 hours. We'll be able to get results, and we'll be able to save the rise of nerves that will be conflicting. For example, on election day, dispense with the issue of printing ballot papers. Dispense with the issue of purchasing ballot boxes. Dispense with the issue of buying card readers. Dispense with the issue of printing PBCs. Dispense with the issue of even voters register. Dispense with all the cost of this, that is about 200 billion. Keep it aside and do work for the common masses for that. What you should do on the election day simply is try to ensure that whosoever is above 18 years has evidence that he is above 18 years.
Wouldn't that be a massive challenge?
No, listen to me. Listen to me. Close down the borders. If you give marching order to National Identity Management Agency or Population Census, a marching order within 6 months to produce it, they will do it.
Okay, this is interesting. I'd like us to continue with it after some time. Okay. But right now, it would seem that the National Collation Center is reconvened. So let's go straight to the National Collation Center.
Want to put Abia on notice that after Ondo, we'll go to Abia. And after Abia, we'll take Yobe. And if more states join, we'll also take them until we exhaust all the states. So may I invite, or they're already seated, the State Collation Officer for Ondo, as well as the resident Electoral Commissioner. So you're welcome again. Kindly reintroduce yourself, the State Collation Officer, and the person accompanying you, and proceed to make your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. I am Kayode Shoremekun, Vice Chancellor, Federal University, Ekiti. And the place of work, of course, I've said that already, Federal University of Ekiti. State of assignment is Ondo State. Total number of LGS is of the order of 18. Total number of registered voters comes to 1,802,567. 1812567. Total number of accredited voters, 598,586. 598,586. Votes scored by parties. A, Party A, 507. 507. TAA, 4,349. 4349. Party AAC, 4,414. 4414. Party AAP, 564. 564. Party ABP, 147. 147. Party ACD, 576. That is 576. Party ACPN, 414. 414. Party ADC, 6,296. 6296. Party ADP, 1,005. 1005. Party AGA, 94. 94. Party AGAP, 39. 39. Party ANDP, 101. 101. Party ANN, 311. 311. Party ANP, 100. 100. Party ANRP, 124. 124. Party APA, 717. That is 717. Party APC, 241,769. 241,769. Party APDA, 588. 588. ABGA, 90. 90. APM, 99. 99. APP, 141. 141. ASD, 76. 76. AUN 39 39. BNPP 51 51. BNPP 290 290. CAP 51 51. CC 135 135. So people have long memories, eh? CMP 77. DA 156. DPC 237. 237. DPP 611. 611. Fresh 63. 63. FJP 94. 94. GDPN 525. 525. GPN 70. 70. HDP 32 32. ID 5454. JMPP 4444. KP 2121. LM 5151. LP 1437 1437. Maja 74 74. MMN 465. M465. MPN 128. 128. NAC 55. 55. NCMP 25 25. NCP 133 133. NDCP 36 36. NDLP 60 60. NEPP 125 125. NFD 384 384. NIP 171 171. NNPP 200, NNPP 279, 279. NPC 562, 562. NRM 96, 96. NUP 155, 155. PCP 4,829, 4829. PDP 275,901, 275,901. PPA 588, 588. PPC 273, 273. PPN 201, 201. PT 116, 116. RAP 51, 51. RBNP 56, 56. RP 99, 99. SDP 1,618, 1618. SNC 1,195, 1195. SNP 160, 160. UDP 96, 96. UP 44, 44. UPN 107, 107. WTPN 37, 37. Yes, 143, 143. YPP 1,224, 1,224. Total valid votes 555,994. The rejected votes 30,833. Total votes cast 586,827. We will now go into the vertical summaries. We'll now go into the vertical summaries.
Prof, which one is vertical summary?
That's in the format here that was given to me.
Okay. You go to places where elections did not hold or cancelled and the justification. If that is what we mean by vertical summaries, you have my permission to go ahead. Do you have the 40G? Thank you, Prof.
Details of cancellations. Effected in the elections. Akoko Northwest. The number of rejected Akoko Northwest. The total number of registration areas affected, 9. Number of polling units affected, 1. Number of registered voters, is this RA? Registration areas. Start again. RA 09.
Prof, let me simplify the complicated. Just go to the number of polling units and registered voters affected. Forget about the RAs.
Okay. Akoko Northwest. Number of polling units affected, 1. Number of rejected voters, 513. Akoko Southwest, number of polling units, 1. What is this? Polling units affected, 007. Oh, okay. Number of rejected voters.
Okay, Prof, it's not rejected voters, registered voters in that polling unit where election did not hold.
Okay.
I will suggest you just go to the summary, total number of polling units and total number of registered voters, and we proceed.
Okay.
Just go to the summary. Okay. Are you there, Prof?
Yes.
Okay, please.
total number of polling units affected, Akoko Northwest. The total number of polling units affected, 80. Total number of registered voters, 42,283.
Okay, when you submit your report, Prof, we'll reconcile these figures. I haven't made the presentation of the main result. We'll look into the Form 40, EC40G, and then we'll reconcile these figures later. So now, kindly step forward to submit the broadsheet, the original results that we have just presented.
He's tired.
It's not authentic or something. No, no, it is. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
When you're shaking.
Thank you, Prof. All the best. Thank you. Well done. Okay, I think on this note, we move. Thank you very much, Resident Electoral Commissioner Ondo, Dr. Rufus Akeju. Thank you. Thank you. Is Abia ready?
Yes, Abia is ready.
Okay, Abia, please take your seat.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Chinedum Wajoba, Vice Chancellor Alex Ekweme, Federal University, Ndufu-Alike in Yobe State, and the state of assignment is Abia, with 17 local governments. And I have with me here the state reg.
My name is Dr. Joseph Ilo, the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Abia State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The total number of registered voters in Abia State is 1,793,861. 1,793,861. The total number of accredited voters, 361,561. 361,561. I now go to the votes scored by the parties. A, that's a party A, 45,45. AA, 51 51. AAC 212 212. AAP 251 251. ABP 35 35. ACD 110 110. ACPN 134 134. ADC 336 336. ADP 131 131. AGA 93 93. AGAP 239 239. ANDP 60 60. ANN 88 88. ANP 68 68. ANRP 61 61. APA 501 501. APC 85,058 85058. APDA 965 965. APGA 9,638 9638. APM 78 78. APP 48 48. ASD 21 21. AUN 16 16. BNPP 23 23. CAP 707. CC 18 18. CNP 33 33. DA 40 40. DPC 79 79. DPP 269 269. Fresh 47 47. FJP 69 69. GDPN 200 200. GPN 21 21. HDP 14 14. ID 18 18. JMPP 17 17. KP 18 18. LM 8 08. LP 92 92. Maja 15 15. MMN 85 85. MPN 30 30. NAC 37 37. NCNP 11 11. NCP 65 65. NDCP 12 12. NDLP 28 28. NEPP 23 23. NFD 41 41. NIP 25 25. NNPP 52 52. NPC 180 180. NRM 74 74. NUP 82 82. PCP 1489 1489. PDP 219,698 219,698. PPA 195 195. PPC 113 113. PPN 42 42. PT 47 47. RAP 76 76. RBNP 38 38. RP 30 30. SDP 472 472. SNC 222 222. SNP 28 28. UDP 109 109. UP 19 19. UPN 707. YTPN 101. YES 13 13. YPP 720 720. Total valid votes 323,291. 323,291. Rejected votes 21,180. 21180. Total votes cast 344,471. 34471. Thank you very much. Cancelled polling units. 7 local governments as follows. Abia North, number of polling units affected, 22. Number of registered voters affected in the polling unit, 17,069, 17069. Arochukwu local government, number of polling units affected, 62. Number of registered voters affected, 29,218, 29218. Equal local government, number of polling units affected, 1. Number of registered voters, 465, 465. Isukwato local government, 2 polling units affected. Number of registered voters affected, 6,205. Okwa East local government, 1 polling unit affected. Number of registered voters affected, 437. Umuahia South local government, 9 polling units affected. Number of registered voters affected, 5,824. 5824. Umunochi local government, 1 polling unit affected. Number of registered voters affected, 607, 607. The total number of affected polling units, 98, 98. And the total number of registered voters affected, 59,825, 59825. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the State Collation Officer for the presidential election for Abia State, accompanied by the resident Electoral Commissioner, Abia. Please step forward and present the originals of the results. Before I shake your hand, let me check first. Okay. And this one? Yes. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. All the best. Thank you. Thank you very much. Scope up for Abia State. Next is Yobe State. Is the scope for Yobe around?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. Yobe State, please.
My name is Professor Abubakar Musa Kundiri. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Federal University Wukari in Taraba State, and my place of assignment is Yobe State. There are 17 local governments in Yobe State. My reg is also going to introduce himself.
My name is Ahmad Makama. I'm Resident Electoral Commissioner for Yobe State.
The total number of registered voters in Yobe State stand at 1,365,913. 1365913. Number of accredited voters stand at 601,059. 601,059. I'm going to give the distribution of votes across the various political parties. A, 102, 102. AA, 41, 41. AAC, 137, 137. AAP, 147, 147. ABP, 59, 59. ACD, 79, 79. ACPN, 94, 94. ADC, 162, 162.